In a chaotic world, Lam Lack was considered a waste. Everyone mocked him for being useless, but no one knew the truth. He held the power to destroy the world. Lam Lack's talent was talent plunder, but to use it, he had to kill. His older brother, unwilling to see him kill, joined him in life or death situations, striving to improve his talent. But in the end, both brothers were betrayed and killed. Unexpectedly, Lam Lack was revived. The Dark War god, the strongest, began his journey from here. October 5th, 2024, a mysterious stone tablet fell from the sky onto the capital of Country R, causing a massive shockwave. The immense impact shattered the island nation. The 5 great powers of the blue planet simultaneously blockaded the area. Scientists began their research, warning of a new era. And today, 1 year later, in Hantan, Huaxia, Lam Vileen approached Lam Lack, holding a sexy photo of a girl. The girl was none other than the 20-year-old, still single adopted daughter of Country R. With a sly grin, he asked Lam Lack if he wanted to marry her, injecting patriotic fervor to bring honor to their country. What did he think? Lam Lack stared blankly, irresponsive. Despite Lam Vileen's attempts to get his attention, Lam Lack remained silent. Tears welled up in his eyes. Utterly bewildered, he was currently at the company. But why was he at the company? Wasn't he supposed to be in the chaotic era? Lam Lack realized he had returned. He only remembered that a year after the stone tablet fell, the world transformed into a realistic, brutal game world. Everyone awakened talents of varying levels, changing professions and becoming superpowered individuals. Secret realms, dungeons, and monster attacks appeared worldwide. Humanity struggled to survive, relying on their awakened powers. The old world order had crumbled, leaving only the law of the jungle. To upgrade his talent, he was battling ferocious beasts, but envious enemies lured a demonic beast above the ghost level, and his brother died protecting him. His brother risked his life to get him out of the secret realm, but upon exiting, enemies lying in wait ambushed and attempted to kill him. The reason for all this was simply their refusal to hand over upgrade crystals. Understandable. In a chaotic era, weakness was a sin. If one died, they could only blame their own inadequacy. Lam Lack snapped back to reality. Turning to his friend, he asked what the date was. His friend, confused, replied it was November 12th, 2025, then casually asked if something was wrong with him or if he'd overdone it last night, reminding him to show some restraint. But Lam Lack paid no attention to his friend's frivolous words. Lost in thought once again, Lam Lack pondered. Wasn't today the day he was reborn, returning to 3 years prior, the day after the awakening? It was probably morning outside, just hours before the Universal Talent Awakening. While he was preoccupied, his supervisor, Wang Jichao, swaggered over. Upon arrival, Wang Jichao immediately started yelling, pointing a finger directly at Lam Lack's face, declaring that his previous work wasn't up to their company's standards and that he was officially fired. He curtly reminded Lam Lack to go to the finance department to settle his wages and that he needn't bother coming back in the afternoon. Faced with Wang Jichao's aggressive posture, Lam Lack simply glanced at him. It was exactly as he remembered. As soon as he'd become a permanent employee, Wang Jichao had found an excuse to fire him. In his past life, this bastard Wang Jichao had committed countless atrocities. He'd transformed into a demon, harvesting the internal organs, limbs, and very lives of ordinary people, not to mention oppressing the innocent, all to exchange for resources to increase his power. Lam Lack ignored the nonsense and turned to leave, brushing past Wang Jichao. Seeing this, Wang Jichao sneered, calling Lam Lack a mongrel raised by a thief, questioning how he could possibly be worthy of Wenyuzi's affection and telling him to take a look at himself. 2 people beside Wang Jichao joined in the mockery, remarking that Lam Lack dared to defy their supervisor, clearly overestimating himself. They hadn't expected Lam Lack to be such a coward, not even bothering to argue before walking away. Despite the insults, Lam Lack didn't show the slightest hint of anger, calmly walking straight out. He realized that in his past life, his immaturity had led him to attack Wang Jichao, resulting in his arrest by the Investigation Bureau. As a result, he was locked up for 10 days during the crucial period of the Universal Awakening. By the time he was released, others were already more than 10 levels ahead. It wasn't until his older brother, Chu Xingdong, another orphan from the same welfare institute who had resorted to theft to raise him, was sentenced to 15 years in prison that Lam Lack's life had taken a turn for the better. Chu Xingdong had been released early due to awakening an A-rank talent and making significant contributions. Afterward, he always kept Lam Lac by his side, helping him level up. Lam Lac recalled the fierce battles they fought together, how his brother always appeared just in time during every crisis. It was after one accidental slip-up that Lam Lac discovered the shocking secret of his own awakened talent. While in a state where he couldn't use his talent, he could steal the talent level of anyone he killed. Unfortunately, his brother steadfastly refused to let him intentionally kill anyone, resulting in the rampant spread of evil. In the end, not only were they unable to protect those around them, but both Lam Lac and his brother lost their lives. Lam Lac swore to himself that in this reborn life, he would change everything, avenging all the helplessness and hatred he had experienced. If being good yielded no reward, then he would become the enforcer of justice, more ruthless than the wicked, taking control of his own destiny. He would use the guilty as fuel, ascending to the throne of the invincible. Lam Lac then went to the restroom to check his talent. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Sure enough, everything was the same as his previous life. Reborn this time, he knew the power levels of all the famous instances around Han Chung after the Universal Class Change era began, along with the locations of the secret realm opportunities. And most importantly, he could use the fastest speed to raise his talent to SSS rank. He decided that in this Zhongsheng, he would take action and not waste any more effort for useless results. Lam Lac suddenly stopped as if he heard voices. Looking through the crack in the door, he saw Wang Jichao engrossed in a phone call. He vaguely overheard him telling someone that he had awakened an S-rank healing talent. Following him would guarantee a boundless future, and even a D rank wasn't bad. The talents in his company were basically all S rank. He reassured the person on the other end to rest assured, as he had now awakened an S rank talent. So what use was that old woman at home? Behind him, Lam Lac's smile gradually lost its humanity. As soon as Wang Jichao was about to leave, he quickly stepped forward, his hand grabbing a rope and tightening it around Wang Jichao's neck. Wang Jichao choked, unable to speak. Lam Lac smiled with satisfaction. It was fortunate to encounter him. He had become the first sacrifice after his rebirth. Suddenly, another phantom emerged from Wang Jichao, surprising Lam Lac, who hadn't anticipated this situation. It was a special humanoid form that only S-rank talents could condense. But what a pity, it's too late now, Lam Lac said, tightening his grip on Wang Jichao's neck. Finally, he successfully plundered his soul power. He remembered that in his previous life, he and his brother, Chu Xingdong, had struggled tirelessly for 3 years just to barely raise their talent to a rank. In this life, just a few hours after his rebirth, he had already surpassed his previous life and obtained an S-rank talent. It was truly unbelievable. With this power, he immediately summoned his own divine avatar. Instantly, the Black Emperor appeared, radiating power. Lam Lac's divine avatar, the Black Emperor, had reached S rank. Its power was 200, speed 200, intelligence 1, defense 55, health 5,000, energy 50, energy recovery rate 1 point per hour, growth 200, and range of action 1 meter. Its active skill was, under the condition of each attack on an enemy simultaneously causing damage, to also plunder a random 1/5 of the opponent's attributes or abilities, but this was ineffective against other divine avatars. It consumed 10 energy and had no cooldown. Lam Lac couldn't help but be astonished. All of its attributes were incredibly strong. His divine avatar, even in the chaotic era to come, would be top tier. It was born from an S-rank talent. Excluding health, the highest attribute was 200 for SS rank divine avatars. It was 400, and for SSS rank, it was 600. The Black Emperor had 3 stats at the highest level. However, the Black Emperor's weaknesses were its intelligence, defense, and range of action. Being so low, it could only fight using his own thoughts. But even so, it was currently the strongest close combat divine avatar. The Black Emperor's forced plunder ability didn't work on other divine avatars, but his talent made up for this flaw. Furthermore, the 200 growth attribute was something that many SSS-ranked divine avatars didn't possess. Lam Lac ordered the Black Emperor to dispose of Wang Jichao's body, and it immediately carried the corpse away without hesitation. Watching the Black Emperor's receding figure, Lam Lac thought to himself that in his previous life, after the chaotic era arrived, Wang Jichao had turned into a demon. Dying unnoticed in a bathroom now was what he deserved. If this matter were to be investigated and traced back to him, it would probably be a month later, by which time he would already be invincible. On his way, he carefully observed his surroundings and discovered that everyone had awakened their talents. Even the usually quiet class group chat was buzzing with excitement. Looking at the messages, he saw that Luo Ming had easily awakened an S-rank talent. He even told Wang Dang to call him Dad, and surprisingly, Wang Dang actually did. He remembered that in his previous life, Luo Ming quickly got together with the class beauty after awakening his talent. Later, he used some underhanded methods to kill many innocent people and corrupt officials, even joining the dark organization, Guanmu. Smiling, looking at the two words Luo Ming glowing on the screen, he decided that this time he would seize his talent. At the hotel, Luo Ming was extremely pleased that Wang Dang had agreed to call him Dad. He thought that this stand could truly fulfill the original owner's wishes. It was pure bliss. He then turned and asked the stand user to make a wish. He wanted to win the heart and person of Fuang Mongso. The stand quickly agreed to his request and then disappeared. Luo Ming was overjoyed. He thought the stand could be summoned again very soon, and the goddess Fuang Mong so was not to be missed. Immediately afterward, Fuang Mong so messaged him and even obediently skipped work to see him, making him jump for joy. He continuously praised his stand and couldn't help but gloat about how easily he could rule the world. Meanwhile, Lam Lac quickly called him, saying he had discovered the secret of the S-rank stand. It was beneficial to both of them. He tricked Luo Ming into revealing his location and then headed over. Luo Ming hesitantly revealed his room number, 414, and told Lam Lac to hurry up. After hanging up, he smugly thought he was very clever. He planned to get Lam Lac's secret first, and with the goddess of his dreams within reach, the timing was perfect. Very quickly, 5 minutes later, Lam Lac arrived at Luo Ming's door. Before he could even speak, Luo Ming eagerly urged him to reveal the secret of the S-rank talent. Just as he was curious about what Lam Lac's talent was, the Black Emperor suddenly appeared behind him and punched Luo Ming. He was immediately sent flying into the wall behind him, practically launching him out of the earth. Lam Lac then activated Plunder, seeing that Luo Ming was an ordinary person without many attribute points. Since he hadn't entered a dungeon for a class change, he naturally had no skills. Soul power could be used to upgrade talents, but the power of this S rank wasn't enough for him to upgrade. So, it was still more beneficial to steal his talent. After some thought, he finally chose to seize his talent, finding the wishing stand to be quite a good ability. It had both offensive and defensive capabilities and even brought good luck. He then summoned the stand. The wishing stand immediately appeared. S rank, strength, 20, speed, 40, intelligence, 180, HP, 4000, defense, 50, energy, 200, energy regeneration rate, 2 hours per point, maturity, 80, range, 15 meters. It invited Lam Lac to make a wish, stating it could fulfill one wish for its owner, with the difficulty of fulfillment determining its feasibility. Lam Lac was a little surprised that it could talk, then realized it was a utility type stand. But its function was even greater than a combat type stand. Any wish could be fulfilled. Naturally, simple wishes consumed less energy, while difficult ones consumed more. Any wish theoretically possible, the wish book in its hand could fulfill for him. And of course, if it was too difficult, it would cause it to shatter permanently. In addition, its intelligence far surpassed other stands, and it could even help him devise strategies. He then inquired about how to use its abilities most effectively, and the answer was asking for information. Valuable information had a huge impact, but consumed very little. Also, wishes that were likely to come true consumed less, while completely fabricated ones consumed more. For example, winning the lottery consumed much less than conjuring a bottle of water out of thin air. If used on a person, the consumption was determined by their strength and willpower. Lam Lac then asked how much energy it would take to release his brother, Chu Shengdong, from the inspectorate. It flipped through its encyclopedia and informed him that this wish would consume all of its energy and require a period of dormancy. Due to the high difficulty, it could only expedite the release time, not instantly free him. It seemed that wishes had to be logical. The most suitable use was to ask for intelligence on other S-rank powerhouses. Lam Lac looked over and saw a clock on the Black Emperor's chest. Moreover, it only had one hand. He turned and asked the wishing stand if it knew anything more about its own stand. He thought the stand's appearance might be related to its ability. Not beyond Lam Lak's expectations, the stand's appearance was indeed related to its ability. The wishing stand explained that the stand appearance, its ability, and the host's soul form were all interconnected. Lam Lak couldn't help but wonder. The Black Emperor clearly didn't have any time-related abilities. Could it be related to resurrection? Forget it, he couldn't figure it out, so he put aside for now. But as long as he could become stronger, there would certainly be no puzzle he couldn't solve. While his talent was on cooldown, he decided to go search for dungeons and secret realms. As Lam Lak went downstairs, he unexpectedly ran into Phuong Mong So, who was staring at her phone, muttering to herself. She was confused about why she had sent so many disgusting messages to that sycophant, Luo Ming. And she even went to this hotel. She was so disgusted that she quickly blacklisted him. Lam Lak ignored her and went to the reception desk to pay for the next 7 days in room 414. He also specifically instructed the receptionist not to let the cleaning staff in, using the excuse that his friend didn't like to be disturbed. The receptionist, seeing a good deal, readily agreed. Elsewhere, Du Tai Keep was questioning the clock on his stand's body and why the time travel was delayed by a week. It replied that during the time travel process, an unknown entity had stolen a portion of its power, causing the discrepancy. Du Tai Keep was furious upon hearing this. He had paid such a high price, yet there were still issues. Unexpectedly, Du Tai Keep, from the very beginning of the Great Awakening, possessed an extremely rare SSS-class talent called the Space-Time Shuttle. Relying on this talent, he defied gods and Buddhas, slaughtering any who stood in his way, ultimately venturing alone into a time rift. Unfortunately, he encountered a member of the Phylogic race, a despair-inducing opponent for even one of Hua Xia's guardian deities. He was easily defeated. He desperately activated the space-time shuttle, expending the Time Lord's energy from 4000 down to 40, narrowly escaping death and returning. However, he hadn't intended to return just a few hours after the Great Awakening. He'd aimed for a week prior. He also lost the Time Lord's second-hand power. One thing after another, truly too many unexpected events. The Time Lord beside him informed him that she sensed the second hand on a human, seemingly within this very city. Du Tai Keep, perplexed, asked her how her power ended up on someone else. She explained that it was brazenly stolen. She then asked if they should retrieve it. Du Tai Keep paused, contemplating. He reasoned that anyone capable of stealing his stand's power must be formidable. Furthermore, since she wasn't a strong fighter and he was currently weakened, there was no rush to find the thief. Despite saying this, he anxiously asked her again, "Are you certain it wasn't someone from the Phylogic race?" She firmly asserted that her power resided within a human. He then proposed hacking into the dungeon and finding his former teammates, accumulating strength before seeking out the one who stole the Time Lord's power. He truly wanted to see who dared steal from Du Tai Keep. Before the dungeon, the guards continuously reminded everyone to be cautious when entering, recommending teams of 5 and emphasizing extreme prudence during exploration. Those surrounding the dungeon, seeing it for the first time, were incredibly curious. Some even planned to post about it on their social media before doing anything else. Others debated amongst themselves who would enter first. Suddenly, Lam Lak stepped forward from the crowd. The onlookers erupted in cheers. Finally, someone dares to try. So handsome, the courage of youth. Lam Lak then entered the dungeon alone, leaving everyone astonished. He thought to himself, "In my past life, I hesitated. This time, I will rise above." After Lam Lak entered, the system immediately activated. His body underwent digitization. The system informed him that all injuries sustained within the dungeon would be fully healed upon exiting. Death within the dungeon would result in revival and immediate expulsion. After 3 deaths, revival would be disabled. 6 basic classes appeared before him. In his previous life, he had chosen Swordsman, a relatively mediocre class before its second-tier advancement at level 20. Now, possessing 2 S-class talents and a stand, he naturally needed a more synergistic choice. He summoned the Wishing Stand asking it for advice on class selection. He suggested choosing Mage. After level 20, with his S-rank talent as a guide, he could change to the hidden class, Prophet. Furthermore, with the Black Emperor's protection, he could overcome a mage's weakness in close combat. Lamlack now realized that an S-rank talent could allow for class changes and hidden classes. However, he felt that the Wishing Stand had ulterior motives. He asked the Wishing Stand if choosing Mage and then using Plunder as a guide for the second class change would result in a hidden class. But it didn't recommend Plunder because he would become a close combat mage, which wouldn't be very effective. Lamlack was lost in thought. Although the Wishing Stand suggestion wasn't wrong, his talent was still Plunder, and everything still revolved around the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor's strength and agility were both at their limits, so an assassin class based on agility seemed more suitable. He further inquired what class he would become if he chose assassin and used Plunder as a guide for his second class change. The Wishing Stand expressed surprise at his words, stating that it would likely be the hidden class, Berserker, which could amplify the advantages of Plunder. However, it still recommended Prophet, as it was an easier and more refined class. After some thought, Lamlack decided on Assassin. A series of skills and stats then appeared. Strength 9, Constitution 9, Agility 10 plus 5, Attack Speed 1.2 times per second, Spirit 10, Physical Defense 9, and Magic Defense 6. His new skills included Shadow Hunt LV. 1. Appear behind the enemy and launch a critical strike. Phantom Slash, Agility and Reaction Speed increase. And Power Strike. He also received a short blade with plus 6 attack power. Indeed, Assassin was a perfect match for the Black Emperor. The system prompted him to choose the number of party members for the dungeon, with a limit of 5. Lamlack chose 1, thinking to himself that the Black Emperor's combat power was equivalent to a level 20 to 30 expert. Was it necessary to form a party to clear such a low-level dungeon? Besides, soloing a dungeon would yield better rewards. The system indicated that he was about to enter the Goblin Lair, recommended for levels 1 to 4, with difficulty levels ranging from easy to nightmare. Although it was a playground for beginner adventurers, caution was advised against the blue-skinned goblins, especially for female adventurers who were warned not to enter alone. Lamlack chose Nightmare difficulty. The system issued a warning, recommending levels 5 to 10 for this difficulty. He could only leave after clearing the dungeon or dying. As his current level was 1, he was asked to confirm. Lamlack clicked confirm without hesitation. Upon entering the dungeon, he was faced with thousands of tall, muscular goblins with red eyes, green skin, and ferocious faces. The system displayed the red-eyed goblin stats. Level 5, HP 500, Defense 30, Attack 40, EXP 15, Skill, Red Eye, stimulates reproduction. Attack speed increases by 30% when HP is below 20% or when encountering a female adventurer. Lamlack summoned the Black Emperor and used the 100 Battles Wish, increasing his critical hit rate by 20%. Then he ordered it to destroy them. The Black Emperor behind him also gathered energy, punching the red-eyed goblin in front of him in the face. Notifications were continuously sent, the system indicating that his avatar, the Black Emperor, dealt 770 critical damage to the red-eyed goblin. He killed the red-eyed goblin, gaining 150 experience points. Killing a monster above his level granted him 500% experience points. The effects of his wish, 100 battles, granted him an additional 200 experience points for killing the monster. After that, the Black Emperor continuously unleashed powerful punches towards a group of red-eyed goblins, and the monsters fell one after another. In the end, he killed a total of 15 red-eyed goblins, accumulating 2,250 experience points. Killing monsters 4 levels above him granted a 500% experience bonus. The effects of his wish, 100 battles, granted him an additional 200% experience. His level increased to level 6, and his current experience value also increased significantly. Lamlack saw that the Black Emperor's dexterous hands could only be used 7 times, but since these monsters were so weak, he decided to save it for later. Lamlack then opened the system to check his free attribute points and skill points. Attribute points could be freely distributed, and the system asked if he wanted to distribute them. Lamlack put his hand on his chin and thought for a long time. An assassin's weapons could be coated with poison to attack enemies. After the second-class advancement, agility could be converted into attack power, so he decided to increase his agility. As for skills, after some deliberation, he decided to put all the points into sharpness and skills related to agility. Finally, he decided to add 16 points to agility and 4 points to strength, and increase the sharpness skill to level 10. A moment later, the distribution was finally complete, and a mysterious light radiated from around him. Lamlach's strength was greatly enhanced, and his stamina consumption during movement and combat was reduced to 40%. Lamlach pondered again, comparing Shadow Hunt and Phantom Slash. The stamina consumption of agility could be reduced by 40%. He thought that since he didn't want to waste attribute points on physique and wanted to save stamina, adding to agility was the most beneficial. He remembered that in his previous life, when he and his brother and others entered the later stages, they discovered that the later stages were thousands of meters long. They also needed to fight monsters to progress, and the monsters on each floor were even stronger. In just a short while, their entire group had run out of stamina. As a result, those with low physique became a burden on his team. As he walked, the Black Emperor behind him continuously eliminated the monsters blocking the way, and after killing them, they dropped some items. Lamlach thought that the dropped money would be uniformly stored in a treasure chest, so there was no need to pick it up. His Black Emperor then quickly dealt with all the monsters blocking the way. Level 6 Goblin Wolf Pelt, Level 7 Goblin Head Stone, Level 8 Goblin Icebone. Although the monsters were getting stronger, he had also reached level 7, so dealing with these small fries wasn't a problem. Next turn. Finally, it was the dungeon boss's turn. It was a red-eyed goblin with red skin, sitting on a throne with other red-eyed goblins at its feet, all standing ready for the players to arrive. Beside her were captured girls who were constantly crying for help, and their clothes were being torn off. Their faces were filled with hope, hoping that he would come and save them. Seeing this scene, Lamlach was incredibly furious. Great goblins, goblin shamans, and flame goblins. Although their numbers weren't small, their strength was still far inferior to the Black Emperor. As long as he had the Black Emperor with him, he was invincible. Suddenly, a goblin charged forward to attack him. Lamlach thought that although those girls were just NPCs, no matter how many times he saw it, it still made him angry. He ordered the Black Emperor to eliminate them. It then flew over and punched the monster to death. There were also red-eyed demons who could use magic. They quickly cast skills to attack the Black Emperor, but Lamlach's sharp senses detected it, so he shielded the Black Emperor to take the hit. A large explosion occurred, and from within the smoke, the Black Emperor's fist suddenly shot out, quickly taking down the ugly monsters. Finally, only the final boss remained. It was also very strong, but it only took one punch from the Black Emperor to end the battle. In total, Lamlach defeated 83 goblins. He gained 9,700 experience points, and his luck also increased tenfold. After clearing the goblin nest, nightmare difficulty, the stats showed absolutely no losses. The clear time for the instance with just Lamlach alone was a mere 5 minutes. Lamlach was speechless with surprise. He hadn't expected to clear it so easily, without expending any effort. Just like that, he successfully earned a 3-star rating. But the system felt that 3 stars didn't match the effort he put in. Level 3 was lower than level 4, the recommended rank in the star chart. So the system decided to award him an additional 5-star rating. In the end, he gained additional instance clear points, calculated as 1,500 SSS rank points. He received a supreme gold-tier treasure chest from the Goblin Nest. After seeing the results, Lamlach smiled with satisfaction. It was just as he expected. It was still the same. Losses and time determined the base score, while a lower number of people and a lower level determined the increase or decrease in points. A high base score equals short time plus low losses, while double points mean fewer people plus low level. Different scores correspond to different rating levels. Usually, rank A is from 90 to 100 points. Rank S is 100 to 200 points. Rank SS is calculated from 300 to 500 points. And finally, the highest rank, SSS, is above 500 points. Even the lowest level instance, even on nightmare difficulty, could only achieve a black iron treasure chest at most. Different treasure chest levels correspond to different difficulties. For a normal bronze treasure chest, the difficulty is very simple. Next is the rare bronze treasure chest, and the difficulty increases from simple to normal. Higher up is the supreme bronze treasure chest, corresponding to hard difficulty. The highest is the normal black iron treasure chest, and needless to say, everyone can probably guess the difficulty. The difficulty for this chest is nightmare. Treasure chest quality is divided into many different types, including bronze, black iron, white silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, saint tier, earth tier, heaven tier, and immortal tier. Within each major quality, there are further subdivisions into 3 smaller qualities: normal, rare, and supreme. Lamlack placed his hand on the chest in front of him. It was constantly radiating powerful energy. He thought to himself, even if he prayed for enhancement, surpassing 8 quality levels to reach gold for this treasure chest, it was believable. Then, without hesitation, Lamlack cheerfully ordered the treasure chest to be opened. A series of treasures appeared, including high-grade HP recovery potion, black iron rank, then high-grade mana recovery potion, and high-grade stamina recovery potion. Each type had a quantity of at least 5, with the high-grade HP recovery potion having as many as 10. Among the first 3 items, the high-grade HP recovery potion was somewhat acceptable, while the other 2 were meaningless. Looking at the next items, there was a goblin chieftain's helmet, an ordinary grade goblin wolfskin cloak, and a novice's bone eye staff. This item was considered rare, but it was restricted by profession, only useful for mages. There was also a goblin's greatsword, also a rare item, but limited by class, suitable only for warriors. In short, the black iron and white silver equipment this time were all trash, useless. Next was a fireball scroll, also white silver rank and of excellent quality. However, it was limited to the mage profession. There are also some copper, silver, and gold coins. The most valuable item this time was probably the white silver rank spell, but unfortunately, its level was too low for him. Opening the last item slot, this time there were only 2 items, but both were gold rank. They included the Guardian Armor, which, although of ordinary quality, had no user restrictions. All professions could use it. The other item was the Guardian Scimitar of excellent quality. Although it had user restrictions, the restricted profession happened to be Assassin, matching Lamlack's profession. It was truly worthy of the 10x increased luck. Finally, there were 2 usable gold equipment pieces. Lamlack immediately checked the attributes of the Guardian Scimitar. According to the system, this Guardian Scimitar was gold quality and of excellent grade. The level restriction was level 6. The profession restriction was Assassin. The attack power was up to 60. The critical hit rate was 5%, and the damage it dealt was a full 10%. Its sharpness ignored 10 points of the enemy's defense. And after breaking the enemy's defense, it caused a continuous bleeding effect of 5 points per second, lasting for more than 10 consecutive seconds. Lamlack excitedly took the scimitar and tested a few swings. This was a divine weapon of the past. It had more than 40 attack points compared to a level 10 bronze scimitar, and it also had 3 additional attributes and a bleeding effect. Putting the scimitar aside, Lamlack moved on to check the attributes of the Guardian Armor. The Guardian Armor was gold rank and of ordinary quality. The level restriction was 6, and all professions could use it. Its physical defense was 25, and its magic defense was only 23, but its health value was up to 200. When damaged by sharp weapons, it would reduce damage by 7 points, and its dodge rate was 10%. Lamlack immediately tried on the armor. With the additional health and damage reduction, this was exactly the good equipment he needed. The system sent a notification, inviting him to name his character. Without hesitation, Lamlack replied with 3 words, Black Emperor. Receiving the feedback signal, the system returned a character confirmation notification and congratulated him on becoming the first player to clear the stage solo. The reward for him this time was a 10x spin ticket for the Wheel of Fortune. Outside, everyone was startled and looked up at Lamlack's global announcement. They were extremely curious about who was behind the title of Black Emperor, who could be so powerful, and whether he was handsome. This global announcement unintentionally caught Du Tai Keep's attention. He felt something wasn't right. He remembered that in his previous life, the announcement appeared at night, and the player who achieved this feat was Grey Wolf. Why had it changed now? He turned to the Time Master and asked if she was sure the time shuttle wouldn't change history. She assured him that the time shuttle only returned a soul to its previous body and absolutely wouldn't affect history. So, he reasoned there were only two possibilities. 1. This world's Black Emperor was using her power to become stronger. 2. The future Black Emperor stole her power to travel back to the present. But one point couldn't be explained. She currently couldn't increase her power, so how could he solo the dungeon? Whatever the reason, they had to find the Black Emperor first. If they waited too long, he feared the Black Emperor's power would increase even further beyond theirs. Inside, Lamlack was excitedly holding the Wheel of Fortune ticket in his hand. He remembered that in his previous life, despite 3 years of effort, he only managed to draw 5 times. Then he summoned the Prayer Master. The Prayer Master immediately appeared before him. Lamlack summoned the Prayer Master because he wanted some advice. He asked the Prayer Master to analyze the situation and tell him what he should do with the prize. The Prayer Master looked at Lamlack's achievement and couldn't help but exclaim. His first words were to congratulate Lamlack on receiving the Wheel of Fortune spin. He explained that the precious reward, usually only obtainable from nightmare difficulty dungeons or the Heavenly Tower, had already been obtained by Lamlack, making it a rare and hard-won prize. According to the information he had, the Wheel of Fortune could draw items of 9 different ranks: SSS, SS, S, B, C, D, E, and F, including many items rarely dropped even in dungeons. First, there was the longevity pill, which increased lifespan. Then, the true crystal, which brought power obtained in dungeons back to the real world. The Ascension crystal helped upgrade talents. The energy heart increased the recovery speed of the avatar's energy. Finally, the magic crystal increased the avatar's attributes. Furthermore, the drop rates for these items were different. For SSS rank, it was extremely rare, with a probability of 0.01%. Next was SS rank, still extremely rare, but generally easier to obtain than SSS rank, with a probability of 0.09%. Next was S rank, 10 times more common than SSS rank, but still very rare, with a probability of only 0.9%. The remaining ranks, from A to F, had increasing probabilities from 3% to 40%, increasing exponentially. Specifically, rank A was 3%, rank B was 5%, rank C was 11%, rank D was 15%, rank E was 25%, and finally, rank F was 40%. Therefore, even with 10 times the luck and 10 consecutive spins, it wasn't certain that one could obtain an S-rank item. Lamlack pointed at the Prayer Master and asked, "If you're not certain, what if I use some of your energy to pray further?" The Prayer Master replied that with a higher chance of using his energy, there was a possibility of obtaining an SSS rank item designated for a 6-month slumber. A random SSS rank item would induce a 6-day sleep, an SS rank item would cost 190 energy, and an S rank item would cost 10 energy. Lamlack reconsidé. Falling asleep would affect his talent snatching plans, which would be a significant loss, so he decided it would be better to choose an S-rank item this time, to avoid wasting time meant for stealing talents. He further inquired what would happen if he received 2 items above S-rank. The Prayer Master informed him that doing so would cost 110 energy points. After some deliberation, he decided it was still better to choose a single item above S-rank. The Prayer Master gestured, and Lamlack's wish was immediately granted. He excitedly reached out to draw his prize. A few seconds later, the Wheel of Fortune appeared before him. Aiming for his chosen spot, Lamlack immediately stopped it. The long needle landed on the jade green section, which corresponded to 10 accompanying rewards. From F rank to SS rank, they were Truth Glass, Binding Glass, Energy Heart, Berserk Glass, Lifespan Pill, Limit Glass, another higher level Lifespan Pill, Binding Glass, and finally, Truth Glass. Lamlack couldn't hide his delight as he looked at the items with satisfaction. It was quite a good haul in such a short time. Holding the 2 pieces of Truth Glass, he felt a little regretful. Only the Limit Glass was SS rank. The effects of the other glasses were much weaker. The system then offered a suggestion. Use 1 D rank and 1 F rank Truth Glass. After leaving the subdimension, there would be a 3% deduction, plus a 1% increase in personal attributes within the subdimension. Hearing this, Lamlack became cheerful. Without hesitation, he crushed the glass in his hand and also tossed 2 binding glasses to the Black Emperor, telling him to crush them. The Black Emperor caught them and quickly crushed them. The system then provided another notification. The range of the prayer master's actions extended to 6 meters. Lamlack continued to examine the items, calculating a bit. The Ascension glass should be used directly. The Berserk glass and Lifespan pill could be saved for later. The remaining items were the Energy Heart and the Limit glass. He turned to the prayer master and muttered, "Who should use these 2 remaining items?" The prayer master, initially doubtful and shaking his head, suddenly brightened up when Lamlack brought the 2 pieces of glass closer, drooling with desire. His eyes glued to the glasses, he suggested he use them first, so Lamlack wouldn't need to worry about his energy levels anymore. Lamlack understood. He happily tossed the remaining 2 pieces of glass to the prayer master. The prayer master, beaming, caught them and showered Lamlack with flattery, praising him as a great master who had made a truly wise decision. After receiving the limit glass, he crushed both pieces in his hands. His updated energy increased to 190 out of 300, a gain of 100 points. His energy recovery rate also increased steadily by 1 point every hour, twice as fast as normal. Lamlack felt a bit of regret. He didn't have enough true glass, only enough to bring out 4% of its properties. Without spatial glass, he couldn't bring out the equipment he was wearing, so he could only take things one step at a time. Lamlack stepped out of the dungeon. Several others also emerged, their faces etched with disappointment. They complained about the dungeon's difficulty, lamenting the wasted revival opportunity. They wished they hadn't entered. Lamlack weaved through the crowd, thinking that the other's current strength was simply insufficient. This was the perfect opportunity for him to develop rapidly and leave them behind. His next move should be to conquer the Heavenly Tower and claim the global first clear achievement. Its floors were endless. Standing before the towering Heavenly Tower, Lamlack observed the bustling crowd below, engaged in lively discussion. Someone excitedly announced they had reached the 3rd floor, sparking curious speculation. People wondered if the previous team included the little sister or perhaps the archer. With 4 members already, they were just missing 1 more. A young man behind Lamlack mentioned hearing that the highest global clear was the 8th floor. Lamlack, with a thoughtful look, considered that clearing every 10 floors granted a lucky spin draw ticket. He had to seize this opportunity. Suddenly, a beautiful, provocatively dressed woman approached Lamlack, inviting him to join her team. He was momentarily stunned by her short skirt for a full 5 seconds, but quickly regained his composure. He glanced at her haughtily and turned away. Lamlack had no interest in such trivial team invitations. They would only hinder his progress. The woman watched him go, bewildered. She couldn't believe he'd ignored her. No one had ever treated her this way. She was shocked that someone could be so indifferent to her beauty. Not wanting to waste any more time, Lamlack and the Black Emperor entered the Heavenly Tower. Inside, they were greeted by a group of level 1 kobolds. Lamlack initially scoffed at the weak monsters, thinking them child's play. But upon further reflection, he realized it made sense. These level 1 kobolds awarded 4 experience points. It was beneficial for new players. The Heavenly Tower was quite considerate of beginners. Without hesitation, Lamlack summoned the Black Emperor, and they got to work. Together, they unleashed powerful blows, dispatching the monsters with single strikes. A notification immediately announced Lamlack's completion of the 1st floor of the Heavenly Tower. His clear time was a mere 20 seconds, and his first clear reward was 5 destiny fragments. The notification also congratulated him on setting a new global clear time for the 1st floor, broadcasting his and the Black Emperor's names to players worldwide. Leaving the kobold corpses behind, Lamlack confidently ascended the stairs to the next floor. Upon entering, he was greeted by another group of monsters, but this time they were larger and looked much fiercer. These monstrous creatures were even more numerous and terrifying than before. They glared at Lamlack with glowing red eyes, emanating a dark aura that was different from the previous encounter. Faced with this sight, Lamlack wasn't afraid. On the contrary, it only fueled his excitement. He taunted the monsters, urging them to attack quickly, as he was busy and didn't have much time to play with them. In the blink of an eye, the system continuously sent notifications. Lamlack had broken the record for the 2nd floor with a time of 30 seconds. The third and fourth floors were also quickly conquered, and he continued to break records up to the eighth floor, leaving the crowd outside astonished. They gaped in awe, wondering who this incredibly powerful person was. This Black Emperor was lightning fast, not only clearing each floor in record time, but also remaining completely unharmed. At this pace, he quickly reached the 10th floor. Lamlack confidently stepped forward to open the door. But as soon as he touched it, the system displayed a bright red warning message. It stated that once he entered the 10th floor of the Heavenly Tower, he could only leave after clearing it or dying. Once he stepped inside, there would be no turning back. Lamlack smirked, recalling that in his previous life, the first person to clear the 10th floor was Teat Choo Choo, a cold and arrogant individual. Since he was here now, he had to at least clear the 10th and 20th floors. He wanted to show Teat Choo Choo that the Black Emperor wasn't someone to be trifled with. Lamlack opened the door and stepped inside. Before him stood a colossal boss. It wielded a massive saber, a sight terrifying enough to send anyone running for their lives, let alone facing it head-on. Its fearsome face, combined with its sharp teeth, which were constantly bared, and its ear-splitting, ferocious roar, struck fear into the hearts of all who faced it. According to the system, this boss was called Lord Iafin, level 10. Its attack power was 90. Its defense was an impressive 70. Its health was 5,000, and it offered 200 experience points. Its skills included Furious Slash, which allowed it to unleash a flurry of attacks with a 30% attack speed boost, and Savage Summon, which allowed it to summon 10 Kobold Guards. It also had a Kobold Guard Frenzy ability. When its health dropped below 2,000, it would automatically change its weapon grip and attack style. It didn't wait long. In the blink of an eye, it leaped towards Lamlack, saber raised, activating Furious Slash. Combined with a powerful slash, the attack was incredibly dangerous. Lamlack was momentarily caught off guard. But luckily, the Black Emperor reacted swiftly, intercepting the monster's attack and pushing Lamlack aside, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The Black Emperor quickly advanced towards the boss, unleashing a barrage of powerful, pressure-filled punches. Just when it seemed like the boss was about to die, the Black Emperor was suddenly thrown back. Lamlack was taken aback, disoriented by the unexpected turn of events. Things weren't going as planned. The monster immediately entered a frenzied state, radiating an immense aura of power, combined with its powerful physique. The twin blades slashed towards the Black Emperor, threatening to tear him in two. But thankfully, the Black Emperor dodged just in time, leaping behind the boss and focusing all his strength. He delivered a critical punch, finally finishing it off with a blow to the face. Another boss fell. Lamlack breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he'd had a real scare. A global announcement appeared, congratulating him on becoming the first player worldwide to solo clear the 10th floor of the Heavenly Tower. The reward was a 10-spin lucky draw ticket. The global announcement appeared, congratulating the player Black Emperor on becoming the first global player to clear the 10th floor of the Heavenly Tower. He was rewarded with a 10-spin wheel of fortune ticket. The surrounding players, seeing the name Black Emperor, were filled with admiration. They exclaimed, "No way, Black Emperor's on the announcements again." The 10th floor? That was fast. In Country R, scientists surrounded a strange stone. The global dungeon announcement seemed to have triggered some mechanism on the stone tablet. Inscribed on it were the words, "When the first level 20, second class change player appears on LAM 10, trial level calamities will appear in reality across the world." They looked at each other in bewilderment. What was a trial level calamity? Could it mean that dungeon monsters and secret realm creatures would appear in reality? A purple-haired woman, hearing this, turned pale, saying that if such a calamity truly came, it was likely the beginning of chaotic times. They had to prepare for the worst and find the person called Black Emperor. Meanwhile, Lamlack continued to use the lucky draw, the owner praying behind him. He hoped that with the owner's blessing, he could draw some good items. After he called stop, the needle immediately stopped at the blue gemstone position. The system notified him that he had received 10 rewards, including 2 F rank and 1 A rank longevity pills, a C rank and a B rank magic crystal, 2 C rank and D rank life crystals, in addition to a space crystal, a reality crystal, and a berserk crystal. Lamlack's eyes were fixed on a single item, the space crystal. He had finally obtained an S-rank space crystal. With it, he could directly bring items back. He immediately crushed the reality crystal. With it, he could directly utilize and bring back 7% of his in-game attributes to reality. Finished with his own business, he tossed the magic crystal and life crystal to the Black Emperor to increase his defense and strength. After the Black Emperor crushed them, his strength increased to 205, and his defense and health also increased slightly. Lamlack opened his bag and saw that he had 2 Wheel of Fortune tickets and 275 destiny fragments left, enough for 10 more lucky draws, though he needed to accumulate more destiny fragments to exchange for useful items in the shop. Before going to the next floor, he had to sell his previous equipment. The sooner he sold it, the better the price. He opened his unused equipment list. The items weren't completely useless, but they were too weak for his current level, essentially having no effect. Currently, in-game currency and real money were interchangeable, with an exchange rate of 5 to 6. The more expensive the equipment, the more it cost, with Black Iron Tier requiring several hundred gold. As Lamlack spoke, he tapped and selected equipment, listing them at a 1 to 6 exchange rate. He chose to sell his beginner's Frost Halberd, a silver tier, rare item, classified as a 5th level restricted item. The restricted class was Warrior. Its attack power wasn't too high, and the critical hit rate was 5%. After much deliberation, Lamlack decided to sell it for 2,300. For the 2 rare silver tier weapons with top-grade magic enhancements, he set the prices at 2,300, 2,100, and 4,000. Lamlack just pressed the confirm button to sell, and before he could even take his hand off, the system notified him that his items had been sold, and the total amount he received was 8,400 gold. Lamlack was so stunned he nearly fell over. All of that was equivalent to 5 million in real money, yet someone treated it like dirt. He was extremely heartbroken. He could only hold his face and cry silently. He had underestimated the world's wealthy. This time, he had truly been careless. He needed to learn from this experience and list each item individually next time. But after thinking it over, he felt it wasn't a big deal. After all, getting equipment was easy. Next, he needed to upgrade the tower to level 20, plus complete the class change quest. It would probably take him a whole month to finish everything here. After he went outside, he could seize an S-rank talent. Lamlack suddenly remembered the 3 major guilds, Smiling Coffin, Nasalocket Tomb, and 8 Wonders Society. They were the 3 most notorious guilds after the arrival of the Chaotic Era. First was the 8 Wonders Society, led by one of the 8 Nightbringer leaders, Bai Hong Lai, known for carrying a sword but no umbrella. As for Nasalocket Tomb, among the 10 protectors of the Blood Maiden and the Glacier's Fury were Li Wan Ying and Lu Jianing, respectively. Finally, the Smiling Coffin's officers, Chu Du, Hu Jining, and Guo Tao, were all awakened S-rank talent holders. These people were the most notorious after the Chaotic Era began. After killing them, he could go to the capital of sin. That was a place filled with evildoers whose sins couldn't be atoned for even with hundreds of thousands of deaths. He clenched his fists, his face showing a determined will to enter. As for those who killed him and his brother in his past life, they were probably hired thugs who hadn't reached S-rank talent. After he finished dealing with the important matters, he would find the person behind them and take revenge for his past life. Elsewhere, in a dark room, there was a man named Ah Shing. He was the person in charge of the Ngoa Ho Sun Trang branch in Hangtan. At a glance, he appeared to be middle-aged. He stared intently at the computer screen in front of him, muttering that the anti-fraud measures of the Chinese were getting more and more sophisticated. As he spoke, his fingers tapped away at the keyboard. After reviewing the results, he realized that the effectiveness of high-price scams to lure people to Southeast Asia to write code wasn't what it used to be. On the screen was the recruitment information of a certain company, but he seemed hesitant to fill it out, yet also ambivalent about not filling it out. After all, registering with a legitimate company now was truly a way to rebuild his glory. He had another idea. He would first recruit Chinese people for a while before organizing activities for everyone. While no one was paying attention, he would secure a new route and take everything. His face, while saying these words, was extremely cunning, a sinister smile gradually eroding his humanity. He then picked up his phone and laughed triumphantly. Another fat sheep had taken the bait. He planned to gather a bunch and then cast his net. The boss would definitely praise him. On the 11th floor of the Heavenly Tower, the place was filled with skull soldiers. Lamlack thought that the first 10 floors of the Heavenly Tower only rewarded destiny fragments. After that, equipment could be obtained directly. In his previous life, he and his brother often lingered here to farm for the skull equipment. He ordered Black Emperor to attack, leaving no one spared, a smug look on his face. His Black Emperor didn't hesitate, using its fists to swiftly dispatch all the enemies. Suddenly, a level 17 skull commander ambushed Lam Lac from behind. The commander wore armor and a black cloak, riding a skeletal horse that was as fast as the wind. Wielding a saber, it aimed to kill Lam Lac and seize his equipment and experience. Lam Lac quickly noticed and grabbed his own saber. Did it underestimate him because he was only level 13? He used Shadow Kill, circling behind the commander and stabbing directly into its body to take it down. The system announced that he had cleared the 11th floor of the Heavenly Tower. His clear time was 1 minute and 35 seconds, earning him 85 destiny fragments. Lam Lac thought happily that with the combat experience he'd accumulated in the past 3 years, there weren't many existences below his level that could truly threaten him. After 8 minutes on the 20th floor, Lam Lac faced the Skull Lord Tai Dat-mi Ni, considered the toughest challenge in the Heavenly Tower. Towering over 3 meters tall, its body was covered in ash-gray iron armor, and 2 horns curved like tiger fangs from its shoulders. It rested its heavy sword on the ground, as if waiting for the player to arrive, its gaze sharp as a razor. When it saw Lam Lac, it raised its heavy sword and commanded its minions to awaken. Immediately, skull monsters crawled out from hell, returning to fight for it. These monsters varied in form, some humanoid, some beast-like, some insectoid, but all shared the common traits of skulls and armor. They roared, hissed, and shrieked, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Lam Lac gripped his saber, Black Emperor at his back. He faced at least 200 skull soldiers, the difficulty of this floor surpassing the previous 19. The monsters obeyed the Skull Lord Tai Dat-mi Ni's roar and charged without hesitation. Immediately, the entire group fell beneath Black Emperor's fists. Then, Black Emperor charged towards the Skull Lord for a one-on-one duel. Lam Lac was surrounded by the remaining monsters. He could likely win, but there was a high chance he'd be injured. He immediately summoned the Wishing Master, a mysterious deity who could grant 1 wish per day. He loudly wished for Black Emperor to land critical hits with every attack until it killed the Skull Lord Tai Dat-mi Ni. The Wishing Master immediately granted his wish. Lam Lac looked at his Wishing Master avatar and wondered, could such a wish really be fulfilled? Meanwhile, Black Emperor unleashed a surge of Emperor's spiritual power, startling the Skull Lord Tai Dat-mi Ni. With a swift stroke of his dagger, Lam Lac decapitated a skeleton soldier. He then ordered Black Emperor to fight with all its might, assuring it that, as its master, he could take care of himself. Hearing this, Black Emperor fought with renewed vigor. It quickly lunged to attack the Skull Lord. Faced with the torrential assault of the stand, the Skull Lord, Tai Dat-mi Ni, also rushed forward to meet the attack. With a single swing of its blade, it cleaved a large boulder in 2. The Skull Lord, extremely pleased with itself, thinking it had struck Black Emperor, sneered that death was the end for invaders. Seeing his stand fall and dust billow everywhere, Lam Lac couldn't see what was happening and became even more worried about Black Emperor. His face paled, and he unconsciously held his breath, waiting for a sign from it. A few seconds later, from beneath the large fissure, an oppressive, deathly aura emanated, which was none other than Black Emperor's. The Skull Lord, Tai Dat-mi Ni, was still gloating, his head held high in triumph, until something fell on his head. Before he could react, Black Emperor lunged from behind, delivering a punch to its upper body, causing it to reel in pain. Lam Lac breathed a sigh of relief, his face beaming with uncontainable joy. He knew Black Emperor wouldn't be defeated so easily. Lam Lac had absolute faith in his stance. He watched Black Emperor unleash a flurry of punches, shouting excitedly. With each attack, the Skull Lord lost 580 health points. The stand's attacks had reached a 100% critical hit rate, and the damage instantly exploded, taking away more than half of the level 20 monster's health. Lam Lac felt confident. This was the correct way to use the Wishing Master. He swung his dagger, slashing the skeleton in front of him to pieces. Lam Lac laughed triumphantly. This was the end for the evil creature. On Black Emperor's side, the final blow was delivered. Immediately, the system notified Lam Lac that he had successfully killed the Skull Lord, Tai Dat-mi Ni. A series of rewards followed. including a 700% experience bonus for defeating a higher-level monster, an effective touch detection skill, and a 200% experience bonus from the Hunter Battle's Will. This time, Lamlack had cleared the 20th floor of the Heavenly Tower in 3 minutes and 11 seconds. The system also congratulated him on reaching level 14. Lamlack walked over and patted Black Emperor on the shoulder, telling him he could stop now, as they had more important things to do. Outside, a global announcement was once again issued from the Heavenly Tower. The system congratulated the player Black Emperor for being the first to clear the 20th floor and awarded him a 10x draw ticket for the Wheel of Fortune. Hearing the announcement, people began to chatter. Some were skeptical, yet admiring. Floor 20? That's insane. Others wondered if he would continue climbing, while some doubted his abilities and expressed disdain. What's the point of going further? He's probably almost dead. But these discussions didn't affect Lamlack in the slightest. Inside, not only was he not dead, but he was doing much better than those outside. He once again easily received a system notification that he had cleared the 21st floor of the Heavenly Tower. From the 21st to the 29th floor, the Heavenly Tower was a maze, presenting a real challenge. Yet, the system notifications for clearing floors didn't stop, and in an instant, he had completed the 25th floor. Lamlack used the shortest route from his memory to pass through. Also, he could meet the 30th floor boss sooner. The 29th floor was cleared, and then the system announced that Lamlack had reached level 15. Welcome to the 30th floor of the Heavenly Tower. However, the system warned that Lamlack's level was too low and recommended he come back later. Lamlack retorted that the system shouldn't make such recommendations, and that he recommended the damn system stop recommending things. Ignoring the pointless warnings, they boldly pushed open the door and entered. The barrier in front of them cracked, and they were greeted by the 30th floor boss, the Golden Taurus King, Minua Dao La Si, who appeared with an incredibly bulky physique and an even uglier face. Lamlack wasn't intimidated. On the contrary, he was thrilled. A boss of this level was finally worthy of using his active plunder skill. The boss slammed his hammer on the ground and mocked Lamlack, saying that someone at only level 15 dared to enter. What a fool. Did he know what he was about to face? Lamlack sarcastically replied, taunting the boss that his palace was nothing more than a giant trap. As he intended, his words enraged the boss. Without further ado, Lamlack took the initiative, launching Black Emperor to attack. Facing Black Emperor, the boss showed no fear. He raised his hammer high and used Furious Dance to retaliate. But Black Emperor easily dodged the attack. Lamlack, based on his experience from his past life, knew that floors 21 to 29 of the labyrinth weren't easy to clear quickly, because any monsters evaded by players would come to the king's aid when summoned. Seeing Black Emperor leap into the air to attack, the boss tried to grab Black Emperor, but failed. Black Emperor nimbly dodged and landed first. Unwilling to give up, the boss used Earth Shatter. Lightning bolts erupted from his attack, collapsing the ground and shaking the arena. Standing outside the arena, Lamlack recalled how countless players in his past life had fallen into this trap with disastrous results. But he had a plan. He summoned the Wishing Master, who appeared behind him. In the Wishing Master's hands was an encyclopedia emitting a mysterious golden light, and behind him, a magic circle appeared. Lamlack prayed for Black Emperor to land critical hits every time. His wish granted, Black Emperor entered a critical hit state and punched the boss squarely in the face. A chunk of the boss's health bar disappeared, and Black Emperor followed up with a barrage of punches. These punches were incredibly powerful, likely due to the critical hit effect, forming a purple circle around them, amplifying their damage. The boss was nearing his limit, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. The monster, now terrified, used his king's command skill, calling for his warriors and subordinates to protect him. Lamlack's gaze was unwavering, and he seized the opportunity to activate Force Plunder. A black aura emanated from his body, particularly from his palms. Lamlack commanded Black Emperor to begin. Empowered by the activated skill, Black Emperor's punches became faster and stronger. Moreover, each hit on the boss stole his skills and health. The boss glared at Lamlack, finding him utterly despicable, but in the end, he was defeated. Lamlack felt a surge of exhilaration. Force Plunder was truly satisfying. He raised his hand, savoring its power as his level continued to rise. Just then, the boss's underlings rushed in, brandishing various weapons and clamoring to kill him. Sensing the approaching danger, Black Emperor turned to assess the situation. Lamlack realized they were monsters from other floors. Perfect timing. He gestured towards them, activating the skill he had just plundered. Raising his hand skyward, a golden aura emanated from his palm and shot into the air. "My warriors, heed my command and retreat," he declared. Lamlack decided to test the king's command skill he'd just acquired. A mystical golden aura, like the radiant morning sun, enveloped him. Perhaps this was the power to control these monsters. Instantly, the monsters dropped their weapons, their eyes turning blank and glassy. Their faces became devoid of expression. They prostrated themselves before Lamlack. Within the secret realm of the beginner's dungeon, a man dressed like a monk appeared. Beside him floated an eyeball-shaped stand, radiating a golden light similar to Lamlack's. He commanded everyone to kneel, including the level 8 Mushroom King, a humanoid monster with a purple mushroom head and a bizarrely colored body. It knelt obediently before him. Utikiep, standing nearby, applauded the man's power. "Truly worthy of the SS rank talent, Emperor's Descent. I've heard of you for a long time, Mr. Hui Tiling." He thought that with this man's help, he could surely defeat Black Emperor, who had stolen the golden string of his stand, Time Master. The man, surprised, asked who he was and how he knew about his Emperor's Descent. He introduced himself as Utikiep, a being outside of time, someone who could make him even stronger. With that, Utikiep extended his hand towards him. "Proposing a partnership that I need your help," he said, gesturing to the monsters kneeling below. Back with Lamlack, the monsters remained prostrate, behaving submissively and chanting, "We greet the great king." Seeing their vulnerable state, Lamlack ordered Black Emperor to attack. Black Emperor charged forward, unleashing his Earth Shatter technique. In an instant, the monsters were obliterated. Lamlack leveled up to 22, clearing the 30th floor of the Heavenly Tower in 16 minutes and 29 seconds. The system announcement appeared again, congratulating player Black Emperor for being the first to clear the 30th floor. He emerged from the crowd, and those who saw the announcement were even more curious about the identity of this Black Emperor. Lost in thought, Lamlack decided it was time for his second-class change. He went to Noodle Shop for a meal, thinking that this second-class change quest for Assassin would definitely be harder than Warrior. His previous life's experience was useless now, so he had to take advantage of the time to eat. Suddenly, a fight broke out beside him. A man was slapping a woman, calling her a useless priest who only knew how to hold people back. Looking closely at the woman and the men, Lamlack recognized them as his former colleagues. The woman was badly beaten and slumped on the ground at their feet. He remembered their past conversations, how they gossiped about him, saying his brother was a thief. Another one had warned others to be careful because his locker was next to Lamlack's, who was an unwanted bastard picked up from a garbage dump by his brother. These people formed cliques, all lapdogs of the supervisors, and often bullied him. Ignoring the pitiful woman's pleas on her knees, the brute kicked her, saying Shao Jia had been killed because of her. The woman cried out in pain as he kicked her. Lamlack realized why this group of thugs was one man short. They then ordered 3 bowls of noodles and some side dishes, but Zhang Weilian still wouldn't leave the woman alone. He ordered his lackey to take her away for his own treatment. The lackey quickly approached and kicked the woman, who was almost immobile. He pointed at her face, brushed her hair aside, and asked if she still considered herself the supervisor's woman. "Where's the supervisor now?" The woman remained silent, knowing any resistance would only lead to more beatings. Lamlack thought to himself that the supervisor would forever live in their hearts. After all, he had personally sent him to his grave. While the supervisor was alive, they wouldn't have treated her this way. The man grabbed her shirt and yanked her backward. This time, she offered no resistance. He told her that she was the supervisor's dog before, and now she was theirs. Lamlack found it puzzling. They had been on good terms before. Now that times had changed, so had their relationships. One of them asked their team leader, Zhang Weilian, what they should do now that Shao Jia was dead and their team was shorthanded. They needed to recruit someone new, especially since they had to raid the 2nd floor of the Heavenly Tower. They sat at the table, pondering the situation, while the woman knelt at Zhang Weilian's feet, healing his leg. Her ability was healing, and a distinctive green aura emanated from her hands. Just then, Zhang Weilian noticed Lamlack and came over to greet him. He feigned pleasantries and tried to lure him into their team. He put his hand on Lamlak's shoulder, asking where he had been after being fired, pretending to have missed him dearly. He then offered Lamlak some food, asking what talent he had awakened, and promising to take him to earn big money, as befitting a Wenwuzi, a cultured and martial individual. Lamlak remembered his previous life. After being imprisoned for 10 days for attacking the supervisor, this man had contacted him only to inquire about his talent. Upon hearing that his talent was called plunder, after snatching it, that Zhang Weilian immediately told his colleagues about Lamlak's situation, saying he was indeed a bastard raised by a thief. Even his talent was related to thievery. Upon hearing this, the others relentlessly mocked him, saying that karma had finally caught up with him, that he and his brother hadn't learned anything good since childhood. This time, they were getting their just desserts, weren't they? To them, Lamlak and his brother were an interesting topic of conversation, a laughingstock. In this life, Lamlak was determined to refuse. He quickly turned his back on Zhang Weilian, saying he was sorry he didn't have a team. Seeing Lamlak climbing the tower alone, Zhang Weilian started to taunt and look down on him, saying, "You poor kid, you still dream of becoming a big shot like the Black Emperor?" He pointed at Lamlak and laughed loudly. Seeing Lamlak leaving, the girl ran after him and hugged his leg, begging him to save her. She clung tightly to his arm, her face a picture of utter misery. A few tears welled up in the corners of her eyes as she said that if he saved her, she would do anything he asked. Lamlak's hand was grasped by a soft, delicate hand, shyly calling his name. She wanted him to take her along too. Lamlak decisively withdrew his hand, giving her a cold look. He indifferently told her she had the wrong person. He couldn't help her. Zhang Weilian angrily approached from behind. He furiously charged forward, cursing the girl as a slut, accusing her of seducing anyone she met. Not stopping at insults, he grabbed her hair and dragged her away, causing her to scream in pain, her head pulled back. One of the two men with Zhang Weilian sneered at her, smugly boasting that he thought Lamlak's talent wasn't even as high as his own. The other man agreed with equal disdain, saying weren't the Lamlak brothers just thieves living off the Wen family's charity? That bastard's attitude couldn't be more disgusting, his words becoming increasingly venomous and sarcastic, saying the Wen family pitted Lamlak, and he still dared to look at their daughter. Did he even have any shame? Zhang Weilian continued to act like a madman, relentlessly tormenting the girl by pulling her hair. He said resentfully that if he had known the Wen family would be heartbroken just because of the Lamlak brothers, he would have gone to steal from the Wen family too. Zhang Weilian boasted about his own luck, saying maybe he could even have a love affair with Wenwuzi. The girl's face was clearly in pain, her beautiful face covered in bruises. Lamlak was reaching his limit, his whole body starting to exude a murderous aura. He spoke in a cold voice to the arrogant men in front of him, warning them not to mention those 3 words. A deadly glint flashed in his eyes. But how could the foolish Zhang Weilian understand? He provocatively asked him which 3 words he was talking about. Zhang Weilian arrogantly whispered in Lamlak's ear, asking if it was freeloader or Wenwuzi. He uttered cruel and despicable words, saying that Lamlak was a toad lusting after a swan. Lamlak's fury ignited, a surge of immense energy boiling within him, his stand-in abilities raging inside, just waiting to burst forth and teach this ignorant fool a lesson. Zhang Weilian smugly walked towards his companions, giving a thumbs up in Lamlak's direction. He arrogantly told them that Lamlak seemed unaware that times had changed. He called them over to show him what fist law meant. His 2 companions, equally arrogant and eager, rushed forward. The bald one excitedly said that he'd just brought his attribute from the dungeon into reality, and this was the perfect opportunity to test it out on Lamlak. The other one, no less cocky, waved his fists and called Lamlak a punk, bragging about how his fists, trained in the dungeon, were deadly. As they charged with fists raised, he yelled for Lamlak to kneel and call him daddy if he didn't want to die. Faced with their overconfidence and ignorance, Lamlak remained calm, barely acknowledging them. He not only effortlessly dodged their attacks, but also counterattacked, with punches of superior force and power, contorting their faces in pain. With a single blow for each, Lamlak easily sent them flying as if they were empty sacks. Having lived 2 lives, Lam Lack knew better than anyone what fist law truly meant. The girl from earlier was astonished by his strength, her surprise evident on her face. Zhang Wei Lian, seeing his companions so easily defeated, became enraged. He cursed them as useless, unable to even handle Lam Lack. Zhang Wei Lian shamelessly pulled out a dagger and recklessly charged at Lam Lack. Lam Lack easily dodged, then swiftly counterattacked, landing a punch that splattered blood from Zhang Wei Lian's mouth. He followed up with a kick, not even using his full strength, which was enough to send him flying. Zhang Wei Lian crashed behind his two companions, who cried out in alarm, "Captain!" Lam Lack looked down on them with disdain, calling them weaklings, too pathetic to even bother fighting. Only then did they truly grasp Lam Lack's incredible power. They hadn't expected him to be so strong and wondered what level of talent he had awakened. One of them, his face pale, realized they had messed with the wrong person and stammered that it must be at least A rank, maybe even S rank. They exchanged glances, and one said, "You see it too?" Suddenly, the two cowards knelt down, kowtowing and calling him Grandpa Lack. Shamelessly, they begged to join his squad, claiming they would do anything. Looking down at the two kneeling at his feet, Lam Lack couldn't contain the contempt in his eyes. His voice, cold and imposing, echoed as he reminded them that he had already told them he wasn't forming a squad, but they hadn't listened. The two pathetic, spineless men groveled, repeatedly bowing their heads. They pleaded with him, saying their ears had been plugged with donkey hair and their eyes covered with lard, begging for forgiveness. A man sat sipping tea, surprised to find such a powerful individual in this small, open-air noodle shop. He ordered his subordinates to find some intelligent men to follow Lam Lack, and they obediently complied. This man was Bai Hong Lai, one of the 8 Hall Masters of the 8 Wonder Society, and a man who had awakened an S-rank talent. The two thugs knelt before Lam Lack, begging for forgiveness. Their demeanor was completely different from their previous arrogance and aggression. Now, they were meek and respectful. Lam Lack instructed them to remain kneeling until Zhang Wei Lian regained consciousness. They could only helplessly agree, knowing they would be beaten again otherwise. Having said this, Lam Lack turned and calmly walked away. The woman who had been brutally beaten earlier felt a flicker of emotion at his display of power. This kind of man was the true powerhouse she desired. She instantly forgot the month she had spent joining others in bad-mouthing him and his brother. Putting on a weak facade, she knelt on the ground, clutching his leg. Xiao Mei claimed that she had been disrespectful at the company, but only because her manager had forced her. She thought this would surely move Lam Lack to let her follow him. Lam Lack appeared indifferent. The person pleading at his feet was worth less than trash. Xiao Mei then put on a charming expression, rubbing his hand against her face. She continued to beg him to take her with him, promising to repay him 10-fold or even 100-fold. Lam Lack found her disgusting and quickly shook her off, telling her to have some self-respect. He turned to leave in disgust. Unwilling to give up, she insisted that as the company's beauty, she was honoring him by offering to follow him. Zhang Wei Lian's subordinates mocked her, saying she had no chance with Lam Lack. Infuriated by their ridicule, Xiao Mei spun around and loudly demanded to know how she was inferior to Wen Yuci. They burst into laughter, telling her she wasn't even fit to carry Wen Yuci's shoes, let alone pour her tea. Suddenly, Xiao Mei's demeanor changed dramatically, as if she had just consumed the gall of a leopard and the bile of a bear. She challenged them to repeat what they had said. Seeing her audacity, they grew angry. Lam Lack was gone, so who would protect her now? They stood up, intending to teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget. However, Lam Lack's earlier blows had been truly vicious, leaving them completely drained of strength. Seeing her opportunity, Xiao Mei smirked and proceeded to slap the two men senseless. The affection they had shown her, she would return to them in full. The men, beaten but powerless to resist, could only cry out in pain. Bai Hong Lai, observing the scene from above, found the woman rather interesting and smiled. The person beside him remarked on her beauty, suggesting they recruit her into their guild, as the other members had been complaining about the lack of women. Bai Hong Lai raised his coffee cup to his lips, taking another sip, and reminded his subordinate to inquire about the young man from earlier. Finding his weaknesses would make him easier to control. After taking down the two thugs, Xiao Mei smiled triumphantly. She thought that sooner or later she would have him under her foot, just like those two useless men. One of Bai Honglai's subordinates then appeared behind her, respectfully asking if she had heard of their 8 trigrams guild. Xiao Mei immediately recognized it as a famous guild. He added that they were looking for potential players among the commoners and wondered if she would be willing to join. Hearing such good news, Xiao Mei was overjoyed, repeatedly saying she was willing, as it was an opportunity one couldn't even ask for. Holding the contract, she thought to herself, even a large guild treated her with such respect. This was the difference between a poor nobody and someone born noble. He then told her that they were now part of the same family, and then asked about Lin Lak's whereabouts. Xiao Mei put on a scorned lover's act, claiming Lin Lak was her ex-colleague who had deceived her. Seeing this, he inquired about Lin Lak's weaknesses, suggesting the guild could help her get revenge. Hearing this, she angrily said, his weakness was a woman named Wen Yuzi. A strange man stood behind Lin Lak, watching him while talking on the phone. The person on the other end cheerfully told him good news. The hall master had instructed him to recruit the girl from downstairs. Their brothers would be fortunate. As expected of the hall master, he knew what they liked. Lin Lak had also noticed the guy following him and was wary, unsure of his background. The voice on the phone said that Xiao Mei had revealed Lin Lak's weakness, a girl named Wen Yuzi. The hall master intended to subdue him. This woman was the key to controlling Lin Lak. After confirming Lin Lak's next move, he would investigate this Wen Yuzi. After hanging up, he continued to follow Lin Lak, but was startled when Lin Lak suddenly turned around. Lin Lak wanted to see who was so bold. He purposely walked past the man, but didn't recognize him. Now frightened, the man tried to quickly walk past Lin Lak, but it was too late. Black Emperor suddenly appeared. He swiftly punched the man in the face, sending him crashing into the wall behind him, spitting blood. Lin Lak and Black Emperor stood before him. Lin Lak demanded to know who sent him. He grabbed the man's head and lifted him. The man could only stammer that Lin Lak had the wrong person. He was just passing by. Lin Lak retorted that he had been followed from the noodle shop. Who just passed by like that? Lin Lak pinched the man's ear and noticed an ear stud with a symbol. He was from the 8 Trigrams Guild. But based on the previous timeline, the 8 Trigrams Guild shouldn't have appeared before him this early. He decided to give the man one more chance to reveal his purpose. But the man insisted he was just passing by and that Lin Lak had the wrong person. Lin Lak thought to himself, the 8 Trigrams Guild's assassins were known for their silence. It seemed this one was an assassin, and further interrogation would be a waste of time. Lin Lak then summoned the Wishing Master. He immediately appeared behind Lin Lak, asking what he needed. Lin Lak pointed to the man in front of him. He asked the Wishing Master to make him reveal his purpose for following him. With a prayer book in hand, the Wishing Master granted Lin Lak's wish. Immediately, his wish began to come true. The stranger immediately lost consciousness. He said his name was Tun Lang, a suicide soldier under Hall Master by Hong Lai of the 8 Trigrams Guild. They had captured Xiao Mei, a waitress at the noodle shop. He also said she revealed the background of a powerful person named Lin Lak. He was ordered by the Hall Master to follow Lin Lak and later track down a woman named Wen Yuzi. Hearing this, Lin Lak understood that the 8 Trigrams Guild had taken Xiao Mei. He added that Wen Yuzi was Lin Lak's weakness, and the Hall Master planned to use her to threaten Lin Lak into becoming a suicide soldier. Lin Lak felt this woman was truly vicious, daring to harm him like this. He suddenly remembered his previous life. In the 3rd year of the calamity, Bai Hong Lai killed his sister Wen. To avenge her, he risked everything to upgrade his talent, but unfortunately, he died at the hands of a monster in the end. Lin Lak ordered Black Emperor to deal with the subordinate. It seemed he had to kill Bai Hong Lai before the 8 Trigrams Guild found Wen Yuzi. After dealing with the suicide soldier, Lin Lak, with a resolute expression, calmly ordered Black Emperor to quickly dispose of the body lying on his shoulder. Immediately, Black Emperor grabbed the man's legs and stuffed him into a pot, intending to obliterate the body. Lin Lak, seemingly unconcerned, turned to speak with the Wishing Master. He put on a thoughtful expression, wondering if he prayed that the 8 Trigrams Guild wouldn't harm Wen Yuzi, how long the Wishing Master could guarantee her safety. The Wishing Master, after listening, replied that with his current power, he could guarantee 24 hours at most. Lin Lak thought he needed to successfully change his class before he could be sure of defeating Bai Hong Lai. by. 24 hours was more than enough time for him. Then, Lin Lak asked the wishing master to grant him a wish. Immediately, the wishing master raised his prayer book. Then, Lin Lak's wish was granted. So, the three of them went to the second-class transfer secret realm, the Assassin's League secret realm. Lin Lak found the surroundings of this high-level secret realm quite desolate, as few had reached this level. But Lin Lak wasn't afraid. He didn't know what he would encounter, but he hoped everything would go smoothly. Lin Lak strode into the secret realm. Inside, there was a white-haired man with a cup of tea in his hand. His name was Diamond Mayer, and he was a teacher. He gently said that Lin Lak was the adventurer from afar. He could sense the power within Lin Lak and asked if he was ready to explore the higher-level secret realm. Lin Lak found the NPC's dialogue very familiar. He bowed his head slightly and said he was ready and asked for guidance. The NPC told him to go into the snowy plains and find 30 horned snowmen and a sharp beak from the Penguin King. He also said the snowy plains were full of danger and hoped Lin Lak could return alive. At the same time, a door opened. Facing the door before him, Lin Lak was extremely brave, stepping straight inside to face the incredibly strong blizzard. The quality of the secret realm was indeed much higher than the warrior's second-class transfer secret realm. Suddenly, there was a loud noise behind him. Lin Lak turned around abruptly and discovered a huge snowman, level 20, behind him. Lin Lak turned around abruptly, thinking to himself, as expected of a second transition secret realm monster, it even knows how to ambush. He immediately summoned Black Emperor, who appeared and blocked the snowman's punch. Lin Lak, hiding behind Black Emperor, quickly recognized the monster as a horned snowman. He immediately ordered Black Emperor to attack. Upon receiving the command, Black Emperor charged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the snowman, quickly bringing it down. After being defeated, the snowman melted away, leaving behind a blue, sturdy-looking horn. This was exactly what Lin Lak was searching for. He and Black Emperor approached the horn. As Lin Lak reached out to take it, countless snowmen suddenly appeared, surrounding him and Black Emperor. In an instant, the snowmen in front of Lin Lak and Black Emperor transformed into completely white snowmen. The real battle was about to begin. Lin Lak calmly drew his blade, raising it high as he asked Black Emperor if he was ready. As usual, the two cooperated seamlessly in battle. The snowmen's speed wasn't fast. They focused their attacks, taking down the snowmen one by one. Whether black or white, Lin Lak and Black Emperor easily defeated them all. Thanks to this, he was able to collect many snowman horns. With his agility, Lin Lak landed softly while simultaneously slicing a white snowman in half. Not to be outdone, Black Emperor took down another nearby snowman with a single punch, continuing their momentum. The two continued to defeat numerous white snowmen. One snowman, enraged after having both its hands severed by Lin Lak, turned red-eyed with fury. Lin Lak quickly ran to Black Emperor, ordering him to lift him up. Using Black Emperor's hand as a springboard, he leaped into the air. He was determined to deliver a fatal blow to the enraged white snowman. Diving from above, he cleaved the snowman in two in an instant, simultaneously using the earth-shattering technique to stun the remaining white snowman. Turning with a determined look, Lin Lak ordered Black Emperor to take advantage of the stun and finish them all off. Upon receiving the command, Black Emperor used Furious Dance, unleashing a flurry of punches at the white snowman. One punch through the neck sent a monster tumbling to the ground, where it melted away. The remaining snowmen were each struck with punches that pierced through their chests. Thanks to this, Lin Lak obtained many snowman horns. However, only needed 30, and he already had 37, meaning he and Black Emperor no longer needed to fight. But as Lin Lak looked around, he couldn't shake the feeling that the snowmen were endless. He didn't understand what was going on. Elsewhere, a Penguin King fumed, a glass of wine in hand. He thought Lin Lak was foolish and wanted to see how he would tire himself to death. The Penguin King gently raised a glass of wine to his lips, then roared for the souls of the dark snowmen to return. Near Lin Lak, something strange suddenly appeared, surrounded by swirling snow. Lin Lak reached out to the strange thing, but unexpectedly, it immediately melted. Immediately after, beams of light emanated from somewhere on the opposite mountain peak. The Penguin King sat on his throne with a smug look. trying to gather an immense energy in his left arm. While gathering these beams of light, he muttered about the revival of his dark snowman warriors. In front of Lin Lak now were the beams of light accompanied by the strange watery sacks from before, flying straight into the pools of water surrounding him. As Lin Lak watched in confusion, the pools began to bulge, and suddenly, from within them, emerged dark snowman monsters. Lin Lak finally realized this was the power that allowed the dark snowmen to revive. This explained why he and Black Emperor couldn't seem to kill them permanently. Lin Lak decided to ignore them. He ran past the dark snowmen, quickly ordering Black Emperor to follow. Obeying the command, Black Emperor ran after him, scooping Lin Lak up onto his shoulder as he went. The Penguin King, now truly afraid, used his King's Cry skill, ordering the snowmen to come to his rescue. Lin Lak seized the opportunity and told Black Emperor to throw him to the mountaintop. Black Emperor complied, hurling him a great distance. With the momentum, Lin Lak charged forward, blade in hand, and without hesitation, used his ultimate skill, Phantom Slash, cleaving the Penguin King in two. Thanks to his quick thinking, he completed the quest and received the Penguin King's beak, the final key item he needed. Lin Lak returned, feeling immensely relieved because the dark snowman had completely melted. As expected, capturing the king was the key to defeating his army. Returning to the NPC from before, he handed over the items he had collected. The NPC readily praised his excellent work, acknowledging his proven strength. He then held up 3 cards, explaining they represented the second-tier class advancements for the Common Assassin, Blade Master, Windwalker, and Shadow Apostle. He added that Lin Lak's potential wasn't limited to these, and that there was a more powerful hidden class. He asked if Lin Lak was willing to try. Lin Lak quickly put on a smug expression and declared his willingness, stating he had come for the hidden class. The man combined the 3 cards, his gaze sharpening, and warned that failure could result in death. He asked if Lin Lak was truly willing to accept that risk. At that moment, Lin Lak, with a resolute air, looked towards Desmond D. Males and declared with unwavering conviction that he was willing to even give up his life. Because this second-class advancement was extremely important to him, he was willing to sacrifice everything for it. Upon receiving Lin Lak's firm affirmation, Males finally broke into a satisfied smile, expressing his appreciation for Lin Lak's enthusiasm. Lin Lak, with an impassive expression, looked at Males, silently pondering. If others could secretly change their class in his past life, then he could certainly do the same in this one. Returning his attention to Desmond D. Males, the man now spoke with a dangerous glint in his eyes, telling Lin Lak that he no longer had any path of retreat, so even if he felt regret, it was already too late. Desmond D. Males then informed Lin Lak that he would be sent into the void, where all the hidden classes resided, and he could freely choose the class he desired. Having said that, Males suddenly looked at Lin Lak with a dangerous glint, seemingly implying a wish for him to have a good experience there. As for Lin Lak, after standing silently in a daze for a long moment, he slowly raised his hand. Noticing his hand becoming completely transparent, Lin Lak realized that he was standing in the void. Looking around, he felt extremely perplexed as nothing existed around him. Anxiety welled up, fueling his curiosity, and he decided to walk around to search, accidentally bumping his right foot against a circular platform placed in front of him. Immediately, a strong red light emanated from within the platform and shot straight up into the air, along with other platforms of different colors that were also activated. Witnessing the scene unfolding before his eyes, Lin Lak finally understood the operating mechanism of this place called the Void. He raised his hand and gently placed it on the red light, and the system's class introduction screen immediately appeared before him. Looking at the words displayed on the screen, Lin Lak immediately recognized it as the Outlaw Berserker class that the Wishing Master had previously suggested to him. After pondering for a moment, filled with curiosity, Lin Lak decided to approach the remaining 2 pillars of light in the void. He desperately wanted to see what kind of classes those 2 lights represented. His footsteps led him to where the blue pillar of light was constantly flickering. Gently touching the light, Lin Lak was extremely surprised to realize that this pillar represented the Shadow Assassin class. With specialties including Shadow Clone, Shadow Step, and Dark Curse, accompanied by increased strength, physique, and agility attributes, Lin Lak felt extremely satisfied, believing that whether in terms of attributes or specialties, the Shadow Assassin class was far superior to the Outlaw Berserker. After 2 trials and identifying the professions, Lin Lak finally smiled happily because he finally understood the operating mechanism of this void. It turned out that each color of the beam of light represented a characteristic of a profession. Thinking about it, Lin Lak quickly turned around, curiously staring at the golden beam of light that was constantly emitting a dazzling light behind him. He thought that with this golden light, this place must represent the profession with the highest characteristics. Without taking too much time to think, Lin Lak quickly walked to the golden beam of light. After successfully placing his hand on the beam, a small annotation immediately appeared before his eyes. After reading the annotation displayed on the screen, Lin Lak became extremely surprised and exclaimed, "It was indeed the Tempest Sword Saint, a legendary profession." At that moment, Lin Lak's face was filled with extreme bewilderment. He quickly widened his eyes, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. This level of profession was too rare. He had never even heard of it in his previous life. If Lin Lak could change his profession to a legendary one, then dealing with an evil organization like the 8 Wonder Society would be extremely easy. But after a moment of reflection, Lin Lak suddenly realized that the Wishing Master had hidden the fact that legendary professions actually existed from him. Thinking about it, Lin Lak angrily summoned the Wishing Master, determined to get to the bottom of this. He even thought that an intelligent stand-in like the Wishing Master couldn't be trusted. Faced with Lin Lak's questioning, the Wishing Master appeared extremely calm. Holding the book in his hand, he slowly affirmed that he hadn't deceived Lin Lak. He also stated that the Outlaw Berserker class, which he had concluded was the most suitable choice, was the best option. Receiving the Wishing Master's answer, Lin Lak's face darkened. He looked at him with an extremely helpless gaze, angry that he had made the decision without discussing it with him at all. Returning to the Wishing Master, he looked at the book in his hand while pointing at the system screen. He gestured for Lin Lak to review the data he had collected on the Tempest Sword Saint class change. He calmly explained that the compatibility of this profession with Lin Lak's talent was only 1. Moreover, his class change rate was even lower, only 0.5%. After listening to the Wishing Master's thorough explanation, Lin Lak silently agreed, stroking his chin thoughtfully. With this rate, it was indeed too low. Noticing Lin Lak's contemplative look as he faced reality, the Wishing Master continued speaking. He asked him to look at the data displayed for the Shadow Assassin class change. Although it was clearly much higher than the legendary Tempest Sword Saint class, overall, it was still not very suitable. Hearing this, Lin Lak turned his eyes towards the red beam of light behind him, curiously asking the Wishing Master about the data for the Outlaw Berserker class. The Wishing Master didn't hesitate, immediately displaying the Outlaw Berserker data for Lin Lak to review. It was clear that this was the most suitable choice for Lin Lak at the moment. Looking at the complete data displayed before him, Lin Lak could no longer refute it and had to agree with the Wishing Master's opinion. The Wishing Master. However, just a second later, Lin Lak suddenly changed his mind, deciding to choose what would bring him the highest benefit. Facing the utterly surprised expression of the Wishing Master, Lin Lak only displayed a defiant look. He gravely warned him that in the future, he should only tell him the advantages and disadvantages of each choice and never presume to choose for him. Hearing this, the Wishing Master nodded in understanding. Following that, Lin Lak posed another question, curious about whether with a compatibility of only 1, he could possess 100% of the profession's power if the class transfer was successful. The Wishing Master immediately confirmed that as long as the class transfer succeeded, he would gain 100% of the power. However, if the transfer failed, the best outcome would be mental exhaustion for up to 20 days, and the worst outcome would be death. Hearing these words, Lin Lak's expression immediately turned serious. He realized that 20 days of mental exhaustion was no different from death. There would be others tailing him, And most importantly, he wouldn't be able to save Wen within 24 hours. The wishing master seemed to have something to say, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Lak immediately cut him off. He argued that although the wishing master was incredibly intelligent, he seemed to have forgotten himself when calculating the success rate. While the wishing master was still bewildered, Lin Lak began to voice his wish that this Tempest Sword Saint class transfer must succeed. Upon receiving the wish, the wishing master now understood. It turned out Lin Lak had a plan all along and wasn't acting recklessly. With anticipation, Lin Lak began the class transfer process. A long while later, Lin Lak stumbled out. Seeing him choose the legendary Tempest Sword Saint class, Desmond Mail looked terrified, thinking Lin Lak's actions were incredibly reckless, as even the strongest SSS rank might not succeed in the transfer. Looking at Lin Lak's current state, Mail showed excitement. He now had a good show to watch. Lin Lak sat down on the ground, surrounded by mysterious golden lights, with a wishing master and another giant figure behind him. If Lin Lak wanted to obtain the ancient inheritance of the Tempest Sword Saint, he had to comprehend the true meaning of tempest and death. At the same time, Lin Lak closed his eyes, a faint light emanating from the top of his head. Lin Lak suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes wide. Before him now was a man in ancient clothing playing a flute. Loyal to the wind, loyal to the sword, loyal to his heart, death always accompanied him, but he did not fear it. Before him now were countless enemies and monsters. He drew his sword, wielding his sword without a heart, listening to the wind's whisper, the wind washing the strange sword, the sword washing the strange wind. He jumped from the cliff with a look of extreme satisfaction, blue lightning appearing on his blade. The Tempest sword, growing stronger with each swing, cleaved downwards, sending all the monsters flying. With immense power, he caused the earth to cave in, the surrounding enemies thrown far away by the tremors. Only by facing death could he achieve such overwhelming victory. This is the strongest class among assassins, the Tempest Sword Saint. Lin Lak wore a slightly displeased expression. The wishing master announced that his energy was depleting and he was about to fall into slumber. He relayed this information to Lin Lak before gradually fading away. Everything that remained now rested solely on Lin Lak's shoulders. Suddenly, Lin Lak stumbled backward, blood gushing from his nose. After leaving that place, he collapsed face down in front of Diamond Mail. Seeing this, Diamond Mail walked towards him with a cigarette in hand. Observing Lin Lak's exhausted, defeated appearance, he acted as if he knew everything, assuming Lin Lak had failed. This, he said, was the price to pay for arrogant youths like him. A global announcement appeared once again, displaying the names of the 3 players who had achieved their second-class advancement worldwide. Seeing the announcement, Diamond Mail expressed regret, saying that Lin Lak was only a few seconds short. If he hadn't been so greedy and chosen a simpler class, he would have been the first in the world. Diamond Mail shook his head slightly, lamenting that the top spot had been taken by someone else. Lin Lak then regained consciousness, coughing, much to Diamond Mail's surprise. He hadn't expected Lin Lak to survive. Lin Lak raised his head, a confident smile on his face, blood still smeared on his nose and mouth. He asked Diamond Mail how he could be so sure that the top global player wasn't him. Diamond Mail's expression changed drastically. Could it be that he had succeeded in his class transfer? Diamond Mail's cigarette had fallen to the ground unnoticed. Lin Lak's stamina fully recovered, a look of refreshment on his face, his body now surrounded by a green aura. Diamond Mail asked if he had succeeded in his class transfer by relying on potions. Lin Lak simply smiled, irritating Diamond Mail. Diamond Mail, losing his patience, demanded an answer. He wanted to know how Lin Lak had succeeded and returned alive. Lin Lak simply glanced down at Diamond Mail, asking if he wasn't feeling hot. Diamond Mail finally looked down at his feet, where the fallen cigarette had ignited the ground. The heat startled him, making him want to jump. Lin Lak, wanting to ignore him, turned to leave. He didn't have time to waste. He walked away, exiting through the same gate he had confidently entered earlier. Lin Lak thought to himself. The wishing master had fallen asleep. After dealing with Bai Hong Lai, he still had to rescue the wishing master quickly. He stepped out of the gate, emitting white light. Upon returning, Lin Lak realized it was already dark. It turned out his class transfer had taken 5 hours. Holding his phone, Lam Lac realized there were 4 new messages he hadn't read yet. Thinking he had to kill Bak Hong Leet in 19 hours, he typed a message. Tan Chu Mai's name appeared on the screen. She thanked him for helping her defeat Trung Vai Ho. Furthermore, she wanted to invite him to a meal to express her gratitude, setting a time for tomorrow afternoon at a location she'd linked. Lam Lac smirked. Was Tan Chu Mai really this kind? Was this a setup for the Bat Kai Hoi? Lam Lac Chukka. She'd led him right to the door. But he couldn't wait until tomorrow afternoon, and the location wasn't suitable for him to make his move. Fiddling with his phone, he seemed to have something else in mind, a different location. Unbeknownst to him, Tan Chu Mai and Bak Hong Leet were entangled, she on top of him. She was saying Bak Hong Leet was the strongest man she'd ever met, that finally there was light in her life. Light had finally entered her life. But then a new message arrived. Bak Hong Leet sat up to check his phone. Chu Mai brazenly told him to finish what they'd started. But Bak Hong Leet ignored her, saying Lam Lac had finally replied. On the screen, Lam Lac's message said he wasn't free tomorrow. If they wanted to meet, it had to be today, 10:30 p.m. at the East Coast beach. Seeing this, Bak Hong Leet immediately disregarded Tan Chu Mai, put on his clothes, and told her to get ready and leave. Chu Mai, feeling ignored, was furious. She thought to herself that Lam Lac was truly deserving of death, always ruining her plans. On the strange remnant stone, lines of text appeared. The first person to achieve their second-class transfer has appeared. After 24 hours, a trial calamity will occur. The researchers below were baffled. They had no idea what this trial calamity would be. But if the stone was giving a warning, it must be a major disaster. They decided to inform all countries so they could prepare. Lam Lac was waiting at the beach when a sudden announcement appeared. A curfew starting at 8 p.m. tomorrow, November 13th. Globally, everyone had to stay indoors. All outside activities suspended. The duration of the curfew would be announced later. Lam Lac looked at his phone, suspicious. The first curfew in his previous life was because of the trial calamity. His expression turned to shock. Why was it 5 days earlier this time? Sitting on the beach, lost in thought, he remembered the first trial calamity in his past life was the dimensional insect plague. The monsters were mostly level 1 to 20. This plague was an opportunity for awakened ones, as killing the insects gave 4 times the experience. Several large guilds rose to power during the plague. Lam Lac looked up at the sky. He thought this would be fatal for ordinary people, as it would last for 15 days. He lay back on the beach. In his previous life, those who had protected him, this time, he couldn't protect anyone. On the contrary, he would only be a burden. But this life is different. He smiled gently, thinking that in this life, he finally had the power to protect them. Thinking of this, he reminisced about his past. During his childhood, he lived recklessly, and every time he was injured, his older sister would take him for treatment. It was also sister who taught him many things, and she told him to learn how to protect himself. His older brother did steal from the family, but after they learned about the two brothers' situation, not only did they not hold it against them, but they also loved and cared for them deeply. After he was sent to the orphanage, they continued to care about his growth. When he grew up, Wen Yuzi always stayed by Lin Lac's side. On the day he finished his exams, she brought him a bouquet of flowers to congratulate him. Lin Lac believed that all the important moments in his life had Wen Yuzi's presence. However, when Sister Wen needed protection the most, he wasn't there for her. Remembering this, Lin Lac's eyes reddened with anger. It was Bak Hong Leet who killed his sister Wen, so in this life he must kill him first. On the way to meet Lin Lac, Bak Hong Leet unexpectedly received a phone call. He didn't expect the person on the other end of the line to be so powerful. The person immediately addressed Bak Hong Leet by his real name, causing his expression to change, becoming extremely frightened. At that moment, Tan Chu Mai also paid close attention to his behavior. Seeing him slightly flustered, she wondered if even a strong person like him had someone to fear. The person on the other end mentioned the engagement ceremony of Princess Jai Tu and Lord Kung Bon, which would be held next month, and told Bak Hong Leet to prepare. Furthermore, they said that Lord Kung Bon, having awakened an SSS rank talent, was their greatest hope for restoring their nation. They also told those at S rank to actively collect spirit crystals and strive to upgrade their talents. Just talking on the phone, Bak Hong Leet's attitude was already filled with fear, and his hand holding the phone trembled. Even after the call ended, he continued to clench his fist. Did Kung Bon Vo Tang dare to steal from him? Bak Hong Leet now wore an extremely angry expression. He gritted his his teeth, thinking that Princess Jai too was his, and the future Bat Kai Hoi would also be his. Then he became deep in thought. Within a month, he had to reach SSS rank. He needed a large quantity of spirit crystals, and those with some ability, like Lin Lak, would all have to become his spirit crystal miners. Bakong Li then turned to Tan Chiu Mai and instructed her that, starting tomorrow, he would give her a group of men. He would be responsible for monitoring Wen Yuzi. As long as they had control over Wen Yuzi, regardless of whether Lin Lak agreed tonight or not, he would have to work for him. Moreover, Bakong Li said that he wouldn't show up later. After Chiu Mai met Lin Lak, he figured she wouldn't need him to teach her what to say. The two exchanged knowing glances. Tan Chiu Mai told him to rest assured she would definitely pull Lin Lak into the Bat Kai Hoi. Bakong Li smugly praised her for being a smart girl and told her to use all her skills. Tan Chiu Mai had now arrived and saw Lin Lak lying comfortably on the beach. Chiu Mai brushed her hair back, thinking that even the Hall Master was captivated by her. She didn't believe she couldn't handle Lin Lak. Next, she put on a fake expression and ran towards Lin Lak, calling his name repeatedly. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to jump on him, Lin Lak woke up. He quickly dodged, letting her face plant into the ground, which satisfied him. After being tricked, Chiu Mai was furious and immediately turned to blame him for her fall. But Lin Lak was no longer willing to put up with her. He looked at her with contempt and asked where Bakong Li was. Chiu Mai's face darkened, not understanding how he knew the Hall Master's name. Just like before, she started acting again, putting on a pitiful expression and asking what he was talking about. Lin Lak brought his face close to hers and said that Bakong Li was the Hall Master of their Bat Kai Hoi. Chiu Mai was scared now. Knowing there was no way to deny it, she admitted that she had indeed joined the Bat Kai Hoi, but she hadn't met the Hall Master himself, only heard of his name. Lin Lak was truly fed up now. He turned away, holding the phone of the assassin he had killed, ignoring Chiu Mai's lies. She insisted that she really hadn't met Bakong Li and that she had asked to meet Lin Lak to invite him to join their organization. She added that the Bat Kai Hoi was a good backer. As long as he agreed to join, he could have any resources, people, or money he wanted. Ignoring the sweet words pouring from Chiu Mai's mouth, Lin Lak continued to hold the phone and call someone. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end was actually Bakong Li. He berated the person he had sent to follow Lin Lak for only now answering his call. To his surprise, Lin Lak replied that he had already killed him. Hearing Lin Lak's voice, Bakong Li's face was filled with astonishment. Lin Lak then told him to show himself, as he knew he was there. After saying that, Lin Lak threw the phone into the sea in front of Tan Chiu Mai. Only then did she truly realize that he knew everything. From afar, Bakong Li approached, clapping his hands as expected of the talent Bakong Li chose. Truly extraordinary. He gave a sinister smile and told Lin Lak to join his Bat Kai Hoi, promising to lead him to great things. Lin Lak looked at him with disgust, asking if he was referring to their plan to restore the nation. Bakong Li was surprised that he knew even this. Lin Lak then quickly summoned his weapon. These people were all deserving of death in his eyes. Suddenly, the Black Emperor appeared behind him and leaped to attack Bakong Li. As soon as the Black Emperor appeared, it unleashed a barrage of punches towards the enemy. Bakong Li was frightened now, constantly retreating, a look of panic on his face. He told his Hui Deco to retreat and not try to withstand the Black Emperor's attacks. Hui Deco obeyed him, flipping in midair to dodge the Black Emperor's attack. She used her umbrella to block and deflect the remaining blows. Lin Lak was astonished by the sight before him. She was actually able to keep up with the Black Emperor's speed, and her defense was so strong that the Black Emperor's attacks didn't cause any substantial damage. Lin Lak ordered Black Emperor to return immediately. He honestly complimented the quality of Bakong Li's stand, but pointed out that a stronger stand was meaningless if the user died. Bakong Li, as usual, acted condescendingly. He pointed at Lin Lak, claiming that if he couldn't even break his stand's defense, he had no chance of killing him. Lin Lak became incredibly determined, thinking he could no longer hide his true strength and had to defeat his opponent as quickly as possible, no matter the cost. Bakong Li knew that while his Hui Deco wasn't injured, its energy was constantly decreasing. He believed that transforming it into a different form would significantly increase his chances of victory. Both of them shared the same thought. A swift victory was crucial. Bakong Li made the first move, ordering Hui Deco to transform into its dance blade form and kill Lin Lak's stand. Lin Lac smiled triumphantly and silently summoned the praying mantis. He quickly made a wish that Bak Hong Leet wouldn't be able to dodge Black Emperor's next attack. In an instant, Hui Deco and Black Emperor seemed to rush towards each other. But then Bak Hong Leet realized Lin Lac's true target was him. Even if Hui Deco hit the stand's punch would also land on him. Faced with this situation, Bak Hong Leet panicked. He decided to see who was faster and ordered Hui Deco to kill Lin Lac directly. Unexpectedly, it was Bak Hong Leet who got hit by Black Emperor's punch, sending him rolling across the ground. On the other side, Lin Lac was being attacked by Bak Hong Leet's stand, which raised its blade. Bak Hong Leet smirked, thinking a fist couldn't compare to a blade. Hui Deco swung its blade, but Lin Lac was already gone. Bak Hong Leet was terrified. How could an ordinary person have such speed and reflexes? Lin Lac reappeared behind him. He admitted that Bak Hong Leet was somewhat different, with quick reflexes and a powerful stand. Black Emperor appeared in front of Bak Hong Leet again and delivered a powerful punch. Unfortunately, in this world, the strong survive and the weak perish. Lin Lac looked at Bak Hong Leet's corpse. He thought that he had finally avenged Wen Yuzi's past enemy. Without hesitation, he activated his S-rank plunder talent. The system notified him that the talent had been activated and prompted him to choose one of 4 attributes: stats, talent effect, skill effect, or soul strength. Lin Lac thought that his current talents weren't very strong, and he needed more S-rank talents. He decided to plunder the talent effect. He was enveloped in purple energy. A notification appeared, informing him that he had obtained the S-rank talent, Night Dance. First, in rainy weather, under an umbrella, it can block all sorts of disasters. Second, in the dark of night, it can directly manipulate celestial phenomena. Third, on a rainy night, Hui Deco's attack speed increases by 20%. Thus, the stand, Hui Deco, appeared once again. Lin Lac now put on a thoughtful expression. He believed that the talent, Night Dance, combined with the stand, Hui Deco, not only provided high defense and strong attack, but even its speed could surpass Black Emperor, meaning it combined both offense and defense. Moreover, Hui Deco's intelligence reached 30, allowing her to fight independently, without needing him to control and command like Black Emperor. Lin Lac then extended his hand towards Hui Deco, telling her he looked forward to their cooperation. She bowed slightly and assured him that she would protect him with all her might. Turning back to Bak Hong Leet's corpse, something floated out of his body. Because killing someone has a certain chance of dropping an item, Lin Lac didn't know what kind of equipment it was this time. Immediately, it flew into his palm. It was a Wheel of Fortune single draw. This was truly a boon for Lin Lac, just enough for 2 10x draws. Lin Lac immediately summoned the Praying Lord, but he fiddled around and still didn't see him appear. It seemed the previous wish had consumed too much energy, exhausting him, so he couldn't delay any longer. He remembered a rare item in the Holy Land Secret Realm within the Martial Arts Plaza in the forest that could restore energy. Hui Deco beside him asked if they were going to the Secret Realm this time. Lin Lac smiled and said he was going somewhere more important. Meanwhile, an unfamiliar girl was extremely anxious. She bit her nails while repeatedly calling someone, but the other end couldn't be reached. She worriedly said that Hong's phone had never been unreachable before. It turned out this girl was Princess Jai Tuesday. The maid beside her reminded her that the time the elders arranged to meet Master Vo Tang had arrived. Hearing this, she thought to herself, those rotten old men, for the sake of restoring the country, they want to force me to marry Vo Tang of the 8 Wonder Society. She looked out at the sky, thinking it would be nice if she didn't have to return. Wandering with Bak Hong Leet in Hoa Ha, the year she spent as Ha Tryon was the happiest year of her life. At this moment, Bak Hong Leet was the last ray of light in her life. If he were still alive, he would definitely be willing to take her away from here. But the phone number in front of her couldn't be reached, and she had no idea where he was now. Lin Lac stood before a house, gently looking at the lights emanating from within. He thought that as one of the 8 leaders of the 8 Wonder Society, Bak Hong Leet's death would definitely cause a huge wave. With the 8 Wonder Society busy searching for the culprit, Wen Yuzi should be safe for now inside. Suddenly, Hui Deco beside him spoke, asking if Wen Yuzi was the woman Lin Lac loved. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, thinking that Lin Lac would call Wen Yuzi his girlfriend. Hearing this, Lin Lac blushed and turn away. Now, it wasn't the time to call her that. Hui Deco continued to press the matter, saying that he would eventually call her that anyway. She noticed he had been watching over this place all night, so Wen Yuzi must be very important to him. After hearing Hui Deco's words, Lin Lak turned to look at the house once more. That person was truly important to him. He reminisced about the past, when his older brother and Wen Yuzi had both extended their hands towards him. They had once shared such happy times. In this life, Lin Lak was determined to become even stronger to protect the people he cared about. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. He absolutely couldn't let the regrets of his past life repeat themselves. Lin Lak then fell silent and turned to leave. Hui Deco, unsure of his destination, asked him where he was going. His reply was the Linzhong Holy Land Training Grounds. At the entrance, he encountered two guards. Unaware of his true identity, they cautioned him to think carefully. The danger level of this secret realm was very high, requiring a level above 30, and escape was impossible once inside. Lin Lak, bored with these warnings, said he understood and presented his credentials. As soon as he opened them, his title, Black Emperor, was revealed. One of the guards gasped. He was the Black Emperor, the one frequently mentioned in the global announcements for his numerous achievements. He and Hui Deco then prepared to enter. One of the guards leaned in and whispered a warning to Hui Deco. Don't let him get himself killed for his little sister. Each person can only revive 3 times inside the instance. Be careful. Despite the advice, Lin Lak simply gave a faint smile and stepped inside. Heroes, it seemed, truly couldn't resist a beautiful face. Once inside, Lin Lak was nowhere to be seen. Only the clown monsters within were being relentlessly slaughtered by Hui Deco. The system prompt appeared, indicating that Hui Deco's familiar was continuously exceeding its level limits. Meanwhile, Lin Lak was casually sitting in a chair, leisurely drinking water. Escorting his little sister? It was more like his little sister was escorting him. After finishing off the monsters, Hui Deco turned to Lin Lak and reported that all enemies in the area had been eliminated. Lin Lak stood up. He believed the Secret Realm's mission was to assist the spirits in protecting the sanctuary and blocking outside enemies. The spirit clan's divine shard fragments were similar to superpower crystals, both capable of restoring energy to familiars. Hearing this, Hui Deco seemed to understand. She asked if they helped the spirits protect the sanctuary, wouldn't they receive these as a reward? Lin Lak gave a faint smile. According to the usual progression, that would be the case. However, he thought to himself, in his past life, a player had discovered a different method. A greater number of crystal shards could be obtained by allowing the clowns to breach the spirit's defenses before killing them. Therefore, he decided to wait for the opportune moment. Compared to receiving a portion of the reward, how could it compare to monopolizing the resources? An explosion occurred. Immediately afterward, a spirit shouted that the wall had been breached and urged everyone to retreat. At that moment, Lin Lak and Hui Deco appeared. It was their turn. Inside, the clown monsters were continuously crawling towards a certain location. They began piling on top of Mao's body. Soon after, a clown leader monster appeared. It kept roaring and advancing towards the tree, but its hand hadn't reached out far before someone severed it. In a flash, Lin Lak and his group arrived. Seeing the scene before him, he laughed because there were more of them than he remembered, so he was sure to profit this time. The clown leader monster was furious, saying that Lin Lak dared to steal its food and deserved to die. Ignoring whatever else it said, Lin Lak calmly reached out towards the tree and plucked the crystal shard. In an instant, he used it, replenishing his energy. The Praying Lord once again appeared at Lin Lak's command. The Praying Lord, upon awakening, was deeply moved. He sensed the abundant energy and thanked Lin Lak. With the Praying Lord back, Lin Lak wished for the Black Emperor's next attacks to all be critical hits until the clown leader died. Obeying the command, the Praying Lord immediately fulfilled his wish. In the blink of an eye, the battle began and entered a fierce stage. Both the Black Emperor and the clown leader immediately rushed towards each other. Although the clown leader's body was much larger than Lin Lak's group, this didn't make them feel apprehensive or afraid, but instead made Lin Lak's group even more excited. At this moment, wanting the Black Emperor to focus all his power on attacking, Lin Lak ordered Hui Deco to quickly transform her Dance of the Night form into an umbrella to block all of the opponent's attacks for the Black Emperor. Huizaka obedini komli. She quickly flew into the sky and threw the umbrella in her hand towards the fist rushing at the Black Black Emperor. The umbrella quickly blocked the opponent's powerful attack, but immediately after, the clown leader's minions immediately counterattacked by throwing the large spiked maces in their hands towards the Black Emperor and Hui de Company. This move was called Meteor Hammer. Fortunately, both the Black Emperor and Hui de Co managed to dodge in time. Then, both simultaneously rushed towards the clown leader and attacked him at the same time. With each attack landed, a damage notification appeared. Your substitute, Hui de Co, dealt 200 true damage to the ugly leader, or your substitute, the Black Emperor, dealt 370 true damage to the ugly leader. Finally, after both finished attacking, the result was a successful plunder, successfully stealing 27,900 health points. Seeing himself gradually being overwhelmed, the clown leader quickly counterattacked by flinging his mace chain towards them, but Hui de Co and the Black Emperor dodged in time. At this moment, taking advantage of his two opponents being distracted and off guard, the clown leader quickly unleashed his trump card. Suddenly, his body began to melt, sticky slime dripping to the ground. The clown leader used all his power, raising his head high, his mouth wide open, a roar shaking the heavens and earth. After a few minutes, a ball of lightning suddenly appeared in his mouth, which greatly surprised Lin Lac. He hurriedly shouted, "It's destructive purple light. Hui de Co, focus all your power on defense." As soon as Lin Lac finished speaking, the clown leader immediately attacked, spewing a gigantic wave of electricity towards his opponents. Seeing this, Hui de Co quickly opened her umbrella to protect herself and the Black Emperor. After the tremors subsided, smoke and dust filled the air. But Hui de Co also gradually faded after the clown leader's previous attack. Lin Lac, standing behind, also noticed his disadvantage. He silently pondered. Although Hui de Co erupted with high defense, it unfortunately consumed energy too quickly. This destructive purple light also had some power, perhaps strong enough that even the Black Emperor, possessing similar abilities, was somewhat drained. Without further thought, Lin Lac decided to act immediately. He raised his hand and crushed the golden crystal on the tree. Then he commanded, "Black Emperor, while its attack is recharging, quickly attack with full force." The golden crystal, after being crushed, radiated an extremely abundant energy. It flowed profusely within the Black Emperor's body, restoring his strength, allowing him to use that very energy to continuously attack his opponent. Because of the sudden attack, the clown leader couldn't react in time, so he could only endure the beating and roar in pain. Notification panels continuously appeared. Plunder successfully activated. Destructive purple light skill successfully acquired. Received 30 power. Followed by plunder successfully activated. 150 attack points successfully plundered. Finally, plunder successfully activated. 36 speed points successfully acquired. In an instant, the clown leader was smashed to pieces by the Black Emperor. His body was now broken. A congratulatory message immediately appeared after the battle ended. "Congratulations, player. You have defeated the ugly leader. Received 9,500,000 experience points. Defeating a monster 13 levels higher grants 1,400 experience points. Thanks to the effect of the 100 battles resolve, 200 experience points received." Lin Lac looked at the results before his eyes and felt extremely satisfied. He pressed the golden panel with the words "Myriad Swords Returning to the Sect" in front of him and sighed. "With so many experience points, I can activate the third-class skill, Myriad Swords Returning to the Sect." Just as Lin Lac was receiving his new skill, the sticky slime from the clown leader's scattered body on the ground suddenly shifted and lunged to attack him. Lin Lac smiled. He summoned Myriad Swords Returning to the Sect, and instantly countless swords appeared behind him. In a moment, he easily defeated those small monsters. Lin Lac smiled, extremely satisfied with his current power. His attack power had increased, and his combat ability was no less than his substitutes. It was exhilarating, but in that moment of display, he had consumed so much mana that he only had a little left, making him want to cry. He remembered that when a mage reached the first promotion, they had two skills, mana recovery and mana absorption. One could help him increase his mana recovery speed, and the other could absorb mana from monsters. Therefore, Lin Lak decided that when he had time, he would definitely acquire these skills. He didn't want such a cool skill to only be usable as a last resort to save his life, only usable once in critical moments. Then he looked at the tree beside him. Now he would see how many divine crystal shards this tree could still drop. He then continued to use his divine skill to strike the tree directly, causing it to drop countless crystal shards. Specifically, over 100 pieces equivalent to 5 SSS rank super energy crystals. But this was also the advantage of exceeding levels and stages. If he leveled up too quickly, the next time the divine crystal shards wouldn't be so plentiful. Again, Lin Lak's expression afterward was extremely excited. Next was the thrilling 10-spin round of the Wheel of Fortune. Having said that, he immediately summoned the Praying Lord. Upon hearing the command, the Praying Lord appeared before Lin Lak. He told the Praying Lord to be sincere this time. Like the last time, he drew 2 S-rank longevity pills and apologized for consuming a large amount to save someone. The Praying Lord suggested that it would be much better if he added a restriction to the prayer. Lin Lak then threw the item into the Wheel of Fortune before him. His next 10 draws were guaranteed to produce items above S rank, and among the items above S rank, longevity pills would not appear. The Wheel of Fortune immediately carried out its task. Immediately afterward, countless rays of multicolored light headed towards Lin Lak and the Praying Lord. A golden legend, a waiting time SS rank crystal. The thing in his hand could permanently have the cooldown time of a talent. Lin Lak crushed it, and a golden light continuously enveloped him. If so, he could plunder 2 S rank talents a day. The other item was an S-rank magic crystal to increase intelligence by 10 points. The Praying Lord, standing next to him, suggested that he should allocate this crystal to the person who needed it most. Looking at the 3 avatars before him, he didn't know who that person was. Facing the Praying Lord, Lin Lak cheerfully asked him about the intelligence attribute he currently possessed and how it would actually manifest. The Praying Lord explained that intelligence wasn't synonymous with wisdom and cleverness, but rather represented the speed of problem solving. He also said that the higher the intelligence, the stronger the ability to learn knowledge and gain experience, and these abilities would manifest in combat and communication. For example, the Black Emperor only had an intelligence of 1 and had to act on Lin Lak's commands. However, Hui Deco, with an intelligence of 30, was the complete opposite. Lin Lak then thought to himself that the Black Emperor relied solely on attack power, and as the monster levels got higher and higher, he wasn't as strong as before. It seemed that the person who needed this crystal the most right now was the Black Emperor. He looked at the crystal in his hand, then threw it to the Black Emperor. In an instant, the Black Emperor crushed it. With the power of the stone, the Black Emperor quickly gained consciousness. As if realizing something, the Black Emperor bowed, his hand placed over his chest. He thanked Lin Lak for his grace and vowed to clear all obstacles ahead for him. Lin Lak, now feeling very comfortable, turned to talk to the Black Emperor, telling him that he was grown up now and no longer needed him to control him to fight. Lin Lak just didn't understand why gaining experience wasn't as fast as directly plundering. He then threw 2 limit crystals to the Praying Lord, telling him to raise his energy limit and then locate the next S-rank talent target for him, Chudu. The Praying Lord happily accepted the stones that Lin Lak gave him, then absorbed them into his body. Elsewhere, a strange young man was being mercilessly beaten. The young man's name was Yang Dong, and he never expected the people beating him to be so excessive. They said that since he had awakened an A-rank talent, they wouldn't bother him anymore. The young man now wore a furious expression, and flames flickered on his arms. Excessive? Was it excessive when they beat him, when they peed on his head? As he spoke, he charged furiously towards the leader standing opposite him. Unexpectedly, his fist was immediately blocked. Then, countless tentacles erupted from the leader's back. He told the young man not to be so unrestrained. You think you're the only one with a hidden heaven tier talent? If he didn't find this substitute body so unsightly, he would have killed him long ago. The young man was utterly astonished. Out of thousands, barely anyone could awaken an S-rank talent, and this violent thug had one. Could it be true that for every righteous foot, there's a demonic yard? Lin Lak witnessed all of this. He now had another target to plunder. The The blue-haired young man grabbed Yang Deng's arm and asked why he wasn't acting crazy anymore. His two lackeys chimed in from behind, taunting Yang Deng for messing with their brother Chu. They said Yang Deng thought he was so great for awakening an A-rank talent, but their brother Chu was S-rank. Chu's tentacles tightened around Yang Deng's neck, making him cry out in fear. Chu said he would use him to supplement his demonic power today. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "It's so late. What are you all doing?" The speaker was a girl with pink hair and blue eyes. She reminded Chu that he couldn't bully his classmates just because he had a powerful talent. Yang Deng looked at the person before him and softly called out, "Ms. Tran." The two lackeys panicked when they saw Ms. Tran arrive, but Chu didn't seem fazed. He launched his tentacles towards Ms. Tran, figuring he had nothing to lose since he'd been exposed. Ms. Tran was quickly bound by numerous tentacles. Frightened, she asked him what he was doing. Chu approached her, licked his lips, and said in a perverted tone, "You're the object of our youthful affections, Ms. Tran. What do you think I want to do?" The tentacles crawled up her legs. Ms. Tran blushed at the touch of the damp tentacles. Yang Deng couldn't hold back and cursed him as a beast. Chu paid him little attention, saying he'd deal with him after he was done having his fun. Suddenly, Chu's tentacles were sliced to pieces, freeing Ms. Tran. Someone with a sword flashed past the blue-haired man. Then, the sword slashed across the heads of the two lackeys, startling Chu. He took a defensive stance, his face tense as he shouted, "Come out! Stop playing these ghostly tricks!" A figure emerged from the shadows. Grinning, it was Lin Lack, accompanied by Hui de Company. He asked, "Are you Chu Du?" Chu pointed at him and demanded, "I don't recall anyone above S rank awakening in our school. Who are you?" Lin Lack snapped his fingers, summoning the Praying Lord. He requested 30 seconds of invulnerability. The Praying Lord readily agreed. Chu, seeing Lin Lack ignore his question, yelled, "Damn it, I'm asking you. Who are you?" Lin Lack calmly told him not to worry about who he was, but to spend 3 seconds thinking of his last words. That bastard Chu Du, seeing Lin Lack had just appeared, immediately wanted to fly over and fight him. He claimed he'd already given Lin Lack face, saying, "Who doesn't have a stand?" He arrogantly gave Lin Lack 3 seconds to leave or be dealt with. Lin Lack, facing him, remained incredibly calm. He then ordered Black Emperor to retaliate. Seeing another stand appear beside Lin Lack, Chu Du became frightened. He asked how many stands Lin Lack actually had. Lin Lack didn't bother answering the brute. Black Emperor quickly charged forward, engaging the tentacles in combat. Black Emperor used his hands to grab the tentacles, but in an instant, his hands and feet were seized by them. Black Emperor could no longer move freely, let alone attack Chu Du. Chu Du, now smug, mocked Lin Lack, asking what good having many stands was. He then ordered his Green Devil to devour Black Emperor. Lin Lack found him quite amusing. Even with Black Emperor restrained, he still had Hui de Company. He then ordered her to attack quickly. Immediately afterward, Hui de Co used her special technique, Night Dance Blade, and charged, effortlessly slicing through the tentacles. For her, this fight was like a dance, graceful and effortless. Thanks to Hui de Co's blade work, the tentacles were now severed into pieces. One by one, they fell and scattered across the ground before Chu Du's eyes. The bastard was truly terrified now. He collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in fear, begging for mercy. He shamelessly claimed to be a victim, pointing at Yang Deng and accusing him of bullying his group. He insisted he was only protecting his comrades, upholding justice. Yang Deng, overhearing these lies, felt indignant and yelled at him to shut up. Lin Lack, unconvinced by his pleas, his expression resolute, told him to stop struggling, calling him an uneducated thug. He said that a bit of power used for evil was wasted, and it would be more worthwhile for him to die at Lin Lack's hand than to waste police resources later. Chu Du, terrified, crawled towards Ms. Tran, the teacher he had previously intended to assault, and pleaded for help. He claimed he still had to go to university, but before the teacher could react, she watched in horror as Hui de Co appeared behind him and swiftly cut him down. The delinquent Chu Du was no more. Lin Lack approached Chu Du's corpse, continuing to denounce him, saying he didn't even spare his own cousin. Lin Lack stated he hated those who abused their power for evil, and Chu Du's death was not a pity. He then activated his plunder talent once more. After receiving the talent, Lin Lack received thanks from Yang Deng, who bowed his head and sincerely asked for Lin Lack's name. Lin Lack gave the name Black Emperor, then turned and left, intending to go for a late-night meal with his stands. Hearing the name Black Emperor, Yang Dung became overjoyed, determined to one day be like Lin Lac. After resolving the incident, Lin Lac went to a restaurant. He thought back to how he'd found the description of the perfect fusion talent rather vague and sloppy. The system announced it could extract the essence of two random existences and perfectly fuse them, retaining their individual characteristics. The effect lasts 5 minutes, but the cooldown period is a full day. Lin Lac felt that such a long cooldown wasn't suitable for testing now. It would be best to try in actual combat. Afterward, Lin Lac summoned the 6 demon armor. In an instant, countless tentacles erupted from his back. He hadn't expected this kind of upgrade, like having more than 10 freely retractable arms, and he could even feel sensations through them. The attribute system popped up again. After reading it, he understood why Black Emperor's attacks weren't effective, while Hui Deco could resolve them in an instant. The tentacles seemed sentient, constantly waving back and forth near Lin Lac's face. In exchange for increased attack frequency, this ability also provided special defense against magic and could act as a substitute. Lin Lac then temporarily put those thoughts aside. He stretched and declared the matter perfectly resolved, telling his clones to appear as he would treat them to fried chicken. Immediately, his clones appeared. All 3 were overjoyed at the prospect of fried chicken, especially Praying Mantis. He considered eating fried chicken a wise decision. Hui Deco, beside him, chimed in, saying fried chicken was her favorite. Lin Lac then picked up his phone, casually pressing a few buttons without thinking, and told the 3 to wait a moment. Unexpectedly, a short while later, a staff member approached him, saying he had ordered 300 servings of chicken rolls, 400 spicy hamburgers, 200 servings of 5-spice veal, and 100 codfish hamburgers, plus 400 Cokes. But their store didn't have that much. The girl's expression was incredibly worried. Lin Lac simply replied that he would take whatever they had. Looking outside, he saw a strange fog covering the other side of the glass. He remembered that in 6 months, food would become scarce globally. His spatial glass could preserve food in the state it was in before being stored. It would be good to stock up on some supplies. Suddenly, Hui Deco told him to look outside. The fog was getting thicker. Lin Lac then realized that this was the trial-level disaster, the otherworldly, dimensional insect calamity. Meanwhile, giant, ferocious-looking spiders were chasing a mother and child. The mother could only run and desperately cry for help. But just as she reached the door, a giant spider leg hooked her, and her face was filled with terror as she fell to the ground, facing the giant spider about to devour her. The woman hugged her child and screamed desperately for help. Just then, Lin Lac appeared to rescue the mother and child. Facing the spider's aggression, he simply gave a confident smile, then walked towards them. Lin Lac summoned Praying Mantis, asking him to pray that the white fog would dissipate within a 10-meter radius around him. Praying Mantis appeared behind him and carried out his wish. In an instant, a pillar of light appeared, dispelling the fog and revealing countless spider monsters. Lin Lac used his Gale sword edge technique, instantly cleaving the spider in front of him in 2. The system displayed a congratulatory message, as he had killed a level 7 long-legged spider monster. He received 640 experience points, 9,400% calamity experience, resolve, and 200% 100 battles experience points. Standing before the corpses of the monsters, Lin Lac became extremely confident. As expected, everything was going according to his plan. Although he didn't receive any equipment drops after killing these monsters, he received 4 times the experience points in return. Before he could say anything more, 2 giant insects hovering in the air were about to attack him. Lin Lac calmly looked up, knowing his opportunity had arrived. He summoned Black Emperor and Hui Deco to fight the monsters and level up. In an instant, the insects were successively struck down by the blades and fists of the 2. Thanks to this feature, Black Emperor and Hui Deco's levels increased incredibly quickly. The city was now completely surrounded by these giant insects. Unexpectedly, a stranger appeared, saying this was the heterogeneous fusion body plus Chuang Chuang. It was quite frightening. Du Tai Keep stood before them, stating that this disaster was indeed a calamity for ordinary people. But for those awakened with powerful talents like them, it was a great fortune, because of the quadrupled experience gain. Hearing the Taoists say this, Du Tai keep turn around. In the original timeline, the first second advancement player appeared 6 days after the Universal Awakening. But Black Emperor had already reached second advancement yesterday, so the first wave of the trial-level disaster was brought forward. But it didn't matter. He sought these people out to build the strongest team. By exploiting the light-attracted nature of the insect race, they could quickly reach level 20 and complete their second advancement. Then they used their hands to break down the door in front of them and jump down. The Taoists boasted about wanting to compare who had the most spoils. Lin Lak's group had also killed countless insects. After a massive slaughter, these insects seemed to have overcome their instincts, repelling their attraction to light and no longer approaching him. But this was only temporary. He turned back and told Black Emperor and Hui Deco to stay and keep watch while he returned to the restaurant from earlier. He stopped at the reception counter and asked the frightened people hiding underneath if the food he ordered was packed yet. Not only that, but he also kindly advised them that no one would likely come to rescue them for the next 10 days. But they absolutely must not go outside and should stay in the restaurant to wait for rescue. As he spoke, Lin Lak used his ability to store all the food in another dimension. He told them there was food and water in the store and to ration it, assuring them it would be enough to last. However, the mother he had rescued earlier grabbed his shirt, wanting to follow him to ensure her and her child's safety. But following him would only bring more danger, as the outside was full of man-eating insects. After Lin Lak left, they immediately turned off the lights, thinking of ways to cover up the place again. Without light, the monsters definitely wouldn't come in. They had to believe that Hua Xia would definitely come to rescue them. But suddenly, Lin Lak paused, feeling a sense of foreboding. Had he forgotten something? This time, he was really in trouble. History changed because of your rebirth. The disaster came earlier. So is it possible that your sister one couldn't cope and is in danger? A giant grasshopper monster suddenly appeared in front of a girl, causing her to scream in terror. But right after that, Lu Xianxue suddenly jumped out, playing the hero, saving the damsel. As soon as he arrived, he launched a finishing move, shouting, "Heavenly Venerable Manifest." After Lu Xianxue finished speaking, the old man behind him quickly cast his immortal technique. He created a giant sphere to crush the grasshopper monster. After finishing off the monster, Lu Xianxue started to act indecently towards a girl. "Young lady, today I saved your life. How should you repay me?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "King's domain, life and death plunder." Then a beam of light pierced through a monster's body, disrupting the immortal shady situation. After the dense smoke and dust cleared, the group who launched the attack gradually appeared. It turned out to be Hui Tailang and his 2 allies. After spoiling the fun, Tailang calmly said, "Lu Xianxue, let me give you a hand." Seeing Tailang arrive, Xianxue said with disgust, "Hui Tailang, this experience-stealing behavior of yours isn't good." Hearing this, Tailang chuckled, immediately retorting, "Lu Xianxue, am I not helping you?" Suddenly, at this moment, the muscular young man with purple hair spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. "If this monster is already dead, then I believe you won't mind me making use of the waste, right?" After saying that, he approached the monster and muttered something. "For your king, rise." As soon as he finished speaking, the grasshopper monster's soul appeared, looking incredibly eerie. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xianxue was very surprised. He immediately gave a thumbs up to Lao Zi and praised, "Is this the SS Rank King's shadow talent? Lao Zi, you found a very powerful teammate." Suddenly, the silent atmosphere was broken by someone continuously eliminating monsters from afar. That person was none other than Lin Lak. He dashed past Lu Xianxue's group and continued forward, eliminating monsters along the way. This made Lu Xianxue very curious, so he couldn't help but ask, "So neat and tidy, could he be like us, also grinding levels?" However, Tailang didn't think so. Expressing his thoughts, ordinary people don't have the ability to predict the future. Perhaps that person has some ability and is trying to eliminate those monsters to find an escape route. It's not impossible. But Lao Zi had a deeper thought, only keeping it to himself as he pondered and stared in the direction Lin Lak ran. At this moment, after leaving the curious group behind, Lin Lak ran at lightning speed towards Wen Yuzi's house. while running. He comforted himself, according to the original trajectory, sister one should have safely gone through this disaster. He kept running forward, until he stood in front of Yuzi's house. Even though he had arrived, he didn't relax, but became even more hurried. Lin Lak's mind was extremely tense as he repeatedly knocked on the door in a panic state. Hurry up and open the door. Just let me confirm that everyone is safe. All right, but a voice from inside cut off Lin Lak's hope. A woman's voice called out, "Is that Yuzi back?" When the door opened, Aunt Lee was surprised to see it was Lin Lak. At this moment, Lin Lak asked in shock, "Aunt Lee, where's Yuzi? Isn't she home?" Aunt Lee calmly replied, unaware of the dangers outside, as she had been inside all day that it's well past work hours, but Yuzi still isn't back. I don't know if something unexpected happened. The fog is thick outside, and there's no phone signal. What should we do? Aunt Lee's words hit Lin Lak like a bolt of lightning. He had to accept the truth when Yuzi wasn't back. Something must have happened. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Lin Lak immediately comforted Aunt Lee. "Annie, don't panic. I'll go look for Yuzi. Promise me, no matter what you hear, don't open the door and definitely don't open the windows." Seeing Lin Lak's seriousness, Aunt Lee was a little frightened and stammered, "Oh." After giving these instructions, Lin Lak set off to find Yuzi. He assessed the situation, thinking, "Damn it, in this situation, if I haven't awakened my combat talent or inherited the dungeon's power, encountering the insectoids is certain death." He ran back into the thick, dangerous fog, but it didn't deter him. His only thought was, "Yuzi, you must be safe." Lin Lak was terrified. He ran desperately, searching for her. Hearing from Black Emperor that there was someone over there, he ran in that direction. Thankfully, the dead girl on the ground wasn't Yuzi. This is really bad. This disaster is truly dangerous. I have to find Yuzi quickly. He immediately summoned the Praying Lord, wishing to know Yuzi's current location. Obeying the command, the Praying Lord immediately used the prayer book to fulfill his wish. His expression was resolute. He swore he would find Yuzi. Where Yuzi was trapped, there were two other people, a girl who looked like her and a cowardly young man huddled in a corner, trembling. The girl, named Wen, was also scared and kept asking Yuzi how to escape. Yuzi reassured her that the city guard would come to rescue them. The young man thought the apocalypse had arrived and everyone was doomed. He then leered at the two girls and, without a word, lunged at them. His depraved mind was consumed with the thought of forcing himself on them, claiming that since they were trapped together, it was fate. As he spoke, he reached his filthy hands towards them. Seeing his despicable behavior, Wen cursed him incessantly, calling him shameless. She told him to take a good look at himself. Even if he were the last man on Earth, she would never be interested. The shameless man ignored Wen. He wanted Yuzi and lunged at her, grabbing her wrist. Seeing that the thug wouldn't let go of Yuzi, Wen tried to help, but the strength of a girl was too weak. How could she overpower a crazed man? He flung her against the nearby wall with a single hand. He then pinned Yuzi down, preventing her from escaping. The thug then tried to take off his pants. He claimed he was still a virgin and wanted to die without regrets. Yuzi was terrified, screaming and struggling, hoping to escape the situation. Unexpectedly, the thug slapped her mercilessly, calling her a rotten woman who refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yuzi thought all hope was lost as tears fell again in the face of his vile expression. Suddenly, the outer window shattered. They thought the insectoids had broken in, but in an instant, the thug was punched, blood spurting from his nose. Yuzi found herself safe in Lin Lak's arms. He apologized to her for being late. The thug, seeing his prey snatched away, stood up and asked Lin Lak if he was crazy. If the insectoids came in now, they would all die. Lin Lak, enraged, didn't bother responding and silently commanded Black Emperor. Upon receiving the command, Black Emperor lunged forward and mercilessly choked the thug. Holding Yuzi close, Lin Lak demanded to know what the thug had done to her. The thug, choking, gasped for air and cried for help, but who would come to his rescue in such chaos? Lin Lak's fury intensified, and he pressed the thug again. Black Emperor's grip tightened, forcing the thug to confess, thus barely saving his own life. The thug scrambled to grab Lin Lak's leg, claiming he was wrong and hadn't done anything, promising to turn himself in. Unmoved by the thug's pleas, Lin Lak, finding his actions against Wenyuzi unacceptable, gave him two choices: die at his hands now, or get out and find his own way to survive. Frightened, the thug chose to leave, but Lin Lak had no intention of letting him live. He summoned the Praying Lord, wishing for 200 insectoids to appear around the thug within the next 5 minutes. The thug, running, thought Lin Lak was an idiot. With the window broken, no one could survive. He was glad he knew a nearby hiding spot and hoped Lin Lak would die quickly. He didn't expect Lin Lak's wish to come true so swiftly. A giant insectoid suddenly pounced on him, and countless more swarmed towards him. He was quickly overwhelmed, devoured, and used as a breeding ground by the monstrous creatures. Back with Lin Lak, Wenyuzi, still shaken, asked if he had let the thug go. Lin Lak replied, "How could I? He dared to harm the most important person to me. So he had to die by being devoured by countless insectoids. Only then could he atone for even a fraction of his crimes." Wenyuzi was overjoyed and thanked Lin Lak, but their actions and behavior had been witnessed by Hui Deco. She suddenly appeared and asked Lin Lak if Wenyuzi was going to be his girlfriend. This immediately made both Lin Lak and Wenyuzi blush. He warned Hui Deco not to speak carelessly, but she innocently replied that he had clearly said Wenyuzi was very important to him and asked if he didn't like her. Lin Lak was flustered by Hui Deco's words, as Wenyuzi, his secret crush, was right in front of him. However, under her questioning gaze, he could only awkwardly explain to Hui Deco that wasn't what he meant. Suddenly, woman finally regained consciousness. The thug's shove had been so strong that her head hit the wall, and she had only just woken up. In an instant, Wenyuzi rushed to her side, putting her arms around Wenwen's neck, overjoyed as if they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Wenyuzi helped Wenwen up, constantly asking if she was all right. Wenwen touched her head and said she was fine, just a bit of a headache. Seeing Lin Lak, Wenwen mistook him for the thug and was terrified, almost jumping onto Wenyuzi. Seeing himself mistaken for the attacker, Lin Lak, her savior, could only force a smile and say nothing. Wenyuzi gently patted Wenwen's back, telling her that Lin Lak was her friend and the one who had saved them both. Hearing this, Wenwen felt somewhat relieved. Lin Lak didn't pay much attention to Wenwen. He coldly walked past them, saying that it wasn't safe to stay there for long and urged them to leave quickly. The glass door he had broken made it only a matter of time before the insectoids swarmed in. Lin Lak then escorted Wenyuzi home. As soon as she called out Mom, there was movement inside. The door opened to reveal Wenyuzi's mother, her face filled with joy and her hair the same shade of blue as her daughter's. Seeing her daughter safe and sound, she was overjoyed and immediately asked if she was all right. Wenyuzi then rushed into her mother's arms. The reunion was truly touching. Once inside, Wenyuzi's mother made tea for them and also inquired about Wenwen. Wenyuzi replied that she was completely fine and that she and Lin Lak had taken her home first. Wenyuzi's mother didn't hesitate to call him Shaolin, like a member of the family. Moreover, she expressed her deep gratitude to him for saving her daughter. Lin Lak, praised by his potential future mother-in-law, was also very happy. Wenyuzi then asked her mother about her father's whereabouts. Because he was a government employee, he had received a notification to wait at his workplace. Hearing this, Lin Lak remembered. Regarding his previous life, Uncle Wen worked at the Chunghang Office Center. Its main entrance had a wide-open design, and Lin Lak worried that the building's lights would attract the Zerg. Wouldn't it mean there'd be nothing stopping them from getting straight inside? Lin Lak then put on a hurried look. He had to go rescue Uncle Wen, so he bid farewell to Wenyuzi and her mother. He said he would immediately go to Uncle Wen's workplace. Yuzi tried to stop him, saying that countless Zerg were outside, and it was too dangerous for Lin Lak. Unexpectedly, he turned to look at her, his eyes filled with determination. He reassured Yuzi that nothing would happen, and he would definitely bring her uncle back to them safely. Lin Lak then arrived at Uncle Wen's office center, but all he could see was thick fog and dust. It seemed the place had already been attacked by the Zerg. Suddenly, Lin Lak seemed to sense something, and he looked around cautiously. He didn't understand why he felt such a sense of oppression. He remembered that the highest level monster in a trial level disaster shouldn't exceed level 20, so there shouldn't be such a strong, oppressive feeling. Then, there was a large explosion on a nearby building. Reflexively, he looked to see what it was. Unexpectedly, after seeing it, Lin Lak's face was filled with fear. Was he about to face the Zerg Nest Guardian? From a red, black hole countless giant insect monsters flew out. They were incredibly ferocious, with sharp claws and fangs. This trial-level disaster was also known as an E-rank disaster, ranging from levels 1 to 20. However, monsters with levels higher than the disaster itself would appear around the Zerg nest. Moreover, these monsters were called Zerg Nest Guardians, and only by killing them could the disaster in this area be ended. Linlack remained incredibly calm, standing in place and thinking for a moment. He remembered that in his previous life, before the Great Chaos, the government offered generous rewards for those who killed Zerg Nest Guardians. If he encountered one here, it must be at least level 30. He didn't know whether this was fortunate or unfortunate for him. But at this moment, disregarding the danger, he ran inside. Thoughts flashed through his mind that creatures of this size were still quite intimidating. He could prepare a bit before approaching, but he decided to rescue Uncle One first, rushing inside urgently. Inside, he saw Uncle One and another man running for their lives. Behind them was the Zerg nest monster. It emitted a strange red aura and relentlessly chased them as if collecting a debt. They ran into a room, and Uncle One quickly slammed the door shut, hoping to find safety there. He called to the man behind him, who was Lao Gu, telling him to quickly move a cabinet over to barricade the door. If the monster broke in, they would both die. They quickly blocked the door, trapping the Zerg nest monster outside. But it seemed this wouldn't stop it. The monster continuously attacked the door from the outside, its blows deforming the door. Killing intent seeped in from outside, filling both men with fear. Suddenly, the glass behind them shattered, accompanied by their screams. However, no Zerg monster entered. Attack! Lao Gu, who was beside him, quickly noticed and turned to Uncle One. He wondered if the worm had stopped moving or if it was dead. Suddenly, a voice called out, reassuring them both. It was Linlack. He asked if Uncle One was inside. Feeling safe, they opened the door to check the situation. Fortunately, there were no more monsters. They only saw Linlack standing on the corpses of the creatures, holding a saber in one hand and raising the other in greeting. Linlack's expression was incredibly relaxed, knowing that Uncle One, the man he hadn't seen in a long time, was safe. Elsewhere, Utai Keep's group wasn't as happy. He yelled out in frustration. In front of them was the system interface, announcing that a player named Black Emperor had already cleared the stage, and therefore, it would take 18 hours to refresh the secret realm. The Forest Sanctuary secret realm was a place to gain energy, but unexpectedly, Black Emperor had beaten them to it. Tykeep intensely resented Linlack for this. He gritted his teeth, thinking that because of gathering these strongest awakened individuals, he had repeatedly lost several global achievements, and now the secret realm had been conquered by someone else. A person standing next to him wondered how Linlack could have taken so long to single-handedly clear a level 30 to 35 secret realm. He questioned whether Linlack's surrogate energy could withstand such prolonged fighting. This secret realm used regular power methods, so the energy consumption wasn't that high. One could blend in and assist the NPCs at opportune moments. It was just unexpected that Tykeep had been beaten to it by Linlack. The weakness of those awakened above SS rank was their overly powerful surrogates, which required substantial energy replenishment. Time was of the essence. Tykeep knew there were a few more secret realms, and sooner or later, they would inevitably encounter each other again. After being rescued and brought to safety, Uncle One couldn't understand how Linlack possessed such immense power, or what was happening. Beside him, his wife remarked that it was like something out of a superhero movie. Linlack had killed a worm bigger than a buffalo in an instant. Linlack, with a confident expression, said that he had awakened an S-rank talent. Uncle One was astonished. Was an S-rank talent that powerful? He himself had awakened a D-rank talent, robustness, which accelerated physical recovery, but at most, it allowed him to climb 5 flights of stairs before getting winded. His wife added that she had a C-rank talent, intelligence, which improved her memory. They said this talent could prevent senility. On Wu Zi's side, it was much more impressive. She had awakened an A-rank talent, heavenly voice. This talent enhanced her singing voice and could also restore everyone's stamina and boost beneficial effects. At this point, they asked Linlack what his talent was, causing him some embarrassment. Wu Zi, standing beside him, asked her mother why she was prying into someone's private matters. Her mother realized her mistake and apologized for being too inquisitive. Linlack said it was all right and revealed that his awakened talent was called Divine Justice, a talent with immense offensive power. Wu Zi, seeing how powerful he was, asked if he would take her along to raid dungeons sometime, as she was too afraid to go alone. Uncle Wen praised him, saying that in this era of global transformation, society needed someone like him, and he should seize this opportunity. Then he stood up and told Lin Lak that he had worked hard today. There happened to be a spare guest room, so he offered it to him for the night, despite Lin Lak's embarrassed refusal. Wen Yuzi quickly took his hand and prepared to lead him to the room. Even Uncle Wen couldn't believe that the boy from the orphanage back then had become their lifesaver. After showering, Lin Lak couldn't believe he'd saved Ms. Wen and Uncle Wen in this lifetime, but he couldn't stay here forever. His brother was still waiting for him to be rescued. But the most urgent thing now was to increase his strength and quickly find the next S-rank advancement. Somewhere, a demon laughed incessantly, and a man used the fear and despair of living beings to condense a demon king. Of fear, a hand then reached out. This was the SS rank stand. The stand told its servant to use the swirling fear and despair of living beings as a sacrifice, and it would grant him invincible power. The child sitting next to him kept calling him Dad. At this moment, the father realized his daughter was looking at him with fear in her eyes. He put on a gentle expression, patted his daughter's head, and told her he was going out to buy her delicious food and to wait for him at home. The daughter obediently agreed to wait. Hearing this, he turned and walked towards the door. The demon looked at the little girl with a strange expression and a wicked smile, which made her extremely afraid and worried for her father. High above the city, Lin Lak summoned his Praying Lord stand. Praying Lord said that Lao Ming's smiling gaze and wandering in 15 were defeated by the executive he had killed. The other two confirmed awakened S-rank stands were Hu Jinming and Guo Chao. With a serious expression, Lin Lak ordered Praying Lord to send him Hu Jinming's location. Immediately, Praying Lord carried out his command. In an instant, countless lights enveloped Praying Lord's body, and his wish came true. Lin Lak sensed it and, satisfied, jumped down from that height at an incredible speed. Lin Lak's face showed no fear, only exhilaration. The hunt had begun. Back where the demonic stand had been, it continued its slaughter, rapidly increasing its experience, as well as that of the player. The controller seemed to be gradually succumbing to corruption. He laughed loudly, asking if this was the power of an SS rank stand, leveling up so quickly without even moving. His reason was completely gone. It seemed no one would dare laugh at him again, and that damned woman who abandoned her husband and child would regret it sooner or later. The demon suddenly returned to him, saying its power was still too weak. The souls of these monsters were too small, their fear not enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Hearing this, he became afraid. Where could he find enough fear? It extended a single finger, saying that humans, with their fearful souls birthing fear, were its most delicious nourishment. He realized this was nothing short of murder and hesitated. The demon pressed its face close to him, asking in a low voice if he didn't desire greater power, its mouth exhaling strange fumes. These fumes instantly warped his mind. He agreed, and they immediately attacked the home of an innocent family. In moments, the outer door was splintered. Inside were 3 people, a husband, wife, and newborn child. He seemed to retain some reason, turning to his stand and asking if this was acceptable, suggesting a scare would be enough to generate fear. His stand paid no attention, focused only on the exquisite aroma of fear. Seeing this, the husband charged forward with a knife, fearless, determined to risk his life against the monster. But he was instantly killed. The demonic stand licked the man's blood with a look of pure delight, declaring that the power of human fear was indeed of a much higher quality than that of monsters. The man now realized the gravity of the situation. He looked up at his demonic stand, wondering what kind of stand he had created. After the murder, the demonic stand knelt down and absorbed the man's life force. Afterward, it declared this insufficient and looked towards the still shocked mother and child. Suddenly, its summoner lunged forward to shield them. He told it to stop, asking how it could kill people. He summoned it to kill the monsters outside and power him up. But the stand disregarded him, pinning him to the ground. It declared that it was born from the despair and fear within his soul. It was a calamity. It told him to wait until it was satisfied, and then it would reward him with invincible power. The demonic stand then flicked its hand, telling him to drop the fake compassion. In an instant, it devised a more brutal plan. It was to force him to kill the woman. This stunned both him and the woman. He was unwilling and about to flee. But the demonic stand possessed immense power and the ability to manipulate its summoner. It exhaled a blue gas, similar to the fumes from before, capable of altering thoughts and actions. After being hit by the stand's manipulative attack, his expression changed completely, becoming brutal and vicious. He immediately picked up the knife and approached the woman. Without a shred of mercy, he raised the knife high. The woman begged him to spare her child, but it was useless. He brutally murdered her. Only the terrified screams of the pitiful woman remain. Linlack arrived, but it seemed he was too late. Before you now is a truly horrific scene. He's standing there, a blood-soaked knife in his hand, next to the body of a woman. The entire family has been brutally murdered. It's just so tragic. Linlack could no longer maintain his composure. His expression became deadly serious. Quickly summoning the Black Emperor, he ordered him to kill these beasts. Upon receiving the command, the Black Emperor immediately rushed towards the group. However, the Black Emperor's powerful attack was easily blocked with a single hand by the demonic stand. The demonic stand was surprised to encounter such a powerful spirit in a place like this. It flung the Black Emperor's arm aside and then closed in on Linlack, saying that with such intense emotions, if he were to succumb to despair, he would surely be quite delicious. An umbrella unfurled, intercepting the monster's powerful, force-filled punch just in front of Linlack. He looked questioningly at the person shielding him, thanks to whom he was unharmed by the monster's attack. The monster's punches continued relentlessly, but they were all blocked by Hui Deco's umbrella. Linlack wasn't hit by a single one. Watching the unfolding situation, he frowned, thinking, he's so fast. If she hadn't intervened, I wouldn't have been able to react. I almost died. Then he shouted with all his might, "Black Emperor!" The Black Emperor flew forward at high speed, landing a powerful punch on the monster's face. However, the wound the Black Emperor inflicted was quickly healed by a flow of green energy. The monster's eyes glowed. "I am the supreme demon king of fear. I will not be affected." He leaped into the air, his face furious, and raised his empowered fist towards the Black Emperor, roaring, "Do you want to die?" The Black Emperor leaped repeatedly, trying to dodge the blow. Linlack quickly told Hui Deco to summon the Vuda Dao to counterattack. She quickly obeyed, stepping forward and moving her hands in a practiced dance, energy swirling around her to create the blade. The monster grimaced, his sharp, dark eyes narrowing. He scoffed, "An insignificant ant." He felt that losing to this was nothing. While the Black Emperor attacked him, he roared, red energy exploding around him. "Get out of my way." The blast of power threw Hui Deco backwards. Linlack quickly reached out and caught Hui Deco as she fell. The force of the blow had been so strong that if he hadn't caught her, she would have flown who knows where. Being caught, and the impact caused her to cry out. The monster, now enraged, wasted no time raising both fists, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the Black Emperor. "Die, vermin," he declared confidently before. Striking down, seeing the imminent danger, Linlack quickly yelled out, summoning his next aid, the Lukma. A series of black and green tentacles shot out, one after another. Just as the monster swung his fist, his arms were bound by the tentacles Linlack had just summoned. Surprised, he asked, "What the hell is this?" His entire body was constricted by the tentacles, tightening their grip until he couldn't break free, only managing a few cries. Seeing his immobility, Hui Deco quickly grabbed her blade and charged, striking him directly. He coughed up blood in disbelief. How could his demonic protective aura be breached like this? His body contorted and burned in the green flames. Linlack, hands in his pockets, watched him and asked, "Does it feel like you're so powerful now?" Even as the flames consumed him beyond recognition, he defiantly insisted, "I won't die. I am the fear born from the living beings of all creation. As long as fear exists, I will return." Linlack stood triumphantly before the fading monster, smirking, "Return again, and you'll only be fit to kneel at my feet." The monster's body dissolved into smoke, leaving no trace. The Black Emperor, Lin Lac, and Hui Deco regrouped. Hui Deco's attack had inflicted true damage. The moment it was restrained by the combined forces of the Black Emperor and the Luc Ma, its fate was sealed. A sudden wail startled Lin Lac, and he looked around to see what had happened. A man was kneeling on the ground, weeping inconsolably. He couldn't understand what he had done. His face streaked with tears. He stared blankly at his hands. He had killed someone. He had really killed someone. Footsteps approached, and he looked up. Lin Lac looked down with sharp, crimson eyes, his expression a mixture of contempt and severity. "Any last words before you die?" The man writhed on the ground, pounding his fists against the dirt and wailing. He stammered that he hadn't meant to do it. "I was controlled. I didn't want to kill anyone. Please spare me. I didn't do it on purpose." Lin Lac remained cold and impassive, drawing his blade, a life for a life. "I don't need to explain that to you, do I? Besides, if this man lived, his stand might wreak havoc again, and Lin Lac certainly wouldn't allow that." The man hung his head, tears still streaming down his face. He said numbly, "You're right. A life for a life." But he had one request, his daughter. He knelt before Lin Lac and pleaded, "My friend, can we reconcile somehow?" "No, wait. Please tell my daughter that her father has gone far away and will come back for her when she's older." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lac swiftly plunged his blade into the man's chest without hesitation. Leaning close to the dying man's ear, Lin Lac assured him that he would take care of his daughter. The man's eyes softened, and though tears still fell, a smile touched his lips. His last words to Lin Lac were words of gratitude. The system notified Lin Lac. S-rank talent plunder activated. Please select one of the 4 target attributes to plunder: talent effect, skill effect, or soul power. The man's body lay in a pool of blood. Lin Lac pondé. It took 3 stands working together to kill him. This man's talent was at least SS rank. Moreover, judging by his final moments, the demonic stand seemed to be able to rebel and control its user. If he chose soul power, he could potentially upgrade an S-rank talent directly to SS rank. Lin Lac knelt on one knee, using his hand to draw energy from the other man's body. Activating his S-rank talent, Plunder, energy flowed from the man's body into Lin Lac's hand. Ho Kim Dan, not having the ability to subdue him, didn't mean Lin Lac couldn't. Waves of energy pulsed around. Both of them. After a long moment, the energy converged within Lin Lac's body. He had successfully plundered his target's talent. Congratulations, you have received the SS rank talent, Emotion Induction. He scanned the information on the system interface. The cooldown time was short, and the range was terrifyingly large. But if it could only sense emotions, it seemed a bit. His face suddenly tensed, as if realizing something. An SS rank talent definitely wouldn't be so simple. It might be like Vu DS, able to enhance a stand. Lin Lac frowned and shouted, "Come forth, my stand." Bolts of lightning crackled down from the sky, and a surge of energy emerged, swirling around Lin Lac's body. Within the swirling energy, a round, egg-like object materialized. Lin Lac picked up the egg, speechless. "What is this? Where's her demon?" Lin Lac turned the egg over in his hands, examining it from all angles, trying to figure out what it was and what made it so special that he'd received it. He consulted the system interface again. Apart from a full growth stat, all other attributes were essentially 0. The information included a nurturing section that puzzled him. Absorbs emotions determined by the host. Could it be that this stand wasn't a fixed ability and form, but something he had to define? He closed his eyes and thought for a long moment before speaking that let's try sensing emotions first. Lin Lac hovered in the air. A thick white fog blanketed the city below, filled with the chaotic sounds of its citizens. When will the fog clear? The bugs outside are terrifying. Someone, save me. I can't contact anyone outside. What should I do? My mother's illness has relapsed, and my phone won't work. Interspersed with the conversations were screams of terror. Lin Lac closed his eyes, his face grim, and hummed softly. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Emotion sensing time limit reached. He jolted awake, his eyes wide. Lin Lac landed, breathing heavily. Using the ability seemed to have taken a lot out of him. Fortunately, this power can only be maintained for 5 seconds. Such a large amount of information. I'm afraid only a high-level spirit mage could handle it without strain. Rather than emotional exhaustion, he felt more mentally burdened. The entire city was now sealed by the white fog, with insects swarming swarming everywhere, radiating fear. Linlak held the egg, contemplating it for a long time before speaking. It seems Ho Kim Dan largely chose fear as the nurturing essence, resulting in an uncontrollable stand demon. He remained lost in thought. While the Fear Demon King's power is formidable, it's a double-edged sword. I'll wait for the emotion sensing to recover and try a few more times to see if there's a better option. Linlak summoned the praying mantis to inquire about the location of Ho Kim Dan's daughter, Ho Han Diet. In a small, dark house without lights, a little girl clutched a teddy bear, huddled in a corner. Anxious and afraid, she whispered, "Where's Daddy? Why hasn't he come home yet?" A sudden knock startled Ho Han Diet. She looked up, hoping it was her father. A voice from outside asked, "Is this Han Diet? I'm a friend of your father's." The little girl responded doubtfully, "A friend of my father's?" She opened the door to reveal Lam Lak, bathed in sunlight, looking at her tenderly. He took her out for some fast food, the kind kids usually love. While eating, Han Diet, still thinking about her father, asked repeatedly, "When will my dad be back?" Lam Lak, his gaze gentle, explained that her father was protecting Hong Tan and couldn't come back for the time being. He'd been asked to look after her. The little girl's face flushed with joy. She exclaimed, "I knew it. My dad is amazing." Lam Lak rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Aren't you afraid I'm a bad guy?" Han Diet replied, "My talent is emotion induction. I can sense that you only have pure good intentions." Hearing this, Lam Lak paused. The little girl continued eating, her happiness practically radiating around her. She believed Lam Lak was truly her father's friend. After their meal, he took her home. Before going inside, Han Diet waved goodbye. Lam Lak thought to himself, Ho Kim Dan is a pitiful man. He waited until his bones turned to dust to find a good family for his daughter. Walking down the street, Lam Lak sighed deeply. The world was in chaos. There were bound to be many others like Ho Kim Dan who couldn't control themselves. With every step, worry filled him. Worldly notions no longer mattered. He had to take control of his own destiny. Lam Lak's eyes gleamed with sharp determination. He would create the future king of Huaxia. Anyone who stood in his way would become white bones beneath his feet. Lingyin Temple, a tower perched atop a high mountain, shrouded in white, bone-like clouds, was where they were headed. He asked, "Is this where the insect cave guardian appears?" Du Tai Keep replied, "Yes, based on my past life memories, it appears here. Once we hunt the insect cave guardian, the risk of completion will be reduced, meaning we'll soon be able to transmigrate a second time." Lu Thien Su, brandishing his cane, smirked and said, "Before we find the insect cave guardian, I think our 5-person team needs a leader." He then turned to the other man, asking for his opinion. He frowned and asked, "It seems Lu Thien Su wants to be the leader, doesn't he?" Lu Thien Su stroked his tiny beard and said, "They're the most powerful awakened individuals in Hong Tan. I could defeat the other 3, but there's still him." His eyes flicked over to the other man, his brow furrowing. "I can't see through him." Du Tai Keep frowned, reasoning, although they're the most talented group in Hong Tan, the Black Emperor has a significant advantage. His strength isn't necessarily weaker than theirs. We still need his past life memories to guide us and level up. It's best to avoid infighting. Lu Thien Su scoffed. "Aren't you overestimating the Black Emperor? Let's not even talk about his past life, a character I've never heard of. They're both SSS rank. Could he really be stronger than them?" After speaking, he draped an arm around his shoulders and said with a laugh, "If he's so afraid of the Black Emperor, if you helped him kill him and take back his power, wouldn't that prove you're more suited to be captain than him?" Du Tai Keep turned his face away. "The Black Emperor stole my power. I'll take it back sooner or later. I don't need your help." He glanced at him, wondering if by killing the Black Emperor, he too could obtain Du Tai Keep's power or at least prevent him from regaining his strength if he recovers. It won't be so easy for you to seize power. After this shift, I definitely need to write down everything about the Emperor. Deep Tai Keep turned back and used his perception to sense the surroundings. He used his ability, standing still with his eyes closed as he sensed. Within 1,000 miles, the strongest life form was a level 7 giant mantis. The heavenly master frowned, confused. Someone spoke up. "The last secret realm was destroyed by the Black Emperor, and now we've come here for nothing." Tai Keep clenched his fist and cursed. It seems the trial calamity happened earlier, causing the location of the dimensional rift to shift from the previous life. A dark purple energy engulfed a high-rise building. Lamlack quickly ran towards it. It was a level 34 D-rank monster. He summoned Huida and the Black Emperor to fight. Suddenly, a burst of red energy shot down from the sky. He turned around to see a swarm of giant insects flying towards him. Lamlack watched the monsters swarming above, thinking, although they're all low-level monsters, if I'm truly buried by these bugs, I can't guarantee my safety. But this vast swarm also means a vast amount of experience. He smiled confidently. Come on, the bigger the waves, the bigger the fish. Hui da go, Black Emperor. Hui da ko and the Black Emperor simultaneously charged out, scattering the monsters. Lamlack wielded his weapon, unleashing the Wind Sword Guard skill. Red auras surrounded him. The system continuously gave new notifications. Your subordinate, Hui da ko, killed a level 3 giant yellow beetle. You received 64 experience points, plus 800% experience. Your subordinate, Black Emperor, killed a level 6 giant pincer beetle. You received 160 experience points, plus 800% experience. Killed a poison needle scorpion beast. You received 640 experience points, plus 800% experience. Atop a high-rise building was a helicopter. A girl's voice came through the microphone. Hello, everyone. I'm reporter Dumak Hai. As we can see, the city has been overrun by white bones. Although the entire city has lost signal due to this disaster, I, Dumak Hai, will continue to report on the front lines for you. The cameraman next to her suddenly exclaimed, Dumak Hai, look over there. Dumak Hai looked over and quickly said, Viewers, we can see a giant monster appearing in the clouds. Let's zoom in. Wait, there seems to be someone fighting on the monster's back. It's unbelievable. Although the world is in chaos and everyone has changed professions, everyone's level is still relatively low. How can they fight a mountain-like monster? Get closer. I must capture this heroic figure for all of Hong Kong. No, for all of China, even for the people of Earth, to witness his bravery. On the ground, Lamlack, Hui da ko, and the Black Emperor stood back to back. Lamlack surveyed the surroundings. There are too many of them. The Black Emperor and Night Shadow's energy consumption is too high. He scowled and crushed something in his hand. Black Emperor, Night Shadow, replenish your energy continuously. Absolutely do not let these worms get close. Both of them replied in unison, as you command. Lamlack continued to confront the monsters, his face creased in a frown. Although the divine Chi crystal shard replenishes energy, the Gale Edge Guard consumes too much mana. Fighting like this isn't efficient. Suddenly, the system announced, Congratulations, player, on reaching level 24. He grinned triumphantly. Excellent. Then he selected Speed and Myriad Swords. Myriad Swords, Pilgrimage LV1. The system displayed the image of a sword, Gale Edgeguard, now accumulating to 50 layers at level 46, generating 7 blades per second, originally 3. Simultaneously, it can recall the released sword energy. He felt the power within him surging. After upgrading Myriad Swords Pilgrimage, not only did mana consumption decrease, but the number of Gale Edgeguards generated per second also increased. I've also gained a 67% dungeon power boost. This battle prowess can be significantly enhanced. It's time for me to fight these monsters. Lamlack ran forward, shouting, Black Emperor Night Shadow, let's go. He swung his sword in multiple arcs, slicing the monsters' bodies into pieces. The 3 of them flew towards the swarm. Lamlack pointed ahead. Hunt the king worm. The 3 flew straight towards the gigantic monster, 10 times their size, its gaping maw revealing gruesome fangs. Lamlack roared kill. He used Gale Edgeguard to create a massive, swirling azure vortex. He commanded, Black Emperor, Night Shadow, attack this Void King worm with all your might. The 2 quickly obeyed, yes. Lamlack spoke to the praying mantis, who had appeared beside him at some point. Grant my wish. No insect shall come within a meter of me. It politely replied, Yes, my master. Lamlack extended his arm, and green tendrils appeared around him. Water crystal, an explosive surge. It can increase the substitute energy by 30%. Come forth, Lukma. As he finished speaking, the tendrils shot out towards the hovering monsters, tearing them in two. The Black Emperor and Night Shadow also exerted all their strength to attack the monsters. Suddenly, the ground trembled, causing him to stumble. What's happening? A bright red, circular aura appeared behind the monster. He frowned and gritted his teeth that it's the king worm's roar. This beast is using its ultimate move. Its health has dropped to 30%. Black Emperor, Night Shadow, continue attacking. Don't give it a chance to breathe. He yelled, "Ah," and charged towards the monsters hovering overhead. Inside the helicopter, Jumak Hai continued to report. Viewers, at this moment when the entire city is in danger, the people of Huaxia have not yielded. Look, there's someone on the back of that monster fighting the creatures. Lao Wang, can we help them? Hearing her question, the man named Lao Wang replied, "No, our helicopter isn't equipped with any combat weaponry." Jumak Hai, her eyes brimming with tears, said, "Hang in there, Linlak. I'll definitely bring back the complete story of your heroism. I have to let everyone know who it was that fought so bravely for them when they were surrounded and in despair. A hero like you should be remembered by the people of Huaxia and this city." Linlak stood still, his blade pointed at the monsters. His face pale, then slumped down, stabbing the knife into the ground for support. "I'm done for." No more stamina. Praying Mantis suddenly appeared behind him, looking incredibly large, spreading his hands and casting a spell with his book. Brilliant golden light erupted, restoring my master's strength. Linlak's expression brightened considerably. "Sorry to trouble you, Lao Chi." Praying Mantis, holding the book, smiled cheerfully. "Serving you is my duty, master." Linlak jumped up, fearlessly addressing the monster. "Come on, Void Kingworm. Let's see who lasts longer." He spun several times in the air. 6 demons. Numerous green tendrils erupted from his body and shot towards the monster. He raised his blade high, myriad swords pilgrimage. Focusing his power, he slashed down at the monster. Die. The monster's body was so tough that Linlak's attack caused tremors in the surrounding area. Jumak Hai, even inside the helicopter, had to cover her ears against the loud noise. Lak roared and with a mighty blow severed the monster's body. He dropped to one knee, driving his blade deep into the monster. The system announcement rang out. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for being the first player globally to kill the Nest Guardian. Reward: 110x spin on the Wheel of Fortune. Reward: 10 Destiny Crystals. Jumak Hai leaned out of the helicopter, wiping away her tears. The first in the world. He's the Black Emperor. I can't believe the mysterious, legendary figure who's achieved so much globally is from our very own Hang Chang, Huaxia. Linlak looked up at Jumak Hai and smiled faintly. She smiled back, her gentle gaze still glistening with tears. "He's so young. I hope I have a chance to personally interview this legendary hero someday." The system continued its announcement. "Congratulations, player. You have successfully slain the Nest Guardian, Void Kingworm. Congratulations, player. You have received 43,200,000 experience points. 8 level kill bonus, plus 900% experience. Calamity bonus, plus 400% experience. 100 battles will, plus 200% experience. Total accumulated experience, 7,200%. Linlak looked at the system panel, congratulating him on reaching level 27. Destiny Crystals can increase equipment upgrade success rate by 50%. They're good for forging equipment. 10 Destiny Crystals mean 5 guaranteed successful forges, but they're best used on top-tier equipment to maximize their effect. I'll hold on to them for now." The monster's body dissipated into white smoke. It seems that's how it is. With the Void King Worm dead, the insect race will also vanish. The white bones of Hang Chang will also dissipate. The Black Emperor spoke up and asked Linlak, "Master, the battle just now, someone recorded the whole thing. Is that all right?" Linlak replied, "It's fine if it was recorded. If the clip spreads, it could let the government know of my existence, raising my reputation." He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. "It will also be helpful for rescuing my brother later. After this battle, I don't have many divine glass shards left. Lin Zhongxing has probably replenished them. I need to quickly get some more before finding the next target on the list and increasing my power." As he walked, he said to Praying Mantis, "Open the car door and take me to the martial arts plaza. Locate Li Yuanying's position." Praying Mantis replied, "Yes, my esteemed master." The Black Emperor bowed respectfully. "Master, please get in the car." Li Yuanying was surrounded by 4 men pointing video cameras at her. "Very good, very good. Now, put put in a little more effort. Li Yuanying, wearing a thin, skimpy slip dress, lay prone, her face flushed. And oh, didn't you say you were filming a TV show? A man with a sly face replied, "That's right, Miss Li Yuanying, or rather, elegant teacher, we are filming a TV show. The subject matter happens to be your specialty. When you were in Country R, you were a famous actress. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. It was difficult to secure this collaboration with you." He turned to his companions. "Why aren't you cooperating with the elegant teacher? Give a good performance." His companions licked their lips with lecherous expressions. All right. They simultaneously ripped Li Yuanying's dress. She screamed and laid down in despair, curling up, her hands covering her chest. A man with a lustful face stared at her, as expected of a professional teacher from Country R. "Your acting skills are top-notch. What kind of play do you want to act out next?" Behind him appeared a succubus, floating in the air, dressed provocatively. She had 2 horns, a pair of wings, and a tail. Lin Lak and the others arrived. As he walked, he wondered, why would Li Yuanying, a woman, appear in this abandoned factory? He touched the door, intending to open it, but found it chained and locked. He turned to the Black Emperor, opened the door. The Black Emperor obeyed and opened the door to find the bodies of several men lying scattered inside. Lin Lak sat down to observe that what's strange about the state of these people. He said to Praying Mantis, "I pray that in the next 30 seconds, I will not suffer any harm." Praying Mantis immediately raised his hand in an OK sign and replied, "No problem, my master." A sudden light rushed towards Lin Lak, and he collapsed in a daze. The other 3 exclaimed worriedly, "Master." Night Shadow caught him, panicked. "Master, what's wrong with you?" She saw a figure standing in front of them, laughing sinisterly. Praying Mantis frowned and said, "Black Emperor, you protect Master. Night Shadow, let's go catch the person behind this." Night Shadow immediately stood up and ran after Praying Mantis. Okay. Lin Lak woke up. He was wearing a formal suit and tie, and above his head was a pink-purple heart shape, surrounded by a mystical purple aura. He was sitting on a bed in a room. The wall behind the headboard had the words "Happy Wedding" pasted on it. It seemed he had fallen into a dreamscape. Lin Lak looked around in a daze. This is a wedding room. He saw the wedding photo on the nightstand, a picture of him, and "When you two me and sister one are married." A voice from outside startled him. "Xiao Luo, master." He turned to see Hui Deco leaning against When You Tuesday. Both women were wearing dresses that revealed their ample bosoms and alluring collarbones. Lin Lak's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and smoke practically poured from his mouth. Blushing furiously, he stammered, "Why are you two here?" He thought, but didn't dare say aloud. "And dressed like that." When You Two approached, leaning against him and caressing his chest with her hand. Her voice was soft. "Husband, you must be very tired today. A moment of pleasure is worth 1,000 gold pieces." Hui Deco also drew near, embracing him from behind. "Master, may Hui Deco help you relax a little?" At this moment, Hui Deco was truly unleashing her seductive charm. That "let's see where you can run." The succubus sprouted 2 wings and flew up, grimacing. "This girl is too fierce. It's a good thing this pink illusion is my home turf. Otherwise, I would probably really die by this girl's blade." The succubus landed and asked them, "Why aren't you chasing after him anymore? Has the distance between you and your host reached its limit?" Hui Deco asked the Praying Mantis, "Didn't Master just pray to not suffer any harm? Why has he lost consciousness now?" The Praying Mantis, holding an open book, was also extremely puzzled. That's strange. The wishes come true. So why was Master still attacked? The succubus smiled slyly. "Because no one actually attacked your host. I'm helping him. Your host is currently having a wonderful dream, completely immersed in a world of bliss, until he's completely spent." The Praying Mantis, holding the open book, said smugly to the succubus, "Thank you for the explanation." The succubus sensed something was wrong. Her face, now extremely unsightly, contorted as she yelled, "What do you mean?" The Praying Mantis ignored her, closing his eyes and raising his hands towards the book floating in mid-air to cast a spell. He chanted, "Book of Wishes, now let Master break free from this state." A sparkling golden light flew out, piercing through the succubus's illusory pink and purple lights. The golden light penetrated Lin Lak, who was lost in his dream. Within the illusion, Lin Lak looked at When You Two touching his chest and asked, "Do I count as fulfilling my dream now?" When You Two widened her innocent eyes and asked him back, "Dream?" Lin Lak brought his face close to hers, lifting her chin with his hand, a smirk playing on his lips, his gaze piercing. "It's a pity, sister, one isn't this proactive. At least not now." Both Wen Yu and Hui Deco were stunned, their eyes wide with surprise. At that moment, the illusion was shattered and vanished by Lin Lak. He woke up, clutching his head and groaning. The Black Emperor, who had been constantly attending to him, said, "Master, you're awake." Hui Deco's emotions overflowed as she rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "Master, you're awake." Thankfully, the praying mantis pulled you back from that pink illusion. Lin Lak, having just escaped the illusion, was still a bit dazed and sat there in a fog. The succubus stared at them, utterly incredulous. Impossible. How can my pink illusion be broken so easily? Lin Lak now seemed to understand everything and questioned her. "Substitute, this illusion, what was it you're doing?" The Black Emperor, furious and unable to contain himself any longer, lunged towards the succubus. "You dare harm my master. You're courting death." Thanks to her wings, the succubus quickly flew backward, dodging the Black Emperor's attack. Lin Lak rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Even after the prayer succeeded, she still managed to get hit. This substitute has some skills. The Black Emperor pulled a girl from behind the wall. It turned out to be Li Wanning. She struggled and protested. "Let me go." Lin Lak turned his head to look. Li Wanning panicked and pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I didn't mean to harm you." Lin Lak pointed at the bodies of the men beside her, which were still emitting a black, evil-looking aura. "Ask her, are you Li Wanning? Did you kill these men?" Li Wanning was surrounded by a mystical pink and purple light, just like the succubus earlier. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke to him in a weak voice. "No, it wasn't me. They tricked me into coming here, saying they want to make a movie, but they actually wanted to assault me. I really didn't do it on purpose." Suddenly, she lunged forward, pressing her ample bosom against him and placing her hand on his chest. "Please spare me. I'll do anything. I can even be your girlfriend." Lin Lak knew she was trying to use a charm spell on him, so his face immediately darkened, his eyes filled with killing intent. "You dare use your innate ability on me, succubus?" Hearing Lin Lak's words, the praying mantis didn't hesitate for a second, rushing behind Li Wanning and thrusting a sword straight through her chest. Li Wanying's eyes widened in surprise from the sudden attack. Her mouth agape, "Why? My S-rank talent, Fatal Allure, didn't work." Lin Lak stood with one hand in his pocket, the other outstretched to absorb Li Wanying's ability. "Those disgusting men deserve to die, but you trying to kill me without a word shows you're no saint either." System sees Li Wanying's talent. The system displayed information about Li Wanying's ability, Fatal Allure, S-rank, effective after activation on a member of the opposite sex. Your charm, in the eyes of the target, will make them involuntarily fall in love with you. The stronger the target's will, the slower the effect takes hold. Duration, 1 hour. Cool down 1 day. Lin Lak waved his hand, testing the ability. "Next, let me take a good look at my new substitute, the Bewitching Queen." A girl appeared with an innocent, bright face and pigtails. She spoke softly, "Hello, master." Lin Lak was stunned. You're the Bewitching Queen." Lin Lak looked her over appraisingly. "Why is your image a little different from before?" Hearing this, the girl transformed her dress and hairstyle, clasping her hands behind her back and tilting her head. "Master, are you a little disappointed?" She transformed again, this time into the form of a mature woman, her features sharp and no longer innocent. Lifting his chin with her hand, she purred, "Does master prefer this form of mine?" Lin Lak's eyes widened in surprise. "You should stick with the previous form." The girl covered her mouth with her hand, giggling before transforming. Back in her innocent appearance, that master's bashful look is so cute. Lin Lak read the information about the Bewitching Queen substitute on the system interface. Point 2 forms. Girl form, no energy consumption. Bewitching Queen form, 5 times the charm effect on the opposite sex. Consumes 1 energy point per hour. Pink illusion, pulls a living being's consciousness into a paradise illusion. The being will awaken from the illusion if they feel pain. Consumption, energy consumption rate is determined by the strength of the living being. Cool down varies. Lost in thought, Lin Lak mused that it wasn't a combat-type ability, but one with a full energy pool. The cooldown on the skill indicated strong control potential. Once the opponent was controlled, finishing them off would be a simple matter of a single slash. He stretched, raising his arms with a cheerful smile. Overall, today's harvest was pretty good. Turning to the praying mantis, he said, "It's still early. I remember there's another person in Li Wanying's group, an Ice Fury user named Lu Jianing." The praying mantis understood before he finished, replying, understood. In a house, a man clutched his stomach, hunched over. His eyes were bruised, as if he'd just been in a fight. He grumbled as he walked, "This hurts like hell. What good is an SS rank talent if I have to get injured and risk my life to activate it? It recovers in dungeons, but in the real world, I have to buy medicine for my injuries. If I hadn't robbed a pharmacy, I'd be dead by now." He entered a room where a short-haired girl in a short school uniform skirt and long black stockings lay seductively, propped up on her hands, smiling. Jianing. Lu Jianing frowned slightly at the sight of the girl. "Xiao Hong, why are you here?" Xiao Hong sat up. "That's right, Jianing, I'm back." Jianing. Lu Jianing frowned slightly at the sight of the girl. "Xiao Hong, why are you here?" Xiao Hong sat up. "That's right, Jianing, I'm back." Lu Jianing suddenly roared furiously. "Why are you back? Didn't you dump me after you landed a stable job and look down on me? A good horse doesn't go back to old pastures. You think you can order me around like a dog now that I've awakened an SS rank talent? Let me tell you, that's absolutely—" He was about to say impossible when Xiao Hong threw her arms around his neck, kissed him on the cheek, and pulled him down, pinning him beneath her. She spread her legs and pulled down her shirt, revealing her full breasts. "Can you really not forgive me? As long as you're willing, you can punish me however you want." Xiao Hong threw her arms around his neck, kissed him on the cheek, and pulled him down, pinning him beneath her. She spread her legs and pulled her shirt, revealing her full breasts. "Can you really not forgive me? As long as you're willing, you can punish me however you want." His lust overcoming him, he sat up abruptly, pushed her onto the bed, and pinned her hands down. "Damn it, I'll give you what you want. I'll punish a slut like you." He fell into a daze, lying on the bed. Lin Lac and the succubus watched him. "Your pink illusion is quite potent." He fell for it without a clue. The succubus giggled. "Thank you for the compliment, master." He turned to Hui to see, "Oh to D, owe it." Hui to Ko obeyed. "Yes, master." She immediately drew her sword and swung it down towards Lu Jianing. But even in his sleep, Lu Jianing caught the blade precisely, a blue aura emanating from him. Hui Ko struggled to pull her sword free, but couldn't. "Master, draw your hip blade." Lin Lac gaped in astonishment. "What's going on?" A strange figure appeared, its upper body blue-white with small blue circles, its lower body a swirling mass of gas. "I am the extreme cold destroyer. Anyone who dares challenge my authority must die." Lin Lac clenched his fist, summoning green tentacles. "Black Emperor, 6 demons, go help." The extreme cold destroyer flung Hui Ko aside and faced the Black Emperor, using a move called Frost Web Barrier to create a shield of ice. The Black Emperor charged forward relentlessly. "Don't think you can stop me with obstacles." The extreme cold destroyer crossed his arms defensively and shot out massive chains. Ice chain bind. The chains wrapped around the Black Emperor's limbs, immobilizing him. "Damn, it's tight." The chain shot towards Lin Lac, who couldn't react in time. "I'm done for. It's too fast." Hui Ko suddenly appeared and knocked away the chain. Lin Lac said, "The substitute proactively protecting its master is quite good. I'll definitely take this talent of his." He looked towards the Black Emperor, turned back. The extreme cold destroyer laughed triumphantly. "What? Don't have the courage to attack me anymore." Lin Lac smirked disdainfully. "Don't have the courage to attack you?" Unexpectedly, this substitute's way of talking is quite interesting. Hearing this, the extreme cold destroyer became enraged. "You mock me." Lin Lac bluntly exposed him. "Right now, you're planning to protect your host, using unchanging responses to counter all changes. At the same time, you're using words to provoke me, tempting me to make a mistake, and then seizing the opportunity to kill this human host, right?" The extreme cold destroyer replied. "Unexpectedly, you're quite perceptive." Lin Lac's eyes sharpened. "Your level is at least above SS rank, while my substitute is only S rank. Challenging you directly wouldn't be a good match, so..." Saying that, he raised his arm and shouted, "Activate S rank talent, perfect fusion. Black Emperor, Hui Ko, fuse for me." Fuse! The Black Emperor and Hui Ko immediately stood side by side. 2 streams of purple and pink energy emanated from them, rising and merging together. The two combined into one. The appearance was basically still the same as Hui Ko, the only difference being that the attire and gloves were the Black Emperor's armor. The system panel appeared. Frenzy's Grip. Frenzy's Grip, active state. Each attack against an enemy simultaneously deals damage and randomly steals 3/10 of the opponent's energy or attributes. Consumes 7 energy points. Cooldown none. Passive state. Attacks deal an additional 250 true damage per second, consuming 2 energy points. Black Emperor armor. Passive. Provides 6,000 armor points that can resist any damage. Upon breaking of the Black Emperor armor, all debuffs are removed, and speed is increased by 60 points. Vision. 100 battles. Hit rate and critical hit rate increased by 20%. Double experience gained from killing monsters. Lin Lac stood, observing the confident figure. 350 speed points. Each attack can deal 250 true damage, plus the Black Emperor armor compensates for Hui Deko's weakness. Hui Deko, in Black Emperor form, flew up and swung her sword down towards the extreme cold destroyer. He raised his hand to block, truly the king of assassins. Damn it, Freezing Nova. He unleashed the attack. Blue streams of energy, like rolling icebergs, flew towards Hui De Company. But Hui Deko easily shattered them. The extreme cold destroyer narrowed his eyes. He had 2 eyes and another eye on his forehead. His 3 black eyes had only a single blue dot in the center, looking truly bizarre. He gritted his teeth, so fast. Freezing Nova was completely blocked. He spread his arms, tilted his head back, and sang loudly, "All things freeze." Eternal Ice Coffin. He launched 2 large ice blocks, trapping Hui Deko on both sides, then slammed the 2 ice blocks together, attempting to trap Hui Deko inside. Unexpectedly, Hui Deko quickly escaped and rushed towards him. "Are these all your tricks? Then it's my turn to attack." His face couldn't hide his panic. He screamed, "Don't come over here. I told you. Don't come over here." Freezing Bone Dance. Aren't you afraid of the pain from enduring so much freezing bone dance? Hui Deko, completely unharmed, calmly advanced towards him, just a few snowflakes. Hui Deko's face, filled with murderous intent, floated upwards as she brandished her sword. Mysterious black auras trailed from the blade. Mad plunder, give it your all. The extreme cold destroyer frantically used all his abilities to resist. 0-degree ice armor, freezing nova, freezing bone dance. Hui Deko pressed close, and the extreme cold destroyer's face was etched with defiance. "I have 0-degree ice armor protecting me, and I can use cold energy to slow your attacks." Her speed was like the wind as she slashed past him, Nightfall Blade. He looked up, disbelieving he could be defeated so easily. Impossible. Then he shattered into pieces of ice. She glanced at him, her expression unchanged. "My master's glory is protected by me, Hui De Company." She approached the sleeping Lu Jianing's bed and raised her sword, then swiftly struck him down. After finishing, Hui Deko spoke to Lin Lac. "Master, Hui Deko has not failed her mission." The Black Emperor, standing beside her, added, "Me neither." Lin Lac laughed with satisfaction. "Well done, both of you. Rest now, leave the rest to me." The system announced, "You have activated the S-rank talent plunder. Please select one of the 4 options: attribute points, talent effect, skill effect, soul binding. Choose one to plunder." He chose talent effect. Countless streams of green light, brimming with power, surged into Lin Lac. This feeling, it definitely surpasses S-rank. "My combat power will increase significantly this time." Check talent. Lin Lac looked at the system interface. Talent, Persona Mask, SS rank. Effect, using one's own personality, spirit, will, and most fervent pursuits, condense a persona mask. Use it to summon your guardian deity. The guardian deity only appears when the host is in danger. When the host faces mortal danger, summoning the guardian deity can unleash immense power. He finished reading and clutched his head, yelling, "Only when I'm in danger? Isn't that useless?" Lin Lac stretched out his hand, green light swirling around him. "I don't believe it. Come out, guardian deity." A heavy silence fell, and no one answered. His 4 subordinates watched him, unsure what to say. Lin Lac knelt on the ground in despair. "I finally plundered 2 SS rank substitutes, but I can't use them." His 4 subordinates sat down near him, their gazes filled with pity, as if comforting a child. Praying Mantis chuckled. "Perhaps it's a limitation of SS rank substitutes." Suddenly, he looked up, an idea flashing in his mind. "I've got it." Lin Lac pointed at his head, and then looked at Hui Deko. "Here, try slashing at me." Hui Deko panicked and refused. "Master, I can't do that. A mischievous glint appeared in Lin Lak's eyes. The way to activate this new talent is that I have to be in mortal danger to summon the new substitute. So let's test it. Let's pretend I'm being attacked and see if it appears. Hearing this, Hui Deco drew her sword and said, "Master, here I come then." Lin Lak immediately replied, "Come on." Hui Deco swung her sword towards Lin Lak's neck, but as it neared, a purple aura appeared, intercepting the blade before vanishing. Lin Lak looked around in confusion at Hui Deco. "Strange, why didn't it come out?" Praying Mantis spoke up to explain. "Master, perhaps it's because that persona of yours doesn't sense you're in danger, so it hasn't appeared. After all, Hui Deco doesn't inherently have the desire to kill." If that's the case, Lin Lak pondered for a moment, then stood up, propped one foot on a chair, turned, and told Black Emperor, "Attack me with full force. Break me, cripple me, anything goes, but don't hold back." Black Emperor didn't hesitate, immediately rushing forward and punching Lin Lak with his massive fist. Caught off guard, he naturally became tense and worried. Black energy surged from Black Emperor's fist, but as the fist neared Lin Lak, it stopped as if blocked by something. Suddenly, a silent void. Lin Lak glanced around. Smoke billowed, time seemed to freeze. A voice echoed, "I sense it." Lin Lak wondered, who's talking? The voice continued, "The unyielding will and courage within your heart, the path you persist on, the justice you believe in, let me witness it, starting today. You are me, and I am you. Now, roar out the indignation and injustice hidden within your heart, your ambition and yearning for the future, along with my name." A persona mask appeared, floating in midair. Lin Lak reached towards the mask, a blazing green aura radiating from him. "Answer my summons and come forth, Savior." A masked man in a smart suit with large, powerful black wings appeared, blasting Black Emperor away. He spoke to Lin Lak in a deep voice. "Master, with just a word from you, I can send him to hell." Black Emperor was not to be outdone, retorting sharply, "Humph, then let's see who goes to hell first." The two stood facing each other, staring, ready to clash in an earth-shattering battle, green light and smoke swirling around them. Lin Lak watched them and yelled, "Stop!" His face darkened as he roared. "When will you two learn not to act without my permission?" Seeing this, Black Emperor quickly apologized to his master. Savior calmly stated that he was Lin Lak's guardian deity, ready to obey his commands. Lin Lak, seeing his seemingly good attitude, was quite satisfied. He could consider him his first normal SS rank persona. Thankfully, he's not a rebellious one like that terrifying Demon King. That attitude was truly unreliable. Then, Savior's information appeared before Lin Lak's eyes, making him extremely excited. As expected of an SS rank persona, the information in the attribute interface was much more extensive than that of all the previous S-rank personas. There were also 3 main skills that Lin Lak was incredibly interested in, and all 3 were very well-rounded. There was a life-saving skill, an area of effect skill, and even a support skill. It was stronger than the extreme cold destroyer from earlier. But then he regained his composure and said to Savior, "I understand everything else, but what's this Savior 23%? Savior then explained that due to the danger Lin Lak had just faced, he judged that using only 23% of his power was enough to assist him, meaning he only needed 23% of his power to stop Black Emperor. Using even 1% more would be a waste of energy. Hearing this, Black Emperor became furious and charged towards Savior, the supposed savior, believing he was being looked down upon and wanting a challenge. Savior didn't hesitate. To him, the person before him was just a useless S rank, unworthy of even fighting. Lin Lak, standing beside them, told them both to stop. He then pointed at the bewitching queen, telling her to stop instigating him. Seeing this, she ran towards Hui Deco, embracing her without hesitation and tattling that Lin Lak was bullying her. Lin Lak found himself facing a chaotic scene. The sudden arrival of so many people made leadership difficult and gave him a headache. He thought to himself that each persona's intelligence wasn't low, and they all had their own personalities. Recalling the last time he temporarily lost consciousness, he told them to listen carefully. He proposed that if he were to lose consciousness again, they should agree to follow Praying Mantis's arrangements. Hearing their master's words, Praying Mantis turned excitedly and asked if he was serious. The other personae stopped in their places and obediently agreed with Linlack. Savior seemed hesitant, but because of Linlack's words, he agreed. He then declared that Linlack's danger had passed and vanished. Praying Mantis then knelt before Linlack, saying, "I thank you for your trust. I will definitely serve you with utmost loyalty." Elsewhere, Utaikip's group questioned him about distributing tasks after only a few days of cooperation, expressing their disagreement. Lu Tianshi angrily retorted that they would split the profits 4 ways, 3 parts for him and 1 part for each of them. He asked if they were getting too big for their britches. Hui Tailing openly expressed his disapproval. While acknowledging Lu Tianshi's previous strength, he argued that they had grown and it was reasonable to increase their share based on their contributions to profit growth. Internal conflict brewed as Lu Tianshi accused them of betrayal and rebellion. Hui Tailang told him to watch his words, reminding him they weren't his subordinates. Yu Taikip summoned his persona, causing the other 2 to calm down. He told them that from that day forward, aside from scheduled meetings, they would act independently and discuss the distribution method for each secret realm raid separately. They were confused about the separate distribution method. Yu Taikip patiently explained that there were 13 D-rank energy secret realms in Hangcheng. Excluding Black Emperor's Forest Sanctuary, there were 12 remaining. He would take 2, Hui Tailang 2, and the others 1 each, leaving 4 to be contested fairly. He added that even when raiding the same secret realm, fights to the death were forbidden. Lu Tianshi asked what would happen if he needed the complete power of a secret realm. Taikip replied that their own secret realm power was their business, but if they wanted the complete power from him, they would have to give him 10% of the spoils. Lu Tianshi agreed. The others, fearing Taikip's wrath, didn't dare voice further objections after some thought. Lu Tianshi then turned and left, telling the others to contact him for the next meeting. The others, also not wanting to stay, left together, telling Taikip to take care. After seeing them leave, he muttered that if those 4 weren't truly exceptional individuals, how could they be content to serve under someone else? Perhaps he should focus on improving his own strength first before approaching them again. That might yield better results. He then patted his subordinate's head, praising her for a job well done. They obediently returned to find their former comrades, who they knew had more reliable identities and backgrounds. Back with Linlack, he and his subordinates were walking down the street. Although they had dealt with the impulsive guard, and the number of white skeletons had decreased significantly at the time, it seemed some had still slipped through the net and were causing trouble. The government would quickly deploy the army, and he believed this disaster would soon pass. He remembered that there seemed to be a secret realm opening nearby, the Weeping Tomb, whose spoils from the land of the deceased could restore energy. Its level was supposedly comparable to the sanctuary in the forest. Looking at the information on the secret realm before him, his expression became serious. In his previous life, he had never explored this rare type of energy-rich secret realm. Therefore, his knowledge of it was incomplete, and he was unsure about some of the details. But it didn't matter. The current him could overcome any unexpected situations with his own strength. He then proceeded to enter the secret realm with his subordinates. Upon entering, the scene within the secret realm was one of utter desolation. Suddenly, the bewitching queen clung to him, complaining about the cold. Linlack asked his other subordinates if they were cold. Black Emperor stoically replied that he wasn't. Praying Mantis cheerfully thanked him for his concern, saying his robe blocked the cold. Hui Deko was even more cheerful, stating that such extreme weather was beneficial for cultivation. Linlack then retrieved several items from his storage stone. Fortunately, he had prepared some women's outerwear for Hui Deko and told her to take it. They both quickly put on the clothes. Praying Mantis told him that there was no one around and no signs of a struggle, as if everyone had vanished into thin air. Then, Hui Deko shouted that enemies were approaching. Seeing the enemies before them, he ordered Black Emperor to intercept them while he reinforced their formation. Upon receiving the order, Black Emperor quickly rushed out. Linlack and Praying Mantis stood behind, performing the reinforcement. He asked Praying Mantis to grant his wish as usual. In an instant, his wish was fulfilled and a golden light emanated from his palm. Before Linlack was a rapidly spinning clock. Black Emperor was seen using his power to deal with the enemies. Linlack quickly ordered it to be opened for him. The spinning hand stopped, landing on the SSS rank Spirit Ascension crystal. The 1 out of 100 chance had finally landed in their favor. Lin Lak happily slung an arm around Black Emperor's shoulders, praising him for his hard work and the excellent result of the draw. The quality was exceptional. Black Emperor replied that it was his honor to serve him, but inwardly thought that it was fortunate the 10x draw wasn't bad this time, or he would have been scolded again. Lin Lak thought to himself, a high-level Spirit Ascension crystal could directly upgrade an A-rank crystal to S-rank and simultaneously condense a substitute body. It was the legendary Miracle Crystal. Holding the crystal in his hand, he thought it was worth at least 100 million Chinese yuan in the market. But it could only provide 70 talent experience points and couldn't even upgrade his plunder talent to SS rank. It would be better to leave it for Black Emperor so his talent could reach S rank, activate the substitute body, and make it easier to save him later. Afterward, he crushed the remaining crystals, enhancing Black Emperor's defense, speed, and range of action. After receiving the power, Black Emperor felt a surge of strength coursing through his body. Thanks to this, his stats also skyrocketed, allowing him to knock down countless enemies with a single punch in an instant. Lin Lak continued to ponder, trying to recall a perfect exploit that could maximize benefits. Players had to assist the 2nd Holy Temple Legion in their investigation, and the 2nd Holy Temple Legion was investigating the hero's tomb. At the same time, the necromancer of the Demonist cult. Then players would receive a reward from the 2nd Holy Temple Legion, the Ashes of Jua, the Forsaken. He felt the difficulty wasn't high, but the final reward wasn't great either. However, there was a more dangerous exploit with higher returns, betraying one's own. Lin Lak immediately ordered Hui Deco to help Black Emperor eliminate all enemies. Then they would escape at night. Having received the order, Hui Deco immediately grabbed her weapon and charged onto the battlefield with Black Emperor. She wanted to achieve a swift victory with him. At the same time, Lin Lak appeared behind Black Emperor, immediately summoning his Crimson Blade. However, everything Lin Lak was doing was being observed through a crystal ball. He saw that Lin Lak was quite formidable, escaping before the evil increased. However, another woman stepped forward, saying that in reality, only one of them was a person. The rest were heroic spirits summoned by him. They hadn't expected a child of destiny to appear. At the desolate, snow-covered Despair Valley, a legion was marching. The commander then raised his sword, declaring that ahead lay Despair Valley, and for the honor of the Holy Temple, they must annihilate the Demonist cult today. The soldiers behind him enthusiastically and unanimously obeyed. But suddenly, someone stood blocking their path. It was Lin Lak, along with Black Emperor and Hui De Company. He enthusiastically greeted them, mentioning the latest intelligence regarding the enemy camp ahead. Lon Halu saw that he was a child of destiny, even accompanied by a heroic spirit, which was truly rare. He then asked Lin Lak to share the information he had, promising to assess its importance and reward him accordingly. Countless strange, small items appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Lin Lak became extremely pleased. This intelligence was actually discovered by his subordinate, so he instructed her to report it. Hui Deco stepped forward, but her expression was extremely serious, and dangerous pink auras emanated from her. The commander, seeing this, became frightened and told her to just stand there and report. However, Hui Deco didn't hesitate to draw her sword and attack him. Despite the unexpected attack, the commander was able to block it and asked, "What do you people want?" But Lin Lak immediately used his skill, immobilizing him for 3 seconds. Suppressed by Lin Lak's power, the commander became frightened, wondering what kind of power could restrain him like this. This gave Hui Deco the opportunity to attack and even seize his power. Only then did he realize his power was rapidly declining. Hui Deco's blade was definitely problematic. He then noticed Lin Lak behind him, secretly using a strange incantation to control him. Wanting to take his head amidst thousands of troops, he thought Lin Lak was truly insidious. He then erupted with Do Chi, slamming his blade into the ground, releasing countless golden rays of light. He knew he couldn't maintain this skill for long, and thought he just needed to hold out until the control wore off. His subordinates then charged forward to rescue him. But with just one Cap Fong, Kim Kan, Lin Lak quickly dealt with him. The commander struggled to hold on against Hui Deco for another 3 seconds. He then turned to Lin Lak and called him a despicable assassin of the Demonist cult. He challenged Lin Lak to a direct confrontation, but unexpectedly, Lin Lak accepted and invited him to attack. Seeing Lin Lak offer no resistance, he charged forward, intending to strike him down with one blow. This time, he was determined to kill this despicable assassin. Before his blade could land, it was slowed by a green light, the savior. Grand black wings then appeared majestically behind Lin Lak. The savior asked how the man before him dared to touch Lin Lak. The commander was astonished. Wasn't a heaven's chosen only able to make a contract with one heroic spirit? Lin Lak seized the opportunity and declared that in the next second, the commander wouldn't be able to move. Lin Lak lowered his head, his expression unreadable. The savior, standing behind him, twice Lin Lak's size, pointed forward and commanded, "Explode." The man contorted, drenched in sweat, his mouth agape in terror. This is a new world. He was crushed by swirling vortexes in the air, his face distorted. He strained to utter, "For the honor of the holy temple," before vanishing without a trace. 3 witches observed a crystal ball. This demoness bride. Someone came to help, but we received no notification. The demoness bride stared intently at the ball that I don't know either. Could it be the demoness cult is concerned for us and sent an emissary? She smiled cruelly at it. Seems everything has been arranged. We can refine the remains of these heroes in peace. After all, the remains of Zhuo Wang are very important. The demoness bride covered her crimson-painted lips with a statue. Indeed, but the commander is dead. We should welcome this earthly emissary. Outside, soldiers and horses roared. Holy Temple Knights, avenge the commander. Lin Lak stood still, assessing the situation. Hui Deco flew up, her sword flashing in a single, decisive arc, disarming and felling the soldiers before they could react. She landed gracefully, sheathing her sword. Hui Deco will protect her master's safety. Lin Lak frowned, looking at the system interface. Killing player-controlled NPCs not only yielded little experience, but also prevented any loot drops. But for Zhuo Wang's remains, this was the only way. The system notification popped up. "Congratulations, player. Your subordinate, Hui Deco in Black Emperor form, has killed Leander. You have received 5,760,000 experience points. 8 level above kill grants 900% experience bonus. 100 battles willpower grants 200% experience bonus for monster kills." After reading, he put his hands in his pockets and told Hui Deco, "Let's go. Find a place to hide first. We'll clean up after they fight." Suddenly, something stirred beneath the ground. He stopped and looked down. What's that? A ghostly figure, its face like a skull, emerged from the earth. From afar, the esteemed emissary of the demoness cult is invited to the Tomb of Souls. "Leave the Imperial Hawks outside to us." Lin Lak didn't answer, lost in thought. Emissary? Does the demoness cult have some misunderstanding? Was this part of the plan? I don't remember. Whatever, I'll improvise. With that thought, he said to the figure, "Lead the way." Lin Lak, along with Hui Deco and Black Emperor, followed the figure. I hope this hidden area offers satisfying rewards. Arriving before a cave entrance, the demoness bride and 5 subordinates, cloaked in black, were already waiting. Lin Lak continued to strategize. If I get close enough, I could take out these 6 mages in an instant, but I'd die 1,000 deaths in the process. Killing them would clear the stage, but I'll play along for now and see what this Zhuo Wang's remains business is all about. The demoness bride spoke. "Esteemed earthly emissary, thank you for your assistance. May I ask if you bring any special directives?" "L'un lac feigné de confusion, point directive." "Don't you people know why I'm here? You're the ones who brought me in." He couldn't risk further conversation, lest his charade be exposed. Time for some acting. He coughed dramatically a few times and said, "What else could it be? How is the task I assigned you progressing?" One of the mages revealed his face to answer, reporting to the earthly emissary. "After 10 days of rituals, we have made initial progress in refining the Icebone Dragon." Lin Lak pointed, his expression stern. "Take me to see it." The demoness bride gestured. "Very well. Earthly emissary, please follow me." The demoness bride led the way, followed by Lin Lak, Hui Deco, Black Emperor, and the mages. They descended a flight of stairs into a silent, eerily still space. Reaching their destination, the demoness bride stopped. "Earthly emissary, we are here." Beneath billowing smoke, a gigantic skull of some creature emerged. Lin Lak's eyes widened in feigned surprise. "This is the Icebone Dragon. Lin Lak broke out in a cold sweat, tense that if this skeletal dragon awakens, it's definitely a level 40 boss, not something an ordinary player can handle easily. Maintaining his act, he turned to the mages that you've worked hard. How much longer until the Icebone Dragon is fully refined? The mage replied, reporting to the esteemed earthly emissary, approximately 2 more days. The lead mage, extending his hand, said to Lin Lak, "We were worried that the temple's second legion would cause us trouble. Now, with the earthly emissary's help, we can refine in peace." Lin Lak rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. If this Icebone Dragon awakens, it's definitely a boss-level creature. The reward for dealing with it certainly won't be small. I'll deal with it later. He asked the mages, right? Where are the Zhuo Wangzhe remains? I expended a lot of energy just now and need to replenish it. The mages exchanged glances and hesitantly replied, "Earthly emissary, the Zhuo Wangzhe remains are crucial materials for refining the Icebone Dragon, and there aren't many left." L'un lac froned, fini en J. What? Is replenishing my energy not important? The mages panicked and waved their hands and oh no, that's not what we meant. The lead mage ordered, quickly, bring the remaining Zhuo Wangzhe remains. A mage brought a box. Earthly emissary, all the remaining Zhuo Wangzhe remains are here. Lin Lak extended his hand and grasped a wisp of green energy. It does have an effect, but unfortunately, there's only a little left, hardly worth mentioning. He continued to question them. Can the Zhuo Wangzhe remains be further refined? The Demoness bride, arms crossed, replied, "Earthly emissary, if you want to refine the Zhuo Wangzhe remains, it will delay the progress of refining the Icebone Dragon." Lin Lak extended his hand. Don't worry. Just focus on the refining. Once my needs are met, you can continue the original task. The mages hesitated, unwilling to comply. Well, Lin Lak snapped. Well, what? Do you dare disobey my orders? They immediately knelt. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. Please forgive us. Great sir. The lead mage ordered the others, "Everyone, stop what you're doing and refine the Zhuo Wangzhe remains for the emissary first." Lin Lak smirked, satisfied. "Let them obediently refine the Zhuo Wangzhe remains for me first. We'll talk about the rest later." The Demoness bride hid behind a rock wall and retreated. Her expression was filled with malice. She went inside and performed a dark ritual using a Bagua diagram on the ground. The center of the diagram began to emit black energy. A shadowy figure appeared. "That you're contacting me now. Is there a problem with the ritual?" The Demoness bride respectfully replied, "Great one, please forgive my interruption. There are no problems on our end. On the contrary, after receiving your assistance, we repelled the Empire's eagle hounds." The figure asked coldly, "Assistance? What assistance?" The Demoness bride answered, "Didn't you send a chosen one to help us?" The figure said, "The chosen ones in the cult all have missions. No one is free to help you." The Demoness bride looked into a crystal ball showing an image of Lin Lak. "This person, along with his heroic spirits, helped us defeat all the Temple Knights. Now he's telling us to stop refining the Icebone Dragon and refine Zhuo Wangzhe remains for him. This person's origins are unknown. We should kill him." The figure replied, "If he needs Zhuo Wangzhe remains, give him as much as he wants." Outside, Lin Lak directed the mages, "Don't be lazy now." The Demoness bride stepped out, approaching him and confronting him directly. "May I ask who you are, and what is your purpose in sneaking into our territory?" Lin Lak tried to remain calm. "That I didn't sneak in. Didn't you invite me in?" She paused thoughtfully. "He's right. We were being presumptuous." She lifted her skirt and knelt. "Then allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Tan Nong, the desired Demoness of the Netherworld, subordinate to the Demoness cult. May I ask your name?" Lin Lak stood up and said only 3 words. "Black Emperor." Tan Nuong was stunned. "Black Emperor? I've never heard of it." She extended her hand towards Lin Lak and said excitedly, "Your Excellency, Black Emperor, if the Empire is our enemy, why don't we join forces? The High-Cot track Vong Jia that you need, our Demoness cult has plenty. As long as you're willing to come back with me as a guest, we can offer you a sufficient amount of High-Cot track Vong Jia." Lin Lak was extremely surprised by her attitude. What strange development is this? Normally, killing the boss ends a storyline, but now it seems to be expanding into other storylines. He put on a cold expression. He shook his head. "Once you fulfill the required amount of High-Cot track Vong Jia, I will consider going back to the Demoness cult with you." As he spoke, he thought, going back to the Demoness cult with her? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. What if she has a bunch of experts waiting for me? Wouldn't that be troublesome? Tan Nuong asked, "How many portions do you need?" Lin Lak held up 2 fingers. "At least 20. She waved her hands in alarm. Impossible. You killed the Holy Land's Legion commander. The Empire will quickly send experts to surround us. We must quickly refine the Ice Frost Dragon. Linlack frowned and said seriously, with me here, what is there to fear? If the Empire's experts come, I will kill them. She still refused to comply. That I'm sorry. We cannot refine any more high-cot track Vongjia for you. Linlack realized this woman wasn't easily fooled. Bluffing wouldn't work on her. He scratched his head, and oh choice then. I'll come to the Demonist cult. She immediately smiled brightly. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Excellency. Once we returned to the Demonist cult, without letting her finish, Linlack thrust his knife through her stomach, his eyes sharp. But please excuse me while I make some preparations. The mages yelled, assassin. He's an assassin. Linlack withdrew his knife and commanded, Black Emperor, Hui Deco, kill them. The mages scattered in terror. Suddenly, a stream of green energy flew towards Linlack, binding him. The mage who bound him laughed triumphantly. An assassin caught in my death bind. You're dead for sure. Linlack turned his head, looking disdainful. What kind of trash skill is this? His eyes flashed crimson, and he powerfully swung his arms, shattering the energy that bound him. The mage was thrown to the ground. That speed, he's clearly an assassin. Why was my skill ineffective? The ground suddenly trembled. An elderly mage was casting a spell, using this old man's life as a medium. Revive. Arise, Ice Frost Dragon. Destroy this despicable assassin. The Ice Frost Dragon began to revive and rise. Linlack hadn't expected the old mage to awaken the dragon first. Before him now stood a pure white dragon, with a small head, a large body, and deep violet eyes. He figured it would probably take a liking to him later. Not only that, but his system displayed numerous skills with quite high stats. The Ice Frost Dragon then roared, a move that slightly weakened Linlack and his personas, but it didn't matter. This dragon may look big, he thought, but it's probably not much stronger than that ugly commander. Though it's a bit insulting, that ugly one dropped some decent equipment. This jade white dragon surely won't disappoint either. He decided to let it be awakened first, then claim the rewards. Linlack charged forward, his newfound strength giving him a swagger. He ordered Black Emperor to attack alongside him, while Hui Deco was to take out the spellcaster. Announcing battle plans out loud, however, the old mage, quick-witted, didn't want to be interrupted. He commanded the dragon to roar again. A powerful shockwave erupted from its mouth, targeting Linlack and Black Emperor. Black Emperor blocked the attack with his arms, warning his master to be careful. Linlack appeared behind Black Emperor, intending to use his Gale Edge sword dance to tear apart the dragon's icy breath. He leaped into the air, blade raised. I'll shut you up, he thought, his protagonist aura shining even amidst the chaos. He plunged his blade into the dragon's head, while ordering Black Emperor to pummel it relentlessly. The Ice Frost Dragon, reeling, opened its mouth to unleash another attack. But the game was too easy for him. Linlack jumped up and unleashed Myriad Sword's long surge. The river of sword energy forced the dragon's jaws shut. He yelled to Hui Deco, telling her not to give it a chance to breathe. Hui Deco quickly reached the old mage, stabbing him with her sword. With their plan successful, the three of them piled onto the dragon, intent on finishing it off. The Ice Frost Dragon crashed face first into the ground. Poor thing, barely freed before being sent back to the earth. The system congratulated Linlack on reaching level 28. The Ice Frost Dragon's health bar had been impressively long, but the rewards made it worthwhile. He allocated his skill points to Myriad Sword's long surge. He figured that by continuously upgrading this skill, he could eventually minimize its energy consumption, achieving a state of endless sword energy. Plus, it would increase his attack power. Handsome and strategic. Next, he wanted to see what loot the boss monster had dropped. Linlack reached into the dragon's head and pulled out a sword. He couldn't believe it. It could generate diamond-level sword energy. It was heaven sent, the diamond heart of annihilation. Looking at the sword stats, Linlack was overjoyed. Not only did it increase his attack power by over 200, but all its additional skills were perfect for a handsome guy like him. It was the ultimate weapon at this level. Looking at the sword's information, it truly was a treasure. He hadn't expected such high-level equipment from this secret realm. This game is easy, he thought, stroking the sword. He figured the increased reward was due to the increased difficulty. This time, he'd wiped out both sides instead of just one. He went up, Lin Lak wasn't sure if there were any other good items inside, so he did what any good looter would do. He sat down and started digging through the spoils like a miner. The haul wasn't bad at all. High-level health potions, mana potions, a spell book, various pieces of equipment, and quite a bit of money. Especially noteworthy was the Frost Giant Dragon's Horn, which could summon a level 35 boss. The boss had a diverse skill set, a large health pool, and could be considered the ultimate meat shield. He then glanced at the Demoness on the ground. Although just an NPC, she looked quite pathetic, probably due to the lack of a protagonist halo. But it didn't matter, she still had her uses. He hoped that the next time he came, they would be able to refine the Sea Bone Spectre for him. Having said that, he ordered Black Emperor and Hui Deco to quickly find their next target. After he left, the old mage, Lu Tianshi, lagged behind. The old man had finally found an energy nexus, only to have it taken by Black Emperor. He was furious. He hadn't planned on confronting Lin Lak so soon, but now it seemed he had delivered himself to his doorstep. It was perfect timing. After killing him, he could finally give an explanation to his master. Elsewhere, a crowd was in a state of panic. By the door, special agents were preparing to do something. Among them was Guo Chao, a young man who, on the second day of the global awakening, had luckily awakened the precious S-rank talent, Future Simulation. He also received the Future Diary Substitute, allowing him to predict the future. He thought he was the one holding the script. However, his delusion didn't last long. When he activated his future sight skill, he discovered that he wouldn't live much longer, destined to be sent to meet his maker by a beautiful woman. Terrified, he threw away his diary. This was a society ruled by law, not some fantasy land. But after throwing it, he crawled back towards the future diary, hoping there had been a mistake. He wanted to redo his life, so he had his substitute act out his escape route. The first time, the image showed Lin Lak and Hui Deco bursting in. He claimed he wasn't Guo Chao, but Hui Deco stabbed him to death anyway. Guo Chao trembled with fear. He absolutely wouldn't wait for death. The next scenario showed him rushing forward to fight to the death, but he was still stabbed to death by Hui Deco. He only had time to lament that he had been found even after traveling so far. It was a pity, but oh well. Even if he knelt and begged for mercy, the outcome would still be death. Lin Lak could track his location, so running was useless. The last time, he directly opened the door to greet them, to their surprise. He immediately knelt before them, begging them not to kill him, but in the end, he still died. Guo Chao was completely helpless. No matter how many times he simulated it, there was only one outcome, death. Even if he ran to the police station for protection, he had no chance of survival. This guy truly had rotten luck. The diary showed that next, the window would be shattered by monsters, and he would be thrown from the second floor like a sandbag. Finally, he encountered Lin Lak again. This time, he didn't die at the hands of a beautiful girl, but by the fist of a man in black armor. Immediately after, the insect swarm smashed through the window, followed by countless screams from those. The person inside. Guo Chao also realized that everything inside the diary was gradually happening. Turning around, he saw Lin Lak standing there with Praying Mantis. Our eyes met, and I just wanted to gaze at him for a long, long time. Lin Lak didn't expect the last person on the kill list to be at the police station. With such tight security here, he could only pray that the Zerg would force him out. But unexpectedly, he came out on his own. Lin Lak then told the Zerg to stop and go back. But by the time Lin Lak and the others arrived, he had already slipped into an alley. They only saw him sitting there with a very calm expression, saying that his persona was extremely beautiful. Lin Lak then asked back how he knew that he was coming for him. Was he perhaps a hardcore fan? Guo Chao simply said that his talent allowed him to predict the future that he would come. This talent, in his opinion, wasn't bad at all. Guo Chao looked incredibly sad. He felt that this was a cursed talent. The previous simulations of instances, even if they yielded rewards, didn't improve his combat power at all. As he spoke, he coughed up blood, and the content that appeared in the future diary wouldn't change. If this wasn't a curse, then what was it? At this point, Guo Chao only wanted to utter his last words, saying that he was tired and didn't want to resist anymore. As for who Lin Lak was, and why he wanted to kill him, he didn't care anymore. He only hoped that he would let that beautiful young woman end his life. Unfortunately, Lin Lak was merciless. He immediately ordered Black Emperor to attack him. He wanted to be wary of traps. It was better not to follow his request. Guo Chao realized that he was still going to die under the fist of the man in black armor. Fate was sealed. Indeed, death by a woman was a bittersweet death. Following Lin Lak's orders, Black Emperor walked over and punched Guo Chao as if swatting a fly. Lin Lak didn't want to waste any time, so he went over and activated his plunder talent. Then the system asked him to choose one of the target's 4 attributes. Lin Lak checked his talent. It seemed that this talent required a persona to be executed. Lin Lak then summoned his new persona, which could predict the future, displaying it in written form in a diary, visible only to the host. Extremely curious, Lin Lak opened the diary and told it to predict the future for 2 days. Content then appeared in the diary. It showed that the second time he went to the Wailing Tomb's secret realm, he met a young man who called himself the contemporary celestial master, Lu Wei. Without a word, he attacked him. He and Black Emperor were no match for him, and in the end, both he and Black Emperor died under a bolt of lightning. Lin Lak didn't understand why he would die tomorrow afternoon. Suddenly, he remembered Guo Chao's image before his death, which was exactly the same as what he had said. Lin Lak realized that sometimes being the protagonist also came with difficulties, and he had a terrible headache. He could only reassure himself. He had finally gotten a second chance. How could he die quietly here? Any talent was meant to help the host. He had never heard of a talent that harmed the host in his previous life. There must be some detail he had overlooked. He looked at the future-telling diary in front of him. Celestial Master Lu Wei. This name sounded familiar. Besides, if I were really going to fight him, why would I only summon Black Emperor? I should summon Praying Mantis to help me think. Just then, the future diary started simulating the future again. This time, the diary showed me summoning 2 personas. After Black Emperor and Praying Mantis appeared, the opponent looked a little surprised. But after a brief exchange, Praying Mantis, unable to bear the extreme wish, collapsed directly. Even Black Emperor was suppressed, and lightning struck from the sky, killing me once again. The content is different again. This diary changes its content like changing ex-girlfriends. Normally, each player only has 1 talent and 1 persona. The future diary is an S-rank persona, after all, in situations where the user hasn't summoned the other personas. It just makes deductions based on common sense. This time, Lin Lak understood. He decided to summon all his personas. This time, the future diary's result would be different. Lin Lak's personas appeared, and the onlookers once again played the role of the book, completely surrounded by them. The alluring succubus queen innocently asked her master why so many people were needed to read a book, but he didn't answer, only letting out a pfft. However, the result of this lottery was that he still lost. 5 personas plus 5 talents were still no match for the young, celestial master Lu Wei. Even if he unleashed all his power in the end, he still died from a lightning strike. Lin Lak was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that 5 S-rank personas couldn't defeat 1 SSS rank persona. Lin Lak then told Black Emperor to aim for his head and hit him with a full-powered blow. It sounded foolish, but it was actually an effective way to summon Savior. As usual, Savior continued his verbal sparring with Black Emperor, threatening to kill him again. Black Emperor also wanted to see who would destroy whom, neither willing to back down. But Lin Lak ignored them both and looked at the diary. Even so, the outcome of his death remained unchanged. He wondered if there was any way other than avoiding the energy secret realm. Lin Lak then asked Praying Mantis about tactics to defeat Lu Wei. This time, there was real hope. It was fetal movement. When he brought out fetal movement, the final outcome finally changed. But the crux of the matter lay in choosing which emotion to use as the source to incubate fetal movement. He turned to Praying Mantis again and asked about how to kill Lu Wei, but it seemed this wish would cause Praying Mantis to collapse. Indeed, the gap between S-rank and SS rank was truly vast. This Lu Wei definitely had other tricks up his sleeve. Lin Lak had to be well prepared. He would first enter the glass spirit ascension for him, helping him raise his talent to S rank. The scene outside was chaotic. On a tall tower, 2 police officers continuously fired at the attacking insect monsters. Suddenly, a giant insect monster flew straight towards the 2 officers on the tower. They both thought they were done for, when Black Emperor suddenly rushed in and punched the monster, sending it flying. The 2 police officers breathed a sigh of relief just as Lin Lak appeared beside Black Emperor. Landing on a monster's head, he greeted them. "Hello, I'm Chu Shengdong's younger brother. We made an appointment earlier. I'm here to visit the prison today." The two police officers thanked him profusely and led him to the visitation area, also reminding him that the warden wanted to speak with him after the visit. He stood facing his brother, separated by a pane of glass. "Xiao Luo," his brother said calmly. Lin Lak replied, "Brother, it's been a while." Seeing him, his brother immediately asked with concern, "Xiao Luo, what happened to you?" He worriedly added, "Right, there are man-eating monsters everywhere outside now. Are you injured? I'll call someone to check you over." "Brother, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me." Chu Shangdong, despite being in prison, was more worried about his younger brother, afraid that he had been wronged. He blurted out, "Don't be afraid. Wait until I get out." But as soon as he spoke, he suddenly stopped and sighed, "Wait until I get out. Who knows when that will be? How can I even talk about protecting you?" Lin Lak couldn't bear to see his brother like this and was about to step forward to comfort him. Chu Shangdong thought about his previous conversation with the warden. Although still hesitant, he firmly told his brother, "Don't worry, Xiao Luo. I've figured out a way to get out. From now on, no matter who bullies you, I will definitely get justice for you." Regarding his brother's kindness, Lin Lak could only sigh, though he affirmed with certainty, "No one can bully me outside now. I brought you a gift. With it, you might be able to get out very soon." While Chu Xingdong was still stunned, Black Emperor appeared behind him, delivering a blow that seemed like it would send him logging out of the Earth server. The accompanying police officer, thinking Lin Lak was playing a trick, raised his gun threateningly. But Lin Lak just smiled and calmly said, "Don't be alarmed. I'm just giving my brother a little gift. This thing disappears upon contact with a human body. It's not dangerous and doesn't violate any rules." Suddenly, a red energy resembling flames emanated from around Chu Shengdong. Black Emperor's previous blow had successfully upgraded his red guarantee talent from A rank to S rank. At the same time, a knight in white armor, similar to Black Emperor, appeared, proclaiming, "Master, I am your knight, Honglian." Chu Shengdong stared in astonishment, unconsciously asking, "An S rank Honglian knight? This is my persona?" Lin Lak cheerfully told his brother, "Brother, with him helping you, you can definitely earn merits in prison and get your sentence reduced." But his brother disagreed, retorting, "Lin Lak, what did you just use on me? How did my talent level up? Why didn't you keep such a precious thing for yourself?" But Lin Lak simply said that there was more where that came from, and he could rest assured. Engrossed in their conversation, the two didn't notice that above them, a camera had recorded the entire event. Indeed, even in chaotic times, people's nosiness couldn't be contained. The warden sat in the observation room, chuckling softly so it can upgrade talents. Interesting. After the brothers chatted for a while, visiting hours ended. Lin Lak said a few final words to his brother. "Brother, don't worry. No one can bully us anymore. I'll visit you again next time. Behave well and try to get out early." As soon as he stepped out, a police officer approached and informed him that their warden Duan wanted to see him, adding that he had a way to help Lin Lak's brother. Lin Lak thought triumphantly. He took the bait. The police officer quickly escorted him to the warden. He introduced himself as Duan Tan Fong, the warden of this prison. Lin Lak observed the man before him, calculating inwardly. "As far as I know, the highest talent level in this prison is only A rank. Now that there's a chance to improve one's talent, I doubt anyone would want to miss it." Indeed, Warden Duan didn't beat around the bush. He directly presented the bait that he was sure Lin Lak would be interested in. He put on a mysterious air, hinting about Chu Xingdong's case. This was also the point that bothered Lin Lak. In his previous life, he knew something wasn't right, but lacked the ability to delve deeper. He only spoke vaguely, the main purpose being to get Lin Lak to offer a price that would satisfy him. "What kind of case warrants a 15-year sentence? My brother is also a pitiful person, used as a pawn." Understanding his intention, Lin Lak wanted to make sure those who harmed Chu Shengdong paid the price this time. Tried to negotiate, "Uncle Duan, could you tell me the details? In return, I can help you clean up some monsters and ensure the prison's safety." Hearing this, Warden Duan immediately showed his hand, revealing his greed. "He doesn't need me to clean up those monsters. They'll be dealt with sooner or later anyway." He spoke evasively. "Just now, I saw through the surveillance that your brother's persona has awakened." Lin Lak's face darkened upon hearing this. This old fox is definitely after the spirit ascension crystal. He didn't like being manipulated, so he told the warden, "Uncle Duan, I'm afraid the inside information you're offering isn't worth this price. After all, even if you don't tell me, I have my own ways of investigating." Warden Duan didn't give up. He took a sip of tea and said enticingly, "Then how about reducing your brother's sentence? As long as you give me that thing, Many things are negotiable. Linlack naturally wanted more than that. He pretended to want to know the hidden truth behind his brother's case. Warden Duan thought it wasn't a big deal and said directly that the Wong Corporation was involved. Upon hearing this, a guess formed in Linlack's mind, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he asked the warden why he knew Chu Xingdong was the victim but still kept him locked up for so long. Shouldn't the police uphold justice? At first, Warden Duan maintained a righteous facade, saying that all the evidence pointed to his brother, leaving them no choice but to arrest him and that the only thing they could do was reduce his sentence. Halfway through, he revealed a guilty look. I only found out later that the Wong Corporation was involved in this. Linlack felt resentful. Back then, someone clearly raised doubts. If it weren't for someone suppressing it, how could the verdict have been so swift and so harsh? Warden Duan rose from his chair and walked towards him, half advising, half threatening, telling him not to think about revenge. The Wong Corporation, even with their S-rank awakened ones, isn't something you can afford to provoke. He patted Linlack's shoulder, applying pressure. Now, the opportunity to reduce your brother's sentence is right in front of you. You must seize it. Linlack now appeared to have agreed, commenting indifferently, small fries like us naturally wouldn't dare to provoke the Wong Corporation. Then he told the warden that he didn't have the Spirit Ascension crystal on him in the moment and promised to bring it to him later. Warden Duan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Thinking that the treasure was about to fall into his hands, he hurriedly urged Linlack to go back and get it. Little did he know that as soon as Linlack left, his expression turned dark, and he thought to himself, "How dare you be greedy and try to take advantage of me, Linlack? You really are an old fool who doesn't know when to quit." It had been a long time. After a while, a police officer informed him that the Zerd defense deployment was complete and they could escort him to a safe place. But he waved his hand, saying it wasn't necessary. "You guys keep watch outside. I'll stay here." He lit a cigarette, thinking about how the good stuff he was about to get his hands on could help awaken his son's persona. Then he recalled Linlack's words and found them laughable to how what justice. If I went against the Wong Corporation, not only me, but maybe even my wife and children would lose their lives. How could things be this good? People always have to bow their heads to those of higher rank. It's not cowardly. It just proves that Canadian philosophers' words are true. There are no pure snowflakes in the world. Suddenly, behind Warden Duan, Black Emperor and Linlack appeared simultaneously. He thought his lucky star had arrived, unaware that death was waiting to greet him. He even smiled cheerfully, speaking to his own Grim Reaper, that that you? Did you bring the Spirit Ascension crystal so quickly?" Linlack grinned, jumping down from the windowsill. Black Emperor didn't waste any time either, grabbing the warden by the neck and slamming him against the wall. Only then did he realize something was wrong, weakly calling for help. But unfortunately, his voice could no longer travel beyond the room. Linlack used his Praying Lord persona. "Praying Lord, I pray that the next question I ask, he can only answer truthfully." Warden Duan, realizing he'd been tricked, furiously tried to get up and fight back. "I was kind enough to tell you about Chu Xingdong. Why do you still want to kill me?" He'd barely finished speaking when he received a solid kick from Linlack. "Kind enough to tell me? You wanted to use information about my brother to gain leverage over me." Linlack stomped hard on the warden's hand, cruelly threatening him. "Who in the Wong Corporation framed my brother? Why?" Warden Duan no longer had his earlier air of authority. He groveled at Linlack's feet, quickly trying to appease him that IT was the Wong Corporation's second son, Wang Hongji. That year, they took artifacts from the museum and sold them to the never-setting Sun Empire. They framed your brother first. Your brother appealed his innocence, so they gave him 100,000. He agreed to take the blame for them. Linlack scoffed. "Oh, really?" As soon as he finished speaking, Black Emperor delivered a blow to Warden Duan's leg, making him howl in pain. Linlack crouched down, grabbing his head and forcing him to look up. He sneered. "100,000 was enough for my brother to willingly spend 15 years in prison." Terrified, the warden confessed, "It was me. I pocketed 400,000 myself. I was afraid your brother would talk, so I made sure he wouldn't get out easily." Linlack didn't give him a chance to rest. "Second question. You're this corrupt. You must have a lot of illegal income. Where is it hidden? Hearing this, the warden struggled and cursed, but before he could finish, praying Lord's ability forced him to confess everything. It turned out he had embezzled 94 million, converted it all to cash, and hidden it in a secret room in the basement of Building 14, Wu Ling District Number 1. He also had 493 Wheel of Fortune lottery tickets stashed in his pants pocket. Lin Lak promptly checked his pockets and rightfully confiscated the lottery tickets. Yeah, Warden Duan continued to rant and rave. Lin Lak, you're completely lawless. Just wait, I'll definitely make you pay. If you have the guts, kill me. Lin Lak ignored him, calmly counting the tickets in his hand, not forgetting to taunt, Duan Qingfeng, you say I'm lawless? He placed his foot on the warden's face, each word dripping with sarcasm. Your money and these Wheel of Fortune lottery tickets, clearly obtained by exploiting the prisoners. I think you're the one who truly knows how to break the law. Just at that moment, the worm monsters broke through the defenses and entered the prison. Lin Lak, fully aware of the situation, remained calm, slowly enunciating each word. Uncle Duan, you rest here. I won't kill you, but life is full of surprises, isn't it? Praying Mantis, I hope those invading Zerg prioritize this area. Warden Duan cursed hatefully. Lin Lak, you won't die peacefully. Outside, the Zerg were carrying out a widespread massacre. The sounds of gunfire and screams echoed constantly, and the prison was collapsing, leaving no place untouched. Squad leader Lien Fan was quietly observing and directing everyone in the fight, but the situation wasn't optimistic. They could only fight and retreat. Chu Shengdong patted his shoulder, signaling that he wanted to help. Lien Fan asked in surprise how he got out. Chu Shengdong simply explained that the prison had collapsed, allowing him to escape. He conferred with Lien Fan. Don't hesitate. I just awakened an S-rank persona. Let me help you. Lien Fan agreed, promising to report his contribution to his superiors if he could truly reduce casualties, ensuring his efforts wouldn't be in vain. Chu Shengdong summoned his persona. Crimson Knight majestically appeared from behind him, quickly blocking a sneak attack from a Zerg. Chu Shengdong commanded, kill them. Crimson Knight, living up to its reputation as an S-rank persona, attacked powerfully and decisively, taking down a Zerg with a single blow, much to Lien Fan's astonishment. Not far away, Lin Lak and Black Emperor were observing the overall situation. Black Emperor asked, Master, don't you need to help your brother? Lin Lak indicated it wasn't necessary. Years ago, Lien Fan spoke up for my brother. He's a good cop. With him here, my brother's efforts won't be wasted. He watched his brother's enthusiasm and said softly, for so many years, he shouldered the darkness, taking care of me. Now, things are different. I want him to walk out of prison with his head held high, living in the light. From now on, I will bear the darkness of this world. Suddenly, an excited voice caught his attention that I'm finally free. Monsters wreak havoc. The more chaotic the prison, the better. Now that I'm out, no one can catch me. Finishing his words, he burst into maniacal laughter. Lin Lak turned to look, but strangely, despite hearing the voice, he couldn't see anyone. He asked Praying Mantis about the speaker. Praying Mantis looked around and replied, Respected Master, his name is Gao Qi, awakened with an S-rank talent. He was imprisoned before his talent awakened and sentenced to life. Hearing this, Lin Lak simply thought, so it's that pervert. Then he instructed Praying Mantis, in front of me, all invisibility abilities are useless. A prisoner immediately materialized, looking bewildered. Strange, why has my talent disappeared? Lin Lak walked up to him, exposing his escape plan. The prisoner used his word shadow vine ability, instantly launching thorny vines from his hands to attack Lin Lak. But he remained calm, smirking inwardly. It seems my luck isn't bad. Besides you, there's another criminal with an S rank or higher talent here. Lin Lak jumped up stylishly, dodging the criminal's attack. He'd clearly heard that the highest awakened talent in the prison was A rank, and he didn't know how this guy had avoided the city patrol's inspection. He stammered, what's it to you? He couldn't understand how Lin Lak knew this. He'd claimed to the outside world that his talent was only F rank, and he'd never used it in front of anyone else. Lin Lak, of course, had his ways. An invisibility talent had presented itself right in front of him. It would be rude not to accept. He wondered what Lin Lak's background was that he could awaken the true sight talent in the game. He was using Word Shadow Vine to escape. Time was limited, and he couldn't just stand around like a pig wasting time. Sharp thorns appeared, lifting him into the air. Black Emperor appeared to protect Lin Lak. The foolish criminal thought that as long as he got over the wall, he would be free. Even with true sight, Lin Lak wouldn't be able to detect him. But dreams don't often last. Hui Deco also appeared, slashing at his head, shattering his wishful thinking and sending him crashing to the ground. A notification popped up. Lin Lak had activated his S-rank plunder talent. It prompted him to choose one of 4 attributes: talent effect, skill effect, to plunder. He activated his S-rank plunder talent, successfully stealing the criminal's talent, and obtained the S-rank talent concealment. This talent allowed him to enter a state of invisibility for 2 seconds. Even things he was sitting on would disappear. Upon initiating an attack, the invisibility would break. The duration was 1 hour, and the cooldown was 1 day. He suddenly thought of Old Man Luyu. If he could ambush him while invisible, he believed victory would be his. But looking at the 1 hour duration and the fact that attacking broke the invisibility, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He reasoned that if he upgraded it to SS rank, he could probably unleash the talent's power more effectively. At this moment, he wanted to upgrade Word Shadow, Vine using Wild Growth. Within the range of action on the ground, he could summon any number of Word Shadow vines. Each summon consumed 5 energy points. Upon retrieval, if intact, it restored 4 energy points. If damaged, it restored 2. There was no cooldown. As for the concealment talent of that delusional criminal, it could briefly conceal any object he touched. It lasted for 5 seconds, and no action would break the invisibility. Lin Lak smirked. The Word Shadow Vine substitute could perfectly compensate for concealment's weakness of revealing himself upon attacking. It was a good control skill. Suddenly, he sensed a change in his talent, falling into deep thought like an overbearing CEO. It seemed that 9 talents and substitutes above S rank were the limit of plunder. But being naturally intelligent, he had already thought of a countermeasure. In the beginner dungeon, Wild Wolf Valley, the innocent Lin Lak successfully obtained Duan Chungfeng. This inspector has over 400 of these cards, plus the rewards from Wild Wolf Valley, making it 500. Adding to that, the potential gains from the Weeping Tomb and Old Cheese Prayer Book. Lin Lak smiled radiantly. He could definitely plunder enough to raise his rank from S to SS. The Prayer Lord appeared. Lin Lak desired that within the next 500 draws, he would definitely receive enough spirit enhancement crystals to raise Black Emperor to SS rank. He also wanted all 500 lucky draws from his lucky charm maximized to the prayer book's limit, without drawing any longevity pills. The Prayer Lord, confident, promised to fulfill his wishes. The sky was illuminated by the light of prayer. Lin Lak thought, right now, the most essential thing is spirit enhancement crystals. As long as there are enough spirit enhancement crystals, he could definitely increase his strength. He coldly, like a CEO, said to the Prayer Lord, "Don't." Light radiated around him, shooting outwards, making him look like a flower's pistil. He stood tall and imposing, a notification appearing that he had received S-rank diamonds sparkling spirit enhancement crystals. Golden, triple purple. Their effect was to increase the experience needed for upgrading. Substitutes. He now looked radiant, fresh as a newly bloomed flower. Of the 51 crystals above S rank, excluding the spirit enhancement crystals, there were quite a few other types. He walked over to Black Emperor, placing the crystals in his hands, and together they upgraded his talent. Sparks flew around them. His plunder talent had now reached SS rank. Its effect, upon killing a living being, allowed him to choose to plunder all the data of a specific attribute. The cooldown time was 10 hours, or it could be 2 hours. Although he wasn't entirely satisfied, as the effect hadn't changed, the previous limit of 19 had disappeared. He was extremely confident that as long as he continued to plunder, even SSS rank talents could be dealt with. He rested in the king's jade hand, waiting for his talent to reach its limit, or if he encountered an unsuitable talent, he could directly plunder it for someone beside him to use. Black Emperor beside him was also brimming with energy, feeling full of power. After ascending to SS rank, Black Emperor's experience, strength, speed, intelligence, defense, health, energy, recovery speed, and growth had all significantly increased. Not only were his 6-ring attributes enhanced, but he also gained 2 new skills, Invasion Authority and Hour of Inflammation. However, the next upgrade would cost 10,000 experience points. Ultimately, it was a trade-off. He strutted confidently towards the prayer lord. It's his turn to level up. Then he placed the crystals in his hands. Like Black Emperor, all of his stats increased significantly. Combined with the diamond folding sword Chi Lin Lak had just acquired and the 15% critical hit rate from enemy extermination heart, his SS rank Lucky Prayer's effect also increased fivefold. When drawing, he would be incredibly lucky, as happy as a dog seeing its owner. Finally, there was Hui Deco. She wasn't much different from the previous two. Although she looked like a gentle and beautiful young woman, her visible stats weren't even as weak as Black Emperor's. She was truly a pure combat substitute. The prayer lord walked up to Lin Lak and suggested he rest while he distributed the remaining crystals. Lin Lak was delighted, as distributing the remaining crystals was quite a hassle. He held the crystals in his hand, thinking that the rest could help the Savior and Black Emperor advance to SS rank. The large quantity of crystals could also enhance their abilities. Lin Lak began pondering like an old man again, considering equipment and strength. His current combat power was equivalent to 7 SS ranks. Most careless SSS rank awakened ones wouldn't be his match. Based on the diary, that old geezer, Lu Yu, definitely wasn't an ordinary SSS rank awakened. He certainly had other tricks up his sleeve. Lin Lak couldn't give him the chance to unleash his full power. A preemptive strike was his only path to victory. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The old man sat perched on a rock, proclaiming, "The world's prosperity divides at the gate of bones. The Taoist hides alone in the deep mountains. The Bodhisattva ignores worldly affairs in times of chaos. Now that chaos has arrived, it's time for me to act and rebuild the universe." Lu Yu had a ward against misfortune on his forehead. He should have used a ward against karma instead. Stroking his beard, he said, "The Black Emperor will definitely come here for the energy waiting to kill me. I will, like before, establish the Celestial Master sect and dominate one side." His delusional boasting was overheard by the Black Emperor. He planned a sneak attack, but Lu Yu reacted quickly. Lin Lak said scornfully, "I wanted to catch you off guard, but you reacted fast." Lu Yu, in a sharp tone, asked Lin Lak who dared to attack him. Lin Lak replied with a wicked smile, "I'm here to kill you." Lu Yu scoffed, "Who gave you the courage? Just relying on a substitute." Lin Lak just smiled, not bothering to reply and waste his breath. Hui da go up guli bin Lu Yu. He quickly used the divine projection of the Heavenly Venerable manifestation. The majestic Heavenly Venerable attacked her. Before he could even maintain his cool for 5 seconds, she quickly took out an umbrella to block the attack. He angrily asked, "Who ordered you to kill me?" As Lin Lak predicted, a sneak attack was useless against Lu Yu. He mistakenly thought Lin Lak was speechless and ordered him to kneel. Majestic Heavenly Venerable. Those who encounter demons. Lin Lak ignored his command, refusing to kneel, only offering a smile. He ordered the prayer lord to retreat, confident that the Black Emperor's attack couldn't be stopped. He declared, "Black Emperor, kill Lu Yu." Behind Lu Yu was Hui Deco, and in front was the Black Emperor, sandwiched like a piece of meat in a sandwich. He used his talent, Thunder God, aid me, Guanyin, aid me, raising both hands to summon them. Hui Deco stumbled, while the Black Emperor smashed one of his jars. Lin Lak, sensing something was wrong, urgently called for the Black Emperor and Hui Deco to return. At this moment, both the Thunder God and Guanyin appeared. Lu Yu also realized that Lin Lak's substitute was the Black Emperor, and he couldn't believe he had 3 substitutes. Lin Lak's group, brimming with confidence, declared, "Lu Yu, use all your strength, or you won't even have a corpse left to return to your coffin today." At this moment, doubt filled Lu Yu's mind. Why did the Black Emperor want to attack him? Could it be because Lin Lak had been reborn and knew that this damned old man would kill him? So he decided to strike first? He consoled himself, "It's all right. This old geezer dares to so provocatively beckon me over. When it comes to fighting, I, the Celestial Master Lu Yu, have never feared anyone." He raised his hand high, and a blinding ray of light shot into the sky. "Celestial Venerable Thuongma, assist me." The light slammed into the ground, creating a considerable tremor. From within the smoke, a hand reached out. Lin Lak immediately recognized it as an SSS rank summoning artifact. The celestial demon Thuongma, summoned by Lu Yu's command, appeared. Ordered to kill the scoundrel Lin Lak. His massive form blotted out the sky. Lin Lak's 3 substitutes sensed this, and Xian Dung Jia shielded him, united in their resolve to protect him. The Black Emperor lunged at Thuongma, with lightning speed, but was easily stopped by a single hand. Thuong Ma bellowed, "Annihilate the evil demons of the mortal world." Hui Deco drew her sword to attack him, but in his eyes, she and her weapon were as insignificant as ants. Lin Lak watched in astonishment. Thuong Ma hadn't used any skills, yet he could fight evenly against two of his SS rank substitutes. He observed carefully, noting that although Thuong Ma's movement and attack speed were fast, they were still slower than the Thunder God and Guanyin behind that old codger Liu Yu. According to Lin Lak's memories of the Apocalypse Diary, Liu Yu had other tricks up his sleeve. He guessed it might be a type of magic that borrowed divine power, manifesting as a shadow of a deity. Liu Yu watched everything, falling into a silent contemplation, just as he had planned. Of Lin Lak's 3 substitutes, 2 were combat types, and the remaining 1 was likely a support type. He inwardly marveled. Lin Lak was indeed a bit stronger than a typical SS rank. Liu Yu sneered, "0.1 celestial demon Thuong Ma, and you've already used 2/3 of your power. You're nothing but a worm compared to me." He arrogantly ordered Thuong Ma return. Lin Lak, confused by his intentions, asked, "Are you scared, O great celestial master?" Liu Yu chuckled derisively. "Even if the Black Emperor is reborn, I'm not afraid." Lin Lak's face darkened. How did he know about his rebirth? Could there be a divination technique in Taoism capable of seeing the future? He said hollowly, "This is precisely why I want to kill you." Liu Yu laughed heartily, "That I simply want to prove that even if you've been reborn, my power surpasses yours." Lin Lak was bewildered. Besides him, who else had been reborn? Now, apart from dealing with this old geezer Liu Yu, he would have to investigate this matter thoroughly and keep his rebirth a secret. Liu Yu decided that further talk was useless. Let's just get down to business and see whose skills are superior. He then used the Qingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan talisman, summoning him for assistance. Surrounded by sparks, a figure appeared, brimming with imposing aura. "Yang Jian, at your command." Lin Lak recognized him as the legendary Yang Jian. The garrulous Liu Yu began to boast again. "Just now, I merely summoned the celestial demon Thuong Ma, and he easily handled your Black Emperor and Hui Deco." He continued his delusional bragging. "If you're scared, you can still kneel and beg for mercy." Suddenly, he noticed a gun in Lin Lak's hand. He laughed heartily, the sound washing over Lin Lak's face as he said, "Is the Black Emperor I raised an idiot? What era is this? Still using guns? Do you really think you could defeat me with this thing?" He gestured towards a gun pointed at his own head. "This gun wasn't meant for you in the first place." He raised his hands in a gesture of concession. "You can't beat me, and there's no need to commit suicide. How about I show some mercy and let you become one of my soldiers?" His words were met with a response from Lin Lak that felt like a slap to the face that, "I'm not trying to kill myself." Suddenly, the gun was fired, aimed directly at Lin Lak's temple. In this critical moment, Lin Lak immediately summoned the savior. As soon as he appeared, the savior coolly flicked the bullet aside with his finger, then respectfully assumed a posture awaiting Lin Lak's command. On Liu Yu's side, he placed a talisman on his forehead, his face impassive, believing Lin Lak was being overly dramatic. He even accused Lin Lak of acting arrogant because he currently possessed 4 personas. Faced with Liu Yu's sarcasm and disrespectful attitude, Lin Lak calmly began to explain his actions. "Since you summoned 4, I naturally had to call someone as well, so I wouldn't seem out of date." After this exchange of verbal jabs, they finally decided to resort to force. Liu Yu, with the golden talisman on his forehead, initiated the fight. He commanded 2 of his personas, the celestial demon Thuong Ma and the true monarch Qing Yuan Miao Dao, to defeat Lin Lak's group. Upon receiving their master's orders, the 2 generals took their stances, one with a shield and the other with a spear, ready to attack. Lin Lak and his 3 personas were not to be trifled with. After he issued the command to defeat the small fry true monarch and Yang Jian and capture Liu Yu alive, they charged towards him like arrows. Seeing the enormous true monarch standing before him, Lin Lak's subordinate showed no fear or hesitation. On the contrary, he confidently declared that he could handle this behemoth single-handedly. The 2 other personas following close behind were equally determined. Hui Deco, leading the charge, quickly delegated tasks. She instructed the savior to deal with their opponent's main body, while she would handle the other one. At that moment, the savior, following closely behind, called out to her after hearing her assignment. He suggested that he handle the other one and asked her to assist the Iron Block in dealing with the massive true monarch. With that, the savior swiftly flew towards Yang Jian. Upon seeing him, Yang Jian sneered arrogantly. "It's been a long time since I've been to the mortal realm," he said, "and now a tiny ant like you, who could be blown away with a single breath, dares to oppose me?" As he spoke, Yang Jian opened his third eye on his forehead, intending to obliterate the savior with a single move. However, the savior quickly blocked his attack. The arrogant words of the braggart before him ignited the savior's fury, and he unleashed his power to counterattack. Seeing the cube form from the savior's power approaching him, Yang Jian cleaved it in two with a single strike of his spear. He then mocked the savior for his petty tricks, accusing him of trying to pull the wool over his eyes. But life is always full of surprises, and he paid the price for his arrogance. A deafening explosion erupted, and before Yang Jian could recover, more explosions quickly followed. The savior, standing outside, orchestrated the blasts, gleefully raising both hands and giving the order to detonate, creating a new world, leaving the foolish Yang Jian with no choice but to endure the onslaught. Meanwhile, Liu Yu continued to summon his persona, True Monarch. Guan Met used the Jade Purity Vase's power to heal Yang Jian. Seeing that the damage inflicted by the savior was instantly healed, Lin Lak, not wanting to waste his power needlessly, realized that if he continued to pressure Liu Yu in this way, the greatest losses would be on his side. Therefore, Lin Lak decided to use a different approach. He immediately ordered all three of his personas to cease fighting and return. Seeing Lin Lak's actions, Liu Yu mistakenly believed he was afraid and didn't dare to attack. Overjoyed, he quickly ordered all of his personas to rise up and defeat him. Seeing everything unfold according to his plan, everything so far was almost identical to the records in the future diary. Lin Lak decided to unleash his ultimate technique, Perfect Fusion, ready to transform and merge all three of his personas into one complete entity. Becoming his strongest battle form yet, he was determined to give Liu Yu and his forces a devastating blow. After Lin Lak gave the command, within a short period, all three of his personas immediately unleashed their maximum energy and began to merge into a new form. Soon after, the complex flesh and blood battle form of Hui Deco appeared. Seeing the new form's power level displayed on the system screen, Lin Lak was overjoyed. This SS rank power level was comparable to SSS rank. With the terrifying power of this battle form, Liu Yu's side would definitely be crushed. Facing Liu Yu's harem-like army of personas, Hui Deco didn't hesitate for a single moment. She quickly flew towards the cunning Liu Yu at lightning speed, directly confronting his heavily armed subordinates. Seeing Lin Lak's combined Hui Deco form charging towards him, the decrepit persona became extremely annoyed. Not only did he scold her for being impudent, but he also assumed an attack stance, using his severing drunkenness ability. Following the old man's lead, the rest of the personas rose up and began their attack. The bulky True Monarch even warned Hui Deco not to take another step forward. However, his words were quickly silenced by a swift sword strike. While attacking head-on, Hui Deco furiously declared that anyone who dared to obstruct her would be stripped of their right to live. With that, Hui Deco began using her plundering authority technique, relentlessly attacking those who dare to stand in her way. Her powerful assault was so swift that they couldn't dodge in time. The foolish True Monarch cried out in fear, his face pale. Although the situation seemed somewhat unfavorable for Liu Yu, he didn't appear anxious. On the contrary, he became extremely confident as he addressed Lin Lak, acknowledging his extraordinary abilities. However, he claimed that Lin Lak's childish tricks were far from enough to defeat him. Moreover, Liu Yu believed Lin Lak was delusional. To completely shatter Lin Lak's belief in victory, or what Liu Yu considered an illusion of strength, he slowly pulled out a metal tablet, claiming he would show him the centuries-old legacy of the Celestial Master lineage. With that, Liu Yu raised the tablet high and began chanting, "By the vast and boundless celestial qi, my Tao flourishes like a dragon." The Celestial Master lineage, passed down for hundreds of years. Disciple Liu Yu, 66th generation Celestial Master. Witnessing this scene unfold before his eyes, Lin Lak was utterly astonished. He stared intently at the metal tablet in Liu Yu's hand, immediately recognizing its origin. It turned out that on January 11th, 1921, the 66th generation celestial master, Zhang Daolin, single-handedly eradicated the evil ghost Sa, saving countless people from disaster. On July 7, 1937, the 61st generation celestial master, Zhang Fu, passed the celestial master legacy to his junior disciple. He then ventured out, using his meager strength to save humanity amidst the chaos engulfing the world. Finally, the metal tablet was entrusted to Liu Zhidui on August 15, 1993, and now it had been passed down to Liu Yu. At this moment, he used the Celestial Master's decree to summon the spirits of past Celestial Masters to aid him. Seeing this, Lin Lak felt uneasy. This power was even more formidable than he had imagined. Such strength, the previous Celestial Master lineage in Liu Yu's hands becoming a heretical force, was an utter waste, in his opinion. While Lin Lak was lost in thought, Hui Deco began to unleash her power. She used her ultimate move, Blooming Other Shore, to attack Liu Yu. However, she was quickly intercepted and bound by Liu Yu's predecessors using the Golden Light Seal spell and Heavenly Majesty, causing her to struggle in discomfort. Confident of his victory, Liu Yu arrogantly demanded Lin Lak join him. He intended to subdue Lin Lak before seeking Yutai Keep. After capturing both transmigrators, he was certain the Celestial Master lineage would rise again. Facing Liu Yu's arrogance, Lin Lak calmly replied that the Celestial Master lineage was indeed powerful, but it was a terrible waste in Liu Yu's hands. He also firmly asserted that he would obtain the centuries-old metal tablet. Under Liu Yu's skeptical gaze, Lin Lak slowly activated the persona user's emotion technique, and a red egg appeared in his hand. For Lin Lak, this was his only lifeline. He slowly closed his eyes and gently grasped the egg. He told himself that he had to choose the most appropriate emotion, as that was the only way to resolve the current danger. After all, fetal movement was a double-edged sword. Choosing the wrong emotion would undoubtedly injure him. At this moment, Lin Lak focused intensely, sensing the emotions of all living beings within a 300,000-meter radius. Immediately, a myriad of feelings flooded his mind, from arguing couples to a girl named Sukana who had just had her bag snatched. Frustration, fear, helplessness, despair. Lin Lak immediately realized that these were not the emotions he needed. Slowly opening his eyes to look at the egg, he caught glimpses of fragmented images. First, a soldier and reporter, Yao cheerfully discussing how to educate people on overcoming the danger and fighting the monsters. Then, a meeting about amplifying the signal, broadcasting the recording of Lin Lak risking his life with a protector to all the residents. Finally, the image of a determined army united to destroy the monsters and the people being rescued. All these fragmented images confirmed that the future diary hadn't lied to him. So, he immediately decided to summon a new persona, one born from the hopes and prayers of the thousands in the city. As soon as he finished speaking, the egg in Lin Lak's hand began to float in midair, gathering all the surrounding light and slowly cracking open. A pair of white wings gradually emerged from the fissure. Next, the entire wings and body of the angel within instantly appeared. The angel gently addressed Lin Lak, respectfully calling him master. She also firmly asserted that she would definitely help him overcome all difficulties. Lin Lak looked at the system interface, happily thinking that with a persona that didn't consume energy and received a 20% power boost beyond the limit, victory was within his grasp. Liu Yu, unaware of this, thought Lin Lak was feigning mystique, relying on ancestral powers to fight. Seeing the old man before him overestimate himself, Lin Lak immediately ordered the angel to attack, letting the old Liu Yu taste her power. Following his command, the angel quickly advanced, continuously transferring her energy to Hui Deco. The boundless life force and blossoming hope made Hui Deco feel invigorated, the powerful energy generated by the angel surging within her. The chains binding Hui Deco now radiated a dazzling light, and then she effortlessly snapped them. Hui Deco quickly broke free and charged towards the scoundrel Liu Yu. Although she was forced to solo against Liu Yu's formidable ancestral power, with them even using abilities like Heavenly Sovereign Majesty and Jade Du Decree. Hui Deco remained undaunted. She calmly used her ability to create a barrier, but the attacks of the Ancestral Masters on Lu Yu's side were too strong, and Hui Deco's barrier was quickly broken. Lu Yu, the old man being carried by his teammates, stood to the side, smirking smugly. He believed that Hui Deco's flimsy barrier couldn't possibly withstand his extraordinary power. Just as the scoundrel Lu Yu was gleefully celebrating his perceived victory, the smile on his face froze. As the dense fog from the intense clash dissipated, Hui Deco's figure vanished. Before him, a wave of fear washed over Lu Yu. Anxious and dumbfounded, he stared straight ahead, frantically searching for Hui Deco. While the incompetent Lu Yu was distracted, Hui Deco suddenly appeared behind him. She gripped her long sword, pointing it directly at the old man, and provocatively asked him what he was looking at. Lu Yu, caught off guard, could only watch helplessly as Hui Deco raised her sword, preparing to use her drunken realm slash to attack him. Terrified, the decrepit old man Lu Yu desperately cried out to his ancestors for help. His nearby spectral guard, seeing this, used its power to create a wave of water to protect him. Thus, the villain was once again saved by divine intervention, narrowly escaping Hui Deco's fatal blow. At that moment, the ancestral celestial masters appeared one after another, surrounding Hui Deco. They were furious at being humiliated by her. One of the celestial masters used their power to attack her directly. However, she swiftly used her golden cicada shell-shedding technique to block the surprise attack. With a single swing of her sword, the celestial master's weapon was cleaved in two. After successfully blocking the attack from Lu Yu's side, Hui Deco charged towards him like an arrow. As if anticipating her move, Lu Yu's group quickly appeared to defend him. Meanwhile, Lin Lak's gaze hardened with determination. With urgency, he commanded his two personas, the Angel and the Prayer Lord, to quickly assist Hui Deco. He declared his desire for her blade to be unstoppable, shattering everything in its path. Furthermore, Lin Lak urged them to grant Hui Deco power beyond her limits, completely crushing the enemy's fighting ability. Upon hearing Lin Lak's command, the Angel and the Prayer Lord immediately obeyed without question. They quickly focused all their strength and power, transferring it all to the battle-ready Hui Deco. Already powerful, she became even stronger. Having absorbed all the power from the two personas, Hui Deco, now brimming with spiritual energy, summoned her ultimate ability. She uttered 3 words, 100 armaments array. Myriads of sharp arrows shot out from within the red zone, hurtling towards Lu Yu's group. Lu Yu's attack immediately dealt a devastating blow. The ancestral celestial masters, severely injured, began to dissipate into the air, ending their fervent support. They never would have imagined they'd suffer such a crushing defeat at the hands of a snot-nosed brat. Seeing the shift in the situation, Lu Yu became extremely anxious, wondering how Hui Deco could become so powerful in such a short time. Realizing his inevitable defeat, Lu Yu decided to resort to dirty tricks and seize an opportunity to escape. However, his plan was seen through by Lin Lak, who quickly summoned the bewitching Demon Queen. The pink illusion immediately captured Lu Yu. Seeing no escape route, he could only stand still and brace for the impact. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Hui Deco and the Celestial Masters showed no signs of ending. With the right time, place, and people on his side, Lin Lak seized the opportunity to unleash his abilities and attack Lu Yu. His actions were noticed by Guan Met, who used the Jade Du Red Immortal Decree to stop him. However, Lin Lak quickly dodged the attack and successfully snatched the Celestial Master's seal from Lu Yu. A while later, the scoundrel Lu Yu finally woke up. He looked left and right, realizing that the divine shadows were disappearing, and felt his world crumble. Lin Lak then held up the Celestial Master seal in front of Lu Yu, believing it was the source of the summoned Celestial Masters. Seeing his Celestial Master's seal stolen by a child, Lu Yu furiously summoned the Heavenly Bong Jade, True Longevity, True Monarch, as his next support. This one was far stronger than the previous substitutes he had summoned. While Lin Lak was still bewildered by Lu Yu's actions, The substitute created a protective circle and escorted him away. Noticing Lu Yu's escape attempt, Lin Lak immediately requested a full energy restoration for the prayer lord and pinpointed Lu Yu's location. The Angel of Hope, hovering in the air with Lin Lak, informed him that Lu Yu was in the alley below to the left. Following this line of thought, he echoed the saying, "Weeds must be uprooted, lest they sprout again in spring. We can't let him escape unless absolutely necessary." Below, Lu Yu's face was a picture of dejection. He frowned wearily. The Celestial Master's seal was gone, and only 3 heavenly Bong, true monarch talismans remained. If he continued fighting, he feared death. He didn't know what to do, whether to return to the mountain to seek his master or find Lao Tzu for help. After uttering these desperate words, Lu Yu slammed his fist against a nearby pillar, his face contorting like a monkey's. He cursed them, saying, "Damn it." Returning for help was humiliating. If he had used his full strength against Lin Lak from the beginning, he definitely wouldn't have lost. Then Lu Yu raised his hand, forming a seal, muttering something as a bright aura enveloped him. He had intended to roam the world with an air of dignified authority, but that was no longer possible. While chanting, he suddenly had a premonition. There, Lu Yu immediately took out 2 bright yellow talismans and stuck them onto his eyes. These were heavenly eye talismans, allowing him to see further. In his eyes, the image of something approaching appeared. Lu Yu saw more clearly and recognized the Angel of Hope flying swiftly towards him. He was truly experiencing one surprise after another. How could this be? How did they know he was here? His face was drenched in sweat from fear, his hand tightly gripping the talisman. This wouldn't do. He had to leave quickly. Lu Yu made hand seals and chanted, summoning the heavenly Bong, Jade, True Longevity, True Monarch to help him. Upon hearing him, the monarch appeared, enormous, amidst a cloud of smoke, and used the yin-yang thunder god shield. Lu Yu, thanks to that, escaped in the white smoke. By the time Lin Lak and the others arrived, he had already vanished. Lin Lak wondered why he had run so fast, then asked the prayer lord to pursue and find Lu Yu. He agreed to the request. While the Angel of Hope knelt, striking a cool pose in front, Lu Yu had flown away, yet there was no peace. How could this perverted Lin Lak always find him? Could he have a doppelganger chasing him? Lu Yu landed using a beetle-shaped device. He couldn't believe someone could have so many natural abilities like a doppelganger. Fusion control, chasing him like this. Clearly, the Olmi said there was no such character in the previous life. A neatly dressed young man in a military uniform approached Lu Yu and asked, "The energy of the second wave of S-Class Awakened is running out. Can you come and help?" In front of Lu Yu was a giant Void King worm with sharp fangs, growling. It was being attacked by everyone, but it seemed unaffected. Suddenly, Lu Yu felt the same sensation as before. He furrowed his brows, his face clearly showing his annoyance and unwillingness to speak. They were truly persistent. Lu Yu, taking his anger out on the young man, shoved him away with a loud voice. "Get out. Don't bother me anymore." The young man stood there, dumbfounded, watching him fly away. "Even with the great calamity upon us, I can't force others to sacrifice their lives to help." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw the giant monster right beside his face. It raised its pincer and used Drunken Realm Slash, delivering a satisfying blow. But in reality, the young man was helped by Lin Lak and the angel. He saw the other person still covering their face and asked, "Are you all right?" At this moment, the young man looked up and pointed behind him. "They're coming again." Lin Lak took out his weapon and got into position. He used level Wind Sword Guard to attack them. The young man stared in amazement. "Amazing. You're saved." After witnessing Lin Lak's awesome display, the young man knelt down and pleaded with him. "Fire and guns can't kill the monsters here, and my comrades have suffered heavy casualties." Lin Lak looked directly at him and gave a confident thumbs up. "Don't worry. If you're here, everyone is safe." At this moment, the giant monster emerged from the thick white smoke, looming right in front of him and Lin Lak. The young man's face was filled with worry and fear. The Void King worm was summoning. It's kind. Lin Lak calmly drew a conclusion that it seems there's more than one Void King worm. It seems they're like ordinary animals, claiming territory and setting up camps. The young man looked at Lin Lak with a worried expression. He praised Lin Lak's skill, but warned that the influx of monsters was difficult to handle and caution was necessary. Ignoring him, Lin Lak grabbed his weapon and strode forward enthusiastically, telling the others to fall back as the upcoming battle was his. The young man's eyes widened and he reached out to stop him, but of course he couldn't. He could only warn Lin Lak not to be careless, as these monsters weren't simple. Lin Lak soared into the air, his weapon flashing, carving 2 diagonal slashes across the monster. Below, the Angel of Hope provided support, running to inform him that the time had come. The Angel of Hope pulsed with a brilliant red energy. Black Emperor reported to Lin Lak that he hadn't completed his mission, adding an apology. Lin Lak calmly replied that it was all right, as the future diary had foretold this. Their current mission was to destroy this worm. The 3 of them flew forward, launching a continuous assault on the monster. It roared, shaking the sky. The young man pointed ahead, tears of joy streaming down his face. It was Black Emperor. He then reported to his captain via radio. Black Emperor is here. We're saved. A scolding voice crackled back through the radio. Black Emperor is here? Don't lie to me, or you'll get it. While Lin Lak and his companions fought fiercely, the young man remained kneeling, still talking on the radio. The substitutes looked exactly like in reporter Yao's footage. A young woman with a sword and a black-armored substitute. Lin Lak swung his sword, rising high into the air. He called out to Hui Deco and Black Emperor, urging a full-powered attack. Black Emperor flew in, roaring, "Ola, Ola." Lin Lak yelled, "Night Dance Blade." The monster lifted its head, opening its mouth to spew a torrent of red substance. The soldiers stared in bewilderment at what's happening. These monsters are suddenly fleeing in panic, one asked. Another asked, "Your substitute can hear sounds from far away? Is Black Emperor really fighting the Void King Worm?" He turned to his comrades and shouted, "Black Emperor is our city's hero. We absolutely won't let him fight alone. Who's willing to go up and help him?" Everyone raised their hands in agreement. Lin Lak watched the swarm of insects approaching, scoffing at their late arrival. "A little later, and you be cleaning up the king worm's corpse," he remarked. He held a flask, a confident smirk on his handsome face. "Experience delivered to my doorstep? Don't mind if I do." Lin Lak tilted the flask forward, releasing a beam of light. A massive creature materialized, its body pure white, with ox-like horns on its head. Although its combat power was comparable to a regular S-rank substitute, its enormous size made it ideal for dealing with the smaller insect-like creatures. The creature, a frost earth ox, stretched and roared, its bellow echoing through the air. Lin Lak watched with hopeful eyes. Killing the Void King Worm would yield 5 Wheel of Fortune draw cards and 5 fate crystals. Every little bit helps, he thought. These small experience points add up. A sudden sound from behind startled him. He turned to see Black Emperor pointing and shouting, "We're coming." The group of soldiers marched forward in unison, chanting, "Don't worry, we'll help you." Lin Lak wore a bewildered expression, confused by their actions. When had he called for their help? Lin Lak stood, blocking the group of people. He frowned in annoyance and ordered them to obediently stand aside and watch, forbidding them from interfering. He warned that anyone who intervened would face his wrath. Lin Lak's body surged with vitality as he stared at the monster with a deadly, sharp gaze. Trash like the Void King Worm, just a slightly higher life count. Summon worms are just annoying. He didn't need anyone's help. They were dumbfounded by the word trash. Lin Lak raised his sword towards the sky, invoking the level wind sword guard. A green light emanated from the blade outwards. He slashed, and the monster spewed crimson blood. A notification appeared, congratulating him on successfully killing the insect cave guardian, the Void King Worm. He received 5 Destiny Roulette draws and 5 Destiny Crystals. Another notification popped up, congratulating him on dealing 70% of the damage to the Void King Worm, awarding him over 35 million experience points. A 6-level leap in monster slaying granted a 700% experience bonus, adding the 400% experience bonus from the 100 battles aspiration kill, plus an additional 300% experience bonus, resulted in an accumulated 8,400% experience bonus. Congratulations on reaching level 29. Seeing how easily it was dealt with, the soldiers below gaped. Lin Lak put one hand in his pocket and raised the other, showcasing his coolness. The Void King Worm is taken care of. Be careful yourselves. Their faces lit up, their eyes sparkling as they looked at him like an idol. A true role model, doing good deeds without seeking reward. A loud explosion echoed from a nearby high-rise building. Liu Yu had caused the noise by breaking a window to enter the building. He aggressively kicked open the door and shouted, "Is anyone there?" The room was empty. Lu Yu was annoyed and frustrated by his terrible luck. He had swallowed his pride and called for reinforcements, but the target wasn't here. Holding a talisman, he said with a grimacing face, "The Black Emperor's abilities are too bizarre. If you want to know detailed information related to him, or regain your power, you can only choose to join forces with me. Those who see this, please pass on the message. I will surely repay you in the future." After speaking, he stuck the talisman to the door. Lu Yu looked around anxiously. He couldn't hide forever. He had to find a way to prevent the Black Emperor from finding him. He then summoned the Wenxiu Star Monarch to help him escape the enemy's tracking spell. The Wenxiu Star Monarch appeared and gestured around Lu Yu. An energy enveloped him. For a short time, Lin Lak wouldn't be able to find him. His face was grim, his eyes downcast in thought. It was indeed careless, but fortunately, although he lost the Celestial Master's seal, without the Celestial Master Sect's secret techniques, it couldn't be used. Once he grew stronger, he would definitely reclaim the seal. Lu Yu looked at the information, puzzled by a missing 120 points. Then he left. This place wasn't safe to stay in for long. The Prayer Lord informed Lin Lak that Lu Yu couldn't be found. Lin Lak had other things to do, so he decided to let it go. Besides, with the power of the future diary, he could anticipate whatever Lu Yu did. Lin Lak stared intently at the information panel. What was the effect of the Black Emperor warrior gaining 129 strength? Lin Lak closed his eyes and ignored it. He would wait until the Black Emperor upgraded to SSS rank. Then he could evolve a more powerful plunder skill. He pulled out the Celestial Master seal, unsure how Lu Yu had used it before. Lin Lak held the talisman between his hands, raised it above his head, closed his eyes, and called upon the Celestial Master's seal, but nothing happened. He looked at the talisman in disappointment. This kind of inner sect tool really wasn't something an outer sect disciple like him could use. He might as well give up. Why bother racking his brains over it? Lin Lak asked the Prayer Lord to modify the Celestial Master's seal so that only he could use it. The Prayer Lord looked at him with a troubled expression. Modifying the Celestial Master seal would consume half of his energy. Lin Lak raised his hand, creating a stream of energy. Energy was meant to be used, and if it could solve the energy problem, then it wasn't a problem. The Prayer Lord smiled, thanked his master, and began the ritual. After a while, he returned it to Lin Lak. Looking at the Celestial Master's seal, Lin Lak thought to himself that it was like a dungeon item, displaying an attribute interface, and it was a Saint Grade item at that. The Celestial Master's seal was of supreme Saint Grade, and currently, the only person who could use it was Lin Lak. Still grinning, Lin Lak thought to himself that in his previous life, he hadn't obtained a single Saint Grade item or equipment in 3 years. He hadn't expected that little Lu Yu was hiding such a heaven-defying treasure. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he wondered why he could only summon 10. Hadn't Lu Yu summoned 12 before? Could it be that they disappeared when they were killed by Hui Deco? Lin Lak decided to let it go. One couldn't be too greedy. The Celestial Master's seal had 10 beings with power above S rank. He was already making a profit, and now only he could use the Celestial Master's seal. If Lu Yu knew, he'd be furious. He looked into the distance. It was almost time. He needed to go to those 2 secret realms to replenish his energy. After the calamity passed, he would also prepare to head to Mianbei. Lao Zi was listening to a report. Lu Yu had said that if he wanted to defeat the Black Emperor, he could only join forces with him. But wasn't Lu Yu supposed to be able to defeat 3 people alone? Why couldn't he even defeat the Black Emperor? After receiving all the information, Lao Zi thanked the informant and said he would contact them later. According to the message Lu Yu left with Hui Tai Lang, it should be here. There was still a lot of residual battle energy in the air. Lao Zi crouched down to examine the area. There were also battle marks on the ground. This was the place. Lu Yu's information was accurate. He turned back and called on the Time King to rewind time in this area. She agreed and swung her arms across her body, initiating the time rewind skill. Time began to reverse, and Lao Zi also began to rewind. They paused at the required scene, and then he stepped into it. Upon entering, he saw Hui Deco, the Black Emperor's subordinate. Then Lao Zi saw Lin Lak. Had he also been reborn to the time before the Great Awakening? Changing history, he finally met the master of the Black Emperor. He was very surprised because he didn't recognize him at all. Among the experts in his previous life, there was no such person. Who was he? It was astonishing. In just a few short days, his power had increased so terrifyingly. He believed that he definitely had a hidden secret, and he would uncover it. He prepared to resume the broadcast, but stopped abruptly, stunned by the scene unfolding before his eyes. As expected, the Time King's power has been stolen by him. His clone asked if he needed help with Lu. He wanted to wait and see. After all, Lu Yu is SSS rank. How could he lose so easily? At this moment, the time rewind ended. He was extremely surprised. Just what kind of powerful talent did this guy awaken to be able to have so many clones? Alright, he decided to activate the time rewind again, despite being warned that doing so for an extended period would consume too much of his energy. But whatever. What did he care about that now? Even if he had to use all his recently stored energy, he would definitely find out the Black Emperor's secret to becoming stronger. This guy has made up his mind, so he has to see it through. After activating it, he witnessed him stealing someone else's talent. Just what kind of monster is he to be able to steal other people's talents by killing them? How terrifying. He had never even seen him before, yet his clone ability was still stolen. The clone beside him asked if he should continue tracking his location, and then, while he was sleeping, used time dilation bomb to blow him up. He refused again, saying that it wasn't necessary at this time. This guy's secrets were too numerous. He needed to observe further. If he could negotiate a collaboration with him, it would be very beneficial. After all, the enemies from the outer realms were the true threat that needed to be eliminated. At this moment, he was very satisfied because he was able to refine 30 portions of deceased remains in just 3 hours. He swung his arm, delivering a powerful blow that annihilated them, absorbing all their energy. Finished, with a gleeful expression, he signaled to go to Duan Qingfeng's vault. The clone immediately located the address. In an instant, they arrived at their destination. He ordered Lao Chi to cut off all the surveillance cameras in the building. How could someone like him be recorded by such trivial things? Entering inside, the study was much simpler than he had imagined. After observing for a while, he discovered a book that looked unusual. It didn't budge when touched, but when he pressed down on it, the bookshelf suddenly opened. A dazzling light struck their eyes. Oh my God! He was stunned by the glittering gold before his eyes. He had struck it rich this time. With a massive vault of gold before him, he couldn't stop exclaiming. It's true that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. He didn't mind taking all this gold. Now it was his, haha. His next destination would be the location of Wang Hengji of the Wang Corporation. How dare he harm him? As long as he was still alive, that guy wouldn't have a peaceful life. If Lu Yu hadn't suddenly appeared last time, he would have sent him to the underworld long ago. At this time, the second young master woke up after a long night. He ordered the butler to clean up the remnants of his nightly amusement. It was an unfortunate girl who had been played to death, lying naked on the bed. What a beast. While he was complaining about being bored with only playing with women, he barged in. If he was bored, then he could play a game of escaping from the secret basement with him. The second young master was slammed face first onto the table. Serves him right. Although he only had 40% of his power left, it was enough to immobilize this guy and prevent him from making a sound. All right then. He smiled sinisterly and laid out the rules of the game. There will be 100 giant hornet beetles in this room. If they catch you, you're finished. If the second young master can escape through the back door, he'll have a chance to live. He started the game. 100 giant hornet beetles flew towards their target, and the second young master ran for his life towards the back door. A screen of illusory smoke and fog disoriented him. The first stage is cleared. Congratulations, second young master. Welcome to the second stage. White Bone, Killing Ground. Wang Hengji, his face ashen, yelled at him. He was furious at being offended and swore he would make him pay with his life. Aha, how laughable. The one who's about to die is you stupid young master. He simply released a super cute, deformed hunter to chase after Wang Hengji. Just get through the door in front of you and run home, and you might just survive. The deformed hunter, several times larger than a human, with glowing blue eyes, lunged at the young master. Come on, big brother, let's play tag. Wang Hengji could only run for his life. He thought to himself that if he escaped, he would use all the power of the Wang Corporation to find him and make him pay dearly that you're delusional, even on the verge of death. As he reached the door, 2 more creatures ambushed him, impaling his legs. He fell to the ground in agony and was quickly lifted into the air, his cries for help echoing in vain. That what's wrong? You were so arrogant just now. How embarrassing. He stopped the attack. Wang Hengji pleaded for his life, offering him money and women. Hearing this, he couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh. If you answer my question to my satisfaction, young Master Wang, I might just spare your life. A few years ago, he asked who else was involved in the artifact theft at the Hantan Ancient Artifact Institute. Wang Hengji started to panic. He had used an orphan as a scapegoat for that case. Could he have offended someone else? Yes, you offended me, buddy. Wang Hengji yelled that it was Wang Sengqi who ordered him. He claimed that Wang Sengqi was a notorious boss who orchestrated all sorts of illegal activities. While lying, he activated his ancient deception talent. Even though it was only a B-rank talent, he believed he could fool him. He thought this was a perfect opportunity to shift the blame onto his older brother, paving the way for him to rightfully inherit the Wang family's assets. Two birds with one stone. That you're thinking too much. The second young master, believing he would be spared, received a fatal blow. You think you can brainwash me with that garbage? Go to hell. His next target was Wang Sengqi. Wang Sengqi was in his room with his son, teaching him that the purpose of commoners was to provide them with entertainment, that you're corrupting a whole generation, man. Sensing impending danger, Wang Sengqi told his son to go play elsewhere while he prepared for battle. He summoned his transmigrator for protection. He burst through the door with a very friendly expression. The two greeted each other and locked eyes. Sitting down, he sarcastically addressed Wang Sengqi about what he had just told his son. So that I can easily receive this power and surprise this wolf. Wang Sengqi, full of vigilance, politely replied that someone who could get past multiple guards and barge into the Wang estate like him couldn't possibly be a goat. Inwardly, he reassured himself. With an S-rank Esper by his side for protection, it should be all right. He continued to sneer, questioning, what did you mean by the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation? Wang Sengqi boldly claimed that even if a goat mutates, it will still end up being eaten by a wolf. Being a goat means being destined to be prey for a wolf. These words made him unconsciously remember his older brother, the warm-hearted brother who always taught him to be an honest person, believing life would surely reward him. But no, brother, you and I wasted our lives being good people, only to die at the hands of these greedy scum. Is this really the predetermined fate of a goat? Thank you, young Master Wang, for helping me realize these interesting things. Well then, I won't be a goat anymore. That goat's fate will disappear too. A gloomy atmosphere filled the room. He was filled with rage, but a terrifying smile spread across his face. I came here to collect a debt. The Hancheng Museum theft a few years ago, was it really orchestrated by you, Wang Sengqi, instructing your younger brother to do it? Hearing this, the young master immediately denied it. He, as the heir, would certainly not touch illicit assets and cross the line. It was all his younger brother's doing, he claimed, thinking that by saying so, his brother would be dealt with. What a loving pair of brothers. Not only skilled in sophistry, Sengqi's acting skills were also commendable, even pretending to offer compensation if he were a victim of the incident. But unfortunately for him, how could he fool him? He summoned Black Emperor and said he would give him a chance to live if his Esper could withstand 5 seconds against Black Emperor. Sengqi, no longer needing to act, believed him to be an awakened S-rank, arrogant and smug about his transcendent Esper, whose strength and speed both reached 200. Not only that, his Esper also had the ability to see 1 second into the future, absolutely guaranteeing he could block any attack from his opponent. It seemed young Master Wang was quite confident, but I'm sorry, you're going to be disappointed. Black Emperor launched an attack, a powerful punch followed by a swift kick to the transcendent Esper's face, leaving Wang Sengqi stunned. His jaw dropped in shock. Congratulations, you've lost. He pointed at the young master, threatening, if you don't have another Esper, I can only kill you. The second young Master Wang fearfully pointed a gun at him, agitatedly saying, you stay back. At this close range, even your Esper can't protect you. He ordered his Esper, Lao Chi, his gun won't fire. Lao Chi obediently replied, as you command, my master. As soon as he finished speaking, the second young master's gun misfired. He threw the gun away, intending to negotiate. Wait, you won't gain anything by killing me. Name your price. I'll buy my life. He mocked him. Go on. How much are you willing to pay for your life? The second young master trembled, bidding for his own life. 30 million. No, 50 million. He further bargained. And from now on, if you ever need the Wang family, I, Wang Sengqi, will do everything in my power to help you. He chuckled coldly. You're going all out to help me. You're right, Mr. Wong. To thank you for the inspiration, I've decided to let Black Emperor give you a taste of his power. Wang Xiaodian broke out in a cold sweat. What do you mean? He commanded his other subordinate, Black Emperor, to attack. Obey your master's command. Black Emperor lunged forward, raining blows upon young Master Wang, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. He died on the spot. Lin Lak approached the body, sighing. After killing you, I'll prop up a new, obedient puppet Wang family head who can truly go all out to help me. He used his power, activating his plunder talent. The system notified him, talent plunder successful. Congratulations on obtaining the S-rank talent, Heart Blood Tide. Lin Lak was surprised. Heart Blood Tide? What kind of talent is that? He quickly checked the system. Heart blood transmission. Effect. When danger approaches, based on the level of danger, it generates warnings of varying degrees. No cooldown. He nodded. Not bad. It can enhance danger perception, and there's no cooldown. He shouted, come forth, new subordinate. Multiple streaks of red light surrounded him. His new subordinate appeared. Respected host, Transcendent One reporting for duty. Lin Lak was satisfied. Not bad. All combat attributes are peak S rank, and you can even predict your opponent's attacks. It's just that the prediction window is a bit short. SS rank would have been better. Transcendent One seemed a little offended. Host, you underestimate me. My abilities are greater than you imagine. For example, the one beside you, although he luckily won against me just now, it was only because the previous host gave the wrong command, allowing him to take advantage. Black Emperor retorted, what's that, newcomer? Want another spar? Sensing the tension, Lin Lak quickly intervened. All right, Transcendent One, Black Emperor is already SS rank. You can't fight him now, but as long as you follow me, you'll also grow quickly. Hearing this, Transcendent One obeyed. Yes, host. He added, I hear that the second in command of the Wang family, Wang Daoqing, has been secretly vying for power with the head of the family. But his son, Wang Shouji, is mediocre. He's worth using. He smiled. Prayer, I pray that this place will be besieged by the Zerg in 5 minutes. Prayer obeyed. Yes, master. The scene shifted to the Wang Corporation's industrial park. Wang Shouji was asking his father, Dad, what do you think the future world will become like? Wang Daoqing calmly replied, ordinary people rely on luck to rise, but wealthy people like us will become true gods. Shouji was puzzled. True gods. Daoqing explained to his son, after this disaster passes, I plan to sell 90% of our assets to first enhance your talent. Then we'll build a powerful team, monopolizing resources, equipment, crystals, and longevity pills in the dungeons. He looked at his son. Terrifying personal strength, countless immortal blessings, a long lifespan. With all these, wouldn't you be a god? He replied, yes, but isn't that too dangerous? Suddenly, Lin Lak walked in, cheerfully addressing the father and SON.MR. Wang, your talent is wasted as a mere second in command. I've come to offer you a transformative opportunity. Great. So, Lin Lak casually showed off his achievement. Just now, I conveniently took care of 2 of your Wang family's heirs. Now, your son is the heir. Both father and son were astonished. What are you talking about? Wang Shouji agitatedly asked, you actually killed my cousins, my Wang family members? Lin Lak sneered, what? Are you brothers so close that you want to avenge them? Wang Daoqing hurriedly stopped his son. Shouji, go pour tea for our honored guest. Shouji was even more bewildered. Dad, why are you calling him an honored guest? Wang Daoqing glared at him, but go quickly. He turned around, putting on a friendly face towards Lin Lak. Please excuse him. The boy is full of youthful foolishness and lacks proper manners. Please don't take offense, young friend. Lin Lak waved his hand dismissively. That's fine. I'm here to see you. After all, your son just needs to be obedient and not get in the way. Wang Daoqing began, young friend, what you said earlier, is it true? Lin Lak said flippantly, after the dust settles, you'll receive the news. Not only that, but I'll also sweep away all the obstacles to your ascension. Wang Daoqing looked at him shrewdly, if I may be so bold. What does sweep away entail, young friend? Lin Lak replied, Mr. Wang, I'm sure you've anticipated the future political landscape, but your vision is too shallow. I won't hide it from you. This world will soon enter a great struggle for power until order collapses. Wang Daoqing scoffed, collapse indeed. Lin Lak continued his analysis. indeed. But don't worry. While my methods may be thunderous, I possess a bodhisattva's heart. All those who stand in our way will be granted an equal death. Wang Daoqing was taken aback. He was clearly just a young man, yet his demeanor suggested that nothing could escape his discerning gaze. Lin Lak continued, I only have one condition. After you take control of the Wang family, you must fully support me, both financially and otherwise. He leaned closer to Wang Daoqing's ear and whispered, Rest assured, I need the Wang family's resources and influence to accomplish my plans, and your ambition needs my power. Wang Daoqing gritted his teeth. Fine, Wang Daoqing, will gamble with you this once. Seeing Wang Daoqing's expression, Lin Lak smirked. Agreement is all I need. Wouldn't want the second in command to die before we even get to the third or fourth, now would we? Just then, Shoji finished making the tea and brought it over. Father, the tea is ready. Wang Daoqing said curtly, Shoji, you've arrived at the right time. Go and summon Li Han, the S-rank talent, here. He turned back to Lin Lak. Young friend, this is a matter of great importance. I happen to have an awakened with a contract-type talent. Let's have him witness this agreement. Wang Shoji returned. Father, Li Han is here. Li Han greeted politely, Greetings, sir. Wang Daoqing said, Shaoli, summon your persona, and please explain your talent's abilities to this young brother. Li Han began to use his powered MY persona is called Yesterday's Promise, S-rank. It can establish a contract between two parties. If either party breaks the terms of the contract, they will be forced to comply. Observing Li Han preparing the contract, Lin Lak thought, if it's S-rank, it shouldn't be a big problem. This type of persona is probably like a wish granter. If there's a distance requirement for the enforcement, I can just ignore it. Wang Daoqing urged him, Young friend, shall we begin the contract? Lin Lak and Wang Daoqing began to recite the terms. Starting today, Lin Lak will assist Wang Daoqing in taking control of the Wang family. After the matter is settled, the Wang family will provide Lin Lak with financial support not exceeding 30% of the total assets, along with manpower and other expenses not exceeding 40%. Wang Daoqing gestured politely. Young friend, please. Lin Lak took the contract and signed his name. He thought to himself, overwhelming power breaks all rules. Even if I break the contract now, he can't do anything to me. Having finished everything, Lin Lak hurriedly left. It was a pleasure talking with you, Mr. Wang, but I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Wang Shoji anxiously asked, Dad, do you really want to form an alliance with him? Wang Daoqing coldly replied, he single-handedly killed 2 of the Wang family's members. In this era of free movement in Fengcheng, this person is likely a great opportunity for us. Scene change. Lin Lak walked while thinking, ignoring the hundreds of eyes following him. Since I've signed a cooperation agreement with Wang Daoqing, my main task next is to increase my strength. He looked at the giant mosquito beside him. First, into the secret realm to farm energy, then purchase various medicines on a large scale. These will all be essential later on. Lost in thought, he casually sliced off the unfortunate mosquito's stinger. Next, establish a company, build a game guild, learn from the major powers of the previous life, prepare for war, and cut off access to the secret realm. He smiled happily. Wouldn't that make me rich? The system then announced, congratulations on obtaining diamond grade sword chi. Congratulations on learning dual sword mastery. Thousands of pieces of information about him were reported by the system. All of his items were top tier. I'm already level 39, and my stats are at their peak. I'm only one step away from the third transition to level 40. It's time to put the Mianbei trip on the schedule. Although disaster struck earlier, it only truly ends after the next wave of calamities. The level 40 to 60 dungeons and secret realms will also appear then. Before that, I must enhance these 2 diamond grade swords to their limit. Lin Lak entered the forest and stood before a large tree. I don't recall ever hearing of anyone defeating the black and white bears in my previous life, no matter how high their level. Our strength is an unknown. To a certain extent, we're almost invincible. Suddenly, someone yelled, this is my level 13 black iron top grade weapon. You broke it. Pay up or I'll chop you up. Lin Lak thought, these black and white bears look cute, but in reality, most of them have bad tempers. He dares to provoke a black and white bear. It seems his outcome won't be very good. As soon as he finished that thought, the black and white bear sent the man flying with a single kick. Two figures warned. Players are not allowed to engage in unwarranted brawls. Linlack pulled out a token. Can this be enhanced? The black and white bear picked it up and said, enhancing a Saint-grade item requires not only game currency, but also royal essence. Linlack was disheartened. Royal Essence is a rare drop from elite monsters above level 62. I didn't expect enhancing a Saint-grade item would require Royal Essence. He pulled out two swords. Let's set aside the Celestial Master token for now. Enhance these two weapons for me. The two black and white bears readily agreed. Not bad equipment. Please wait a moment. They set to work, beginning the enhancement process. Completed. They held out two brand new swords. Here you go. Thanks for your patronage. 10 gold coins, please. Linlack's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the refined treasures. Excellent. The black and white bears tried to upsell him. Do you want to continue enhancing them? It's a bit of a waste to only enhance such good weapons to +5. Linlack was startled. Here it comes. These black and white bears, for the sake of making money, often entice players to endlessly enhance their weapons. If the equipment breaks, they're secretly delighted. He analyzed before enhancing equipment to 5. The success rate is 100%, but from then on, the success rate will gradually decrease and the cost will be higher, right? I also feel that way. So, I'll trouble you then. Let's see how Dad deals with you later. The black and white bear chuckled slyly. Hateful human, I'm really looking forward to seeing your frustrated expression after the enhancement fails. But it still had to pretend to advertise that MY enhancements will definitely not fail. Linlack spoke to prayer, making a simple wish. The black and white bear was surprised. You spoke? It tried its best to sabotage the enhancement. You say it won't fail? How can it not fail? The success rate decreases gradually. Failure is only a matter of time. The black and white bear looked at the finished product in surprise. What? It succeeded. It was annoyed. The next round definitely won't be so smooth. But the result was still a success. Round after round, it kept telling itself, the next round will definitely fail, definitely fail, definitely. But the outcome was still success. The black and white bear was puzzled. 30 consecutive enhancements without failure. This is too unreasonable. Linlack thanked his stand that you've worked hard. Is it over? The black and white bear wiped its sweat that I've reached my limit. I can't continue enhancing anymore. Linlack pretended to be disappointed. That's a shame, but thank you anyway. He thought to himself, in my past life, I lost quite a bit of equipment to the black and white bear. This time, I can finally make it suffer a loss. Suddenly, a stranger appeared, reading the information on his two swords aloud. Flame Sparrow Annihilation, Quality, Diamond, Rarity, Rare, Level Requirement, 32, Attack plus 647, Critical Hit Rate plus 30%. He looked at him in surprise. Stunt, he threatened. If you continue to reveal the attributes of my weapon, believe me, I'll kill you right here. There were many players around. If this guy could read hidden information and expose his abilities, it would be troublesome. The stranger quickly turned away, saying, sorry, your weapon is really too terrifying. I couldn't help but read it out loud. I apologize for my rudeness. Linlack looked at him coldly. Your main body isn't showing itself. Is this your way of apologizing? He introduced himself. Hello, my name is Ing. My ability is to see through hidden information. My stand, untouchable, can separate from my main body and operate at a distance. It also shares my vision. I usually hide in a safe place and operate from there. Just now, when you were enhancing your weapon, you always had a calm expression. Your stand ability must be a support type that can increase the success rate, right? He mocked him. Curiosity killed the cat, you know? Ing hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand. I just want to ask for your contact information. In the future, if I get high-level equipment and want to pay you to enhance it for me. Also, I know a few big spenders and can introduce some business to you. What do you think? He thought to himself with a serious expression. Indeed, in my past life, rich people would look for those with lucky talents or talents that could increase enhancement success rates to help them enhance their equipment. The profits were very substantial. This will definitely be a lucrative business in the future. He accepted the stranger's request. All right, let's exchange contact information. Ing said happily great, looking forward to our next collaboration. Scene start in a solemn conference room. The chairman announced, everyone, this disaster is almost over, but there will certainly be higher higher-level disasters in the future. We are preparing to incorporate the power of the people and establish a supernatural law enforcement team. I propose Black Emperor as the first chief commander. The room erupted in murmurs. Is this appropriate? Such an important position, and we choose someone outside the system. A man with long hair voiced his opinion. Commander-in-Chief, the guardian of this Black Emperor, Chu Xingdong, is currently under penalty for involvement in a particularly serious crime. He has a stain on his record, making this unsuitable. The blue-haired chairman replied, I've already investigated. Chu Xingdong is an orphan. Need I say more about the issues surrounding this case? In this current situation, if you continue to cause me trouble, don't blame me for conducting a thorough investigation and rectification. The long-haired man reluctantly conceded, yes, sir. The chairman continued, once this disaster passes, release Chu Xingdong and clear his record from the Father Institute. Furthermore, as long as Black Emperor agrees to join the Supernatural Management Bureau, any conditions can be met. Many remained puzzled. Any conditions? Isn't this a bit excessive? Is there a need for this? He announced loudly one last time. When a Supernatural Management Bureau handles supernatural cases, all organizations must cooperate 100%. I'm not discussing this with you. This is an announcement. Everyone complied. Yes, sir. Xin Yindy Lin Lack visited Chu Xingdong. Chu Xingdong chatted cheerfully with him. Brother, remember the fate fragment from the heavenly tome used to exchange for the space glass and the true glass? Those two glasses are priceless. They'll be very useful when disaster strikes. He also handed him something. Right? I have to go on a business trip soon. Here's a feather of hope. If you encounter any danger, use it. Chu Xingdong reassured his younger brother. Don't worry, Xiaolak. I'm living well now. Everyone is taking good care of me. With any luck, I'll be out soon. Focus on your work. Don't worry about me. Several prison guards gossiped. Did you hear? Chu Xingdong's younger brother seems to be the famous Black Emperor. Is it true? This information is very valuable. Many people are investigating the true identity of this Black Emperor. Lin Lack overheard their conversation. On his way back, he thought, now Huaxiao is still in time of peace. Relying solely on individual strength to control everything certainly won't work. The areas north of Huaxia are very chaotic. I could build my own power there. He summoned prayer. Lao Chi, find me a company in the northern region, preferably a scam call center, quickly. Prayer obeyed. Yes, master. The target's information has appeared on your phone. Immediately, Prayer delivered the results. Lin Lack reviewed them. Brilliant communications? All right, I'll send my resume. He smirked, amused that a skilled hunter always appears as prey. At Brilliant Communications, a seductive secretary entered. Mr. Xing, the situation outside is a bit shaky lately. We can start working. I've selected a few suitable candidates. Would you like to take a look? The CEO, more interested in the attractive secretary than the file she held, replied, no need to look. They embraced. I trust your judgment. Arrange for them to interview tomorrow. She smiled. Thank you for your trust, sir. Xin Yindy Lin Lack found the company. Based on their information, the company's address is here. He summoned his stand-in. Prayer. I pray that the weirdo won't recognize me. Prayer wrote in his notebook, understood, master. He entered the company. The beautiful secretary greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, are you Lin Lack? He politely replied, hello. She led him inside. Mr. Ting is inside. Follow me. Opening the CEO's office door, the secretary shyly said, hello, Mr. Ting. Mr. Ting looked up. Lin Lack, right? I've reviewed your resume. It fits our company's requirements very well. We're satisfied with your salary expectations. When can you start? Lin Lack replied cheerfully, thank you, Mr. Ting. I can start any time. Mr. Ting suggested, all right then, come tomorrow to complete the onboarding process. Coincidentally, we have a company trip tomorrow. Although you're new, our company is very inclusive, so you can join us too. He agreed, thank you, Mr. Ting. Leaving, Lin Lack chuckled to himself. The resume was practically empty, and he's still so satisfied. This Brilliant Communications must be desperate for anyone. 2 days later, a group of people stood in front of the company. One of them said, this company is really not bad. So big. I've never been abroad before. Another agreed, yeah, thanks to our boss, Mr. Ting. A green-haired man approached. Hello, everyone. I'm your manager. I'll be your team leader for this company trip. Everyone shouted, hello, Manager Gu. Manager Gu pointed to the waiting bus. We're all friends. Get on the bus. As they boarded, they chatted amongst themselves. I heard we'll be transferring flights in Myanmar. Haven't there been a lot of those kinds of news stories lately? Mr. Ting is so generous, and there are so many of us. How could he trick us? The manager, looking guilty but trying to stay calm, said, "That's right, Mr. Ting is so generous. Do you know how many people are fighting tooth and nail to join our company?" Lin Lak sat in the back, watching the drama unfold. "It's fine. I'll make my move anyway. Before becoming the king of Huaxia, I'll complete a small goal first, become the king of the north." They entered the hall and saw Mr. Ting. The green-haired man spoke up, "Boss, are you joining us?" He replied, "Yes, I wasn't at ease, so I decided to come along." He pretended to care about them. "The connecting flight is still 2 or 3 hours away. Come, I'll take you all for a tour of Myanmar." The naive employees were thrilled. "Thank you, boss." Mr. Ting smiled slyly. "Get in the car." They looked at the dilapidated vehicle, a little worried. Is this car a bit run down? Several men holding guns were also present. Everyone's faces turned pale. The female manager was also scared. "Boss, why don't we just wait at the airport? Security in Myanmar isn't great. It's okay if we don't go sightseeing." Mr. Ting angrily slapped her. "I told you to get in the car. So get in the car? Why so much nonsense?" He ordered the guns to be pointed at them. "Get in the car or die here. When you're on my turf, you listen to me. Do you think you're still in Hangzhou?" One person, seeing this, tried to run. I want to go back." The gunmen were about to shoot. "Wait, he's awakened a speed-type talent. You won't hit him." The black-haired subordinate took out a tool. "Come out, judge's pen." The pen froze the fleeing person. He was confused. Why can't I move?" Mr. Ting praised the black-haired man. "I heard early on that Shun Ha awakened an S-class talent. Seeing it with my own eyes today, it's really awesome." The man accepted a cigarette from Mr. Ting. "What's so awesome? I'm just a hired thug. I'm not as capable as Mr. Ting. The girl you found is also quite something." He laughed. "To serve Boss Ming. Those girls, after they're trained, you guys can have them however you want." Mr. Ting said viciously, "This is northern Myanmar, where I grew up. Welcome to my world, you noble goats." Lin Lak, observing from behind, saw Mr. Ting ask the black-haired man, "Shin Ha, aren't you coming with me?" He declined. "It's all right. I'll wait for Ah Su. You guys go ahead." Lin Lak rejoiced. "Great. I just arrived and already met an S-class awakened." Sitting on the bus, he thought, "This bus isn't very fast. Black Emperor's range is 170 meters. Night Butterfly's range is 190 meters. After the bus starts, as long as they're within range, if both stand-ins attack together, they can definitely kill him in one blow." He looked at Shun Ha below the bus. 100 meters, 130 meters. Seeing the opportunity, he summoned Black Emperor, Night Butterfly, attack. Shun Ha was quickly subdued. He was mercilessly beaten by Black Emperor. Lin Lak was satisfied, as expected, very fast. "I choose the plunder talent effect." He successfully plundered Shun Ha's talent, appraisal. He chuckled, "Excellent. It can stop a powerful enemy's attack for a short time. Truly a divine counterattack technique. Indeed, this place is my paradise." Shortly after, the convoy brought the group to the mountains. Sitting on the bus, Lin Lak thought to himself, Black Emperor's image has been exposed back home. If I want to hide my identity, it's best not to summon Black Emperor unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, the new transcendent I acquired is also a combat type. It should be enough to cope in a place like this. At this moment, two young men sitting in the row in front of him were whispering to each other. We're not at their hideout yet. If we kill them together, we might be able to escape. But the other one worriedly said, no, they have guns. He patted his shoulder and tried to persuade him, but there are only 3 of them. This is our only chance. Despite the comforting words, the other person remained unmoved. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going to throw my life away. Lin Lak closed his eyes and thought, no one wants to be the bird that gets shot. At this moment, the leader sitting at the front of the bus turned around and said, everyone, get ready to get off. Panic erupted throughout the bus. We're doomed. We're doomed. I want to go home. I want to go home. The swindler cried out, someone save me. He stood up with his 2 accomplices, pointed their guns at them, and shouted, what's all the commotion? If anyone dares to speak again, I'll skin them alive. His 2 accomplices echoed him. This batch isn't bad. I wonder if we'll have a chance to enjoy them. I heard a few of them come from wealthy families. We'll take some first, then force them to farm gold in Tongtian FA, and finally let them call their families for ransom. Our year-end bonus will be quite substantial. A beautiful young woman, tears streaming down her face, ran towards them, crying, please spare me. I have a child at home. The leader glanced at her and ordered, "Drag her down." "Yes, sir." The pitiful woman was dragged off the bus by the hair by one of the gunmen, struggling and screaming, "Let me go." As the line of people on the bus filed off, Linlack went last. He raised his hand and said, "Activate S-class talent, ninja." As soon as he finished speaking, his body gradually became invisible, making him impossible to see. Looking at everything around him, he thought, "I'll go in and check the situation first." At this moment, the silver-haired man said to the leader, Ting, good job. This batch is better than the last. Mr. Ming will definitely reward you." Hearing this, Ting chuckled with delight and replied, "Mr. Chun, I specifically picked one out for you. Absolutely top-notch." Mr. Chun patted him on the shoulder and said, "You always know what to do. No wonder Boss Ming values you so much." Ting smirked in response, then pointed behind him and said, "I'll go see the boss first. I'll bring her to your room later." Ting walked away, chuckling smugly, unaware that Linlack was following him. He stopped in front of her room and knocked. A voice from inside called out, "Ting, come in." As he clumsily opened the door, an invisible foot kicked him, causing him to lose his balance and fall forward with a yelp. Watching him sprawled on the floor, the man addressed as Boss Ming, who was sitting in the room, calmly asked, Ting, what are you doing?" Ting sat up, looking around warily, and replied, "Boss, someone just kicked me." As soon as he finished speaking, slam. Then, to Ting's astonishment, he stood up and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Come out. I know you're here." Linlack immediately reappeared, smiling. "Not bad, boss." Very calm indeed. Ting stared at him in horror, pointing and asking, How are you here? Shouldn't you be locked up?" Linlack ignored him and looked directly at Boss Ming, saying casually, "Impressive, impressive. Your acting is even better than the villains in movies." Boss Ming raised a gun and pointed it at him. No matter who you are, tell me your purpose. Causing trouble on my territory? I'll shoot you dead." Linlack's voice was full of provocation. "Are you sure you can shoot me dead with one shot?" Unable to tolerate Linlack's impertinence, Ting raised his hand. "Brat, you dare speak to Boss Ming like that? I'll kill you." But just as he raised his hand, Linlack's guardian robot appeared, blocking him. Ting gaped in astonishment. The robot struck him in the stomach with a single blow, sending him staggering back with a mouthful of blood until he hit the wall. Turning back to Boss Ming, he looked at Linlack. "You're an S-class awakened." He gave a sinister smile. "Young man, you're still too naive. Do you think your stand-in can be faster than mine? Against a firearm, a human body is like paper. I just need to kill you, and your stand-in will disappear." As he spoke, he pulled out a gun and aimed it directly at Linlack. Linlack calmly put his hands in his pockets and softly said, "Do Chi armor." A surge of power emanated from him as his guardian robot grew larger, shielding him from the gun. Boss Ming stared at the scene, terrified, and collapsed back in his chair. "What do you want?" Linlack looked at him and said, "From now on, I am Boss Lin, and you are Little Ming. I am the king of Northern Myanmar." Boss Ming panicked. King of Northern Myanmar? He was speaking when his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. That's not right. Such loud gunshots, yet it's so quiet outside. He looked over at Linlack, who was leisurely taking a sip of water, then said, "You should understand your situation by now." He looked at Linlack cautiously and said, "Young brother, I was blind just now. May I ask who is backing you?" He thought to himself, so young, he must be an enforcer for some warlord. Linlack impatiently slammed his cup on the table and said, "I don't care who I am. From now on, you listen to me here. If you try anything, I'll hit you. Understand?" Intimidated by Linlack's aura, he remained silent. Linlack snapped his fingers and said, "Transcend." Immediately afterward, his stand robot lunged forward and punched him in the face, then grabbed him by the throat. Facing this precarious situation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Even a powerful dragon is no match for a local snake. Who's backing you?" "Offend Goa Ho Sun Trang, and you won't be able to eat or leave in peace." Seeing his stubbornness, Linlack uttered a single word hit. He was beaten black and blue and lay on the ground. Linlack put his hands in his pockets, bent down, and looked at him, saying, "Little Ming, as a villain, you're quite tough. But if I were to use the same tactics you used on those you've scammed on you, do you think you could endure it?" Only now did fear grip him as he trembled on the ground, pleading, "Brother, big brother, please spare me. I'll do anything you ask." Extremely satisfied, Linlack smiled and said, "How many awakened above S rank do you have under you?" He replied, "2." but one has already left, so only one remains. Lin Lak ordered him to call that person over, and he hurriedly took out his phone and complied. Within the iron gates was a terrorist from faraway Xia. At this point, no one was aware of the unstoppable storm that was about to engulf the entire north. Outside the gates, the only remaining S-rank awakened had been summoned. He was a little worried, thinking my stand is a support type, the unjust nuclear bomb assessment. It can detect valuable information. It's thanks to it that I've been able to escape danger these past few years. Something must have happened to Boss Bai. A message appeared. Idiot, if you enter this gate, you'll definitely die. Don't get involved with them. Turn around now and pretend nothing happened. Standing outside the gate, he sighed and turned to leave. Sorry, Boss Ming. I'll find someone to save you after I escape. Another message appeared. Danger! Danger! Leave and go a host Sun Trang at top speed. A blindingly bright light suddenly appeared. And then midnight and Black Emperor appeared right before his eyes. Seeing them, he exclaimed, 2 stands. Before he could react, Midnight lunged forward with a sword and stabbed him. Black Emperor also moved in, finishing him off swiftly and efficiently. A notification appeared for Lin Lak. Please choose one of the 4 target attribute points: talent effect, skill effect, soul power. Lin Lak received the information, smirked, and thought that was fast. Plunder talent effect. He quickly received the S-rank talent, defective God's perspective. He looked at the information panel in confusion and asked, Defective God's perspective? What kind of talent is this? As he was curiously investigating, a voice rang out, Hello, I am your newsstand. He was stunned at a newsstand. Then he looked around, saw nothing, and wondered, how can there be only a voice without a physical form? The voice continued, Don't be surprised. I'm inside your body, and only you can hear me. Lin Lak picked up the judge's pen, thinking, Today, I've gained 2 stands. One is this pen, and the other is completely intangible. Interesting. The henchman who was attacked earlier was now kneeling on the ground. He looked at Lin Lak and asked, Shun He's judge's pen. How is it in your hands? He didn't let him finish. Lin Lak pointed the pen at him, causing him to lose awareness of himself, just kneeling there blankly. Looking at him, Lin Lak laughed heartily, thinking, Not bad, the effect is pretty good. The other man crawled on the ground, struggling to raise his hand and saying haltingly, Boss, please have mercy. Lin Lak raised the pen and wrote something. He said, Let's try this again. Instantly, the man's spirit became full of vitality. He lay on the ground, looking at him in utter bewilderment, and said, A demon. He's truly a demon. But Lin Lak only paid attention to the pen in his hand. The judge's pen, which decides life and death, isn't weak, just doesn't suit my style. It's not convenient for fighting. Let's give it to prayer lore to use. Now, let's try the power of the unholy scripture's white horror. Complete information about the unfortunate man in front of him was provided to Lin Lak. Mingguo was a top 10 mastermind in northern Myanmar, a hidden dragon crouching tiger. Besides a large amount of real estate, he had over 90 million yuan in liquid assets. He had an armed team of over 200 men, various firearms, and even 15 rockets. He also controlled 672 Chinese people, profiting from forcing them into phone scams, prostitution, organ trafficking, and other shady businesses. After hearing all the information, Lin Lak laughed and said, Excellent. I easily obtained important intelligence. It's a pretty good support stand. You dog, only over 90 million yuan in liquid assets? So poor, yet you still control a territory. Ming was sat on the ground, incredibly surprised, and asked you, How do you know? The stand robot slapped him and said, Asking you. He knelt on the ground, hugging Lin Lak's leg, and pleaded sincerely, Don't hit me anymore, boss. Please spare me. Although I can earn over 10 million every year, setting up shop in northern Myanmar, supporting Western mercenaries and armed personnel, and buying the latest weapons and equipment requires a large sum of money. Besides, because I'm Chinese but a foreigner here, I have to pay a large sum of money every year to the northern Myanmar government and the warlords. They're the true local emperors. Lin Lak stared at him with cold eyes and said, You know you're Chinese, yet you specialize in scamming Chinese people, right? It seems that in this land of crime, everything from top to bottom has collapsed. Then he bent down, patted his shoulder, and said, I can spare your life, but you have to do something for me. Mingguo was a little surprised that D owe something. Not long after, a group of people arrived. The leader, dressed neatly and politely, said, Boss Ming, what did you call us here for? Ming would turn to look at Lin Lak, confused. You! A loud rumble echoed as the newly arrived group was bound by ropes emerging from the ground, unable to escape despite their struggles. They cried out, "Boss Ming, what are you doing? Let's go! Help!" A chilling voice, especially for the trembling Ming was standing beside him, rang out, "That's right. These people are my next meal." A blue-haired person ran up and asked, "Are you Lin Lak?" Seeing him in this state, I quickly recognized him. Gu Tianfan. Then I said, "Brother Gu, I've taken care of this den. Organize the men you had before, round up those guys, and throw them in the water prison. You can deal with them as you see fit, but just keep them alive. I still need them." Gu Tianfan's face paled after hearing this. "The whole den? They have guns." Lin Lak sneered and glanced at Mingguo behind him. "The leader of Ngoa, Ho Sun Trang, has been captured by me. If you withdraw your forces now, you won't have another chance to return home. Are you planning to stay here for the rest of your life?" Gu Tianfan gritted his teeth. "Let's do it." Then he raised his hand and said to the people behind him, "Brothers, avenge your grievances. Avenge your hatreds. The time has come." The crowd roared in unison, "Revenge. We want revenge." Looking at the men, tied up and sitting on the ground, Gu Tianfan said, "Brother Lin, you're so awesome. If it weren't for you, we'd all be doomed. When are we going back to China?" Lin Lak asked, "Back to China? Did I say I want to go back?" He immediately replied, "You've dealt with those bad guys. Aren't we going back? What if the other warlords find out? It'll be troublesome then. They have guns." Lin Lak calmly looked at them and said, "There's something I need to tell everyone. I wasn't tricked into coming here. I came here willingly. These Burmese have been deceiving and controlling us Chinese people for a long time. Are you all content to just go back like this? Why don't we build our own power here, seize the secret realm, and rule them?" The crowd started asking questions, but there are only a few of us, and we don't have weapons. Yeah, what can we do even if we're not content? If you want to die, I don't care. I want to go back, and you have to take me back. Right, I want to go back. Please, let me go home, okay? Brother Lin, there are only a few hundred of us. Even if we take over Ngoa Ho Sun Trang, we can't possibly rule the North. The voice of the doppelganger echoed in Lin Lak's mind again. You haven't even figured out how to convince these people to become your support, and yet you already have uninvited guests. You've decided to make an example of someone to show these people your strength, so they'll willingly serve you, haven't you? Lin Lak glanced at him and said, "Someone's here. You go and bring him in first." As he walked, he said, "I'll let you see if it's possible." The scene shifted to a winding mountain road. A car was driving along the road, and the person inside was talking to someone. Black Emperor soloed the insect lair guardian. His talent level must be above SS rank. He can kill the insect lair guardian in reality. This Black Emperor must have used a large amount of true crystals to bring his power from the instance dungeon back to reality. Otherwise, he would have died in the deep sea long ago. Lin Lak appeared right in front of the car and looked at him, saying, "You know a lot. You must be at least an S rank awakened, right?" Seeing him, the man yelled, "What are you?" Lin Lak raised his sword and said, "Gale's Sword Watch." Instantly, the front of the car was hit by a jet black flame, forcing the car to stop. The doppelganger's voice rang out again. A group with a combat power of only 5, arriving on the battlefield in 3 seconds. At this moment, he grinned, revealing the Dragon King's signature smile. "Have you figured out where to bury this rabble yet?" Lin Lak stood there listening to the rambling and said, "Unholy Scripture's white horror, you talk too much." Heart-pounding blood, tide, warning imminent. As the warning blared, a ferocious boar charged from behind, attempting a sneak attack on Lin Lak. Lin Lak dodged sideways. No honor in a sneak attack, he thought, but against someone with multiple life-saving talents, it wasn't much of a threat. The boar missed Lin Lak, landing heavily and turning to glare at him. Looking at it, Lin Lak thought, an SS rank substitute. Where's the controller? Strange. I should have exposed anyone just now. The voice in his head spoke again. Lin Lak considered the SS rank talent. That's a good item. Should I let the Black Emperor test its abilities first, or directly ask the praying mantis to find the controller's true body? Lin Lak looked around, startled. The praying mantis was powerful, but he'd forgotten an even cooler substitute. It already knew the controller of this substitute was hiding in its belly. Lin Lak's eyes widened. What? In its belly. Then he spoke aloud. "Although I found your chatter annoying earlier and considered silencing you with the praying mantis, it seems you're not entirely useless. Come out. I know where you're hiding. Knowing he'd been discovered, the man appeared. This enemy's level is too high, and their movement speed is incredible. Using the lords to consume, it won't be easy. How is this possible? As far as I know, there shouldn't be anyone this powerful in this area. The substitute prompted him. Inside is the second in command of Ngoa Ho-Sun Trang, Ming Guiyang's most trusted man. But aside from Wang Xiaohu, no one knows this vicious second-in-command's other identity, a member of the Nan Yunhua Xia province's secret forces. Codename, Postman. He's on a spy mission at Ngoa Ho-Sun Trang. His leader's codename is Fisherman. Their contact code is, "Tell old Mac I want to eat fish." The response, "3 fresh fish will be delivered to you immediately." Lin Lak smiled. "I'm in luck. I was lacking someone who understands the situation. And now, such a helpful assistant has appeared. Postman, there's no one else here. I was sent by Fisherman to help you." Hearing this, the man was shocked. How is this possible? My leader told me to be patient just a few days ago. Is this person really sent by Fisherman? Seeing his expression, Lin Lak continued. "Our code is, tell old Mac I want to eat fish." The response, 3 fresh fish will be delivered to you immediately. Don't worry, come out of the pig's belly. Ngoa Ho-Sun Trang is under my control. The man asked, how many people did they send? Lin Lak gave a provocative smile. That a small place like the North? I'm enough. Just then, Gu Tianfan arrived with his men. "Brother Lin, only 20 minutes, and you've already taken care of this?" Lin Lak, leading the other man, replied, "Yeah, next time I'll do it in 10. He placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "Everyone, this is Fan Jisheng, sent by our superiors to help me manage the North." The man spoke. "Greetings, everyone. I'm a Huaxia spy, sent to rescue you all. I just didn't expect Ngoa Ho-Sun Trang to have already fallen." Lin Lak continued, "Everyone, I'll be frank. More disasters will follow. Our superior's intention is to discreetly control the North. Then, before the global catastrophe arrives, we'll have the resources and ability to protect our families." Fan Jisheng looked at him. "You mean disasters like the White Bone incident in the city 2 days ago will continue?" "Exactly." Gu Tianfan was somewhat disappointed. He said, "Even if your strengths, Mr. Lin and Mr. Fan, were to grow even greater, adding us to the mix still wouldn't be enough. Let's not even talk about firearms. You have to know that among those warlords, there are also S-rank awakened." Lin Lak took out a gun and pointed it at his own head. Bang! The Black Emperor immediately appeared. He said, "Ordinary guns have no effect on me. Besides, my name is, you've probably heard of it." Fan Jisheng, as if struck by lightning, cried out in alarm, "Good heavens, you're the Black Emperor." Lin Lak laughed and said, "I imagine that among the S-rank awakened, let alone the North, even in the whole of Lam Tin, finding someone stronger than me wouldn't be easy, right?" Fan Jisheng looked at him and said, "If it's you, I agree to cooperate." Gu Tianfan declared resolutely, "Mr. Lin is right. The world has changed. Instead of waiting for death, it's better to gamble on a chance at survival." Lin Lak placed his hand on his chest and affirmed, "I can promise you it won't be long. Once I control this place, you can go wherever you want. Furthermore, I will provide you with whatever you desire most." Everyone shouted in unison, "We agree. We agree." Lin Lak declared, "I came. I saw. I conquered. I will cleanse this land of sin and become the new king of the North." This video ends here. The above is a summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to receive more interesting videos. For now, goodbye and see you again. Bye-bye.